keep your retirement fund intact, or feed your kids? Where do you think I'd go? Okay, retirement plan. They can lose some weight anyway. Yeah. The other thing that's so terrific about 401k plans now is many companies do an automatic enrollment where you have to opt out, and that has increased the number of people in the 401k plans just astronomical. Clothes for your kids or retirement? You know, after 50, they allow you to put more money in. Extra, I think $6,000 or $7,000. Yeah, I mean, there are a bunch of rules, and you're absolutely right. There are a bunch of rules where the government really encourages you to, this is the money that you're going to retire on, because Social Security doesn't cut it. As a matter of fact, Social Security, from the inception of Social Security, we're talking about the early 30s under FDR and the Great Depression, was meant to supplement your savings. You're not supposed to live on it. And so it's, unfortunately, too many Americans live on their Social Security, and it's very, very tough. All right, coming up, the TikTok rules. Former President Trump, Congress, and what's going on. It's, I think TikTok is going to be gone in the United States, or it's no longer going to be a Chinese company, and I'll share that information. And then at 8 o'clock, we've got Tech Tuesday with Richard DeMuro. So there's plenty to cover. Let's see with Amy live on the KFI 24-hour news.
The Anaheim Planning Commission has approved a nearly $2 billion Disneyland expansion project. The Disneyland Forward project will add new attractions, shops, dining, and more within its existing footprint, much of it where the Toy Story parking lot is. The proposal now heads to the Anaheim City Council. A man sleeping under a car has been killed when the owner of the vehicle started a car and ran over in Northridge. It happened shortly before 4:30 this morning on North Reseda Boulevard. The possibly homeless man became trapped under the Mercedes when police arrived. He died at the scene. The Prime Minister of Haiti has agreed to resign. The capital city of Port-au-Prince has been racked by out-of-control gang violence. Haiti declared a state of emergency last weekend after gangs banded together and attacked government institutions, airports, seaports, and got into the prisons and set thousands of prisoners free. We'll check the 101 with the KFI in the sky next.
Yeah, all this rain has really set up some big problems, big potential issues from just termites. Termites come out after the rains. That's what they do. And they start eating your house. And they do it 24/7. And damage starts almost immediately. And sometimes in places you can't even see. So let me suggest the call to the Pacific Coast Termite. Free home or business inspection, certain restrictions apply. Even if you don't think you have termites or don't know, it's well worth that call. Because they'll tell you you don't. And if you do, then they go to work. Live the termites in your home or business without tenting. No hospital stays, no double bag, no hotel stays, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. I've done it, and it's horrible. You can even be home when they treat for termites, and I have been twice. That's Pacific Coast Termite. Mention KFI, 10% off, 2-year guarantee. 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Clouds this morning, becoming sunny this afternoon with highs in the 50s to upper 60s. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. You've got a crash in Echo Park on 101.
It's kind of a mess right now. Southbound side of the 101. Right there, like we have the right lane taken away with a crash. Now the crash is all off the right shoulder. We've got some fire equipment there in the right lane. Traffic slow all the way back to Santa Monica Boulevard. So hopefully that'll be out of your right shoulder. It looks like the northbound side of the 101. Also, just a parking lot for the East LA interchange towards the 110 freeway. Speaking of the 110, it's we've got some problems. Actually, it's more like the 10 as you head eastbound right there at the 110. Crash there in the left 2 lanes, and traffic really slow all the way back from La Brea on the eastbound side of the 10. Northbound 405, pretty bad from the Hawthorne area, the 105, all the way up to about Venice Boulevard. Will Colstrap, KFI in the sky. Marketers Report. Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in national necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio.
With very simple rules. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat process ad infinitum.
There's a hitchhiker on the road. You pick him up, you take him where he needs to go. But you do not, under any circumstance, do not talk to him. Ever. I ain't asking you to believe me. But I told you. History, this is his last chance.
As ridiculous as it might sound, I think my friend may have documented her own disappearance. If you know anyone involved in this story, any of the locations mentioned, anything I can use to get in touch with Alice, please don't hesitate to contact me. Were you in the area in February, December this year? Did you meet or speak with a girl called Alice Sharman? Has anyone heard of the Left Right Game?
The Left Right Game is a new audio drama from Q-Code.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
All the good stuff.
Yeah, Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture. Netflix's Queer Eye has filled out its cast, adding Jeremiah Brent as the show's new design expert. Brent, who co-hosted TLC's Named Jeremiah by Design with husband Nate Burgess, replaces Bobby Burke, who left the show following its 8th season. And Steve Borowski, Jonathan Van Ness, Tan France, and Karamo Brown are all returning. Production on 9th season episodes featuring Jeremiah Brent is expected to start this spring in Las Vegas, while the first 8 seasons of Queer Eye are streaming on Netflix. And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
If I ever want to do a station event, you'll always see me in a dress shirt. Look, just because you come to work every day in shorts doesn't mean that I'm dressed up because I have a collared shirt on. No, Kelly, when's the last time you wore pants to work? When I came for the interview. I hate you. It's 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, PM 640 million here. It is a Tuesday morning Taco Tuesday, March 12th. Continuing on with our program coming up at 8 o'clock. Excuse me, I'm having my frittata with tapatio sauce, and it's very hot. So I'm sort of, frog in my throat thing. Anyway, what was I saying before I so rudely interrupted my yourself with your breakfast? Yeah, pretty much. Coming up next segment, it's Rich Earl with Tech Tuesday. Okay, there we go. Hey, have you downloaded, or have you subscribed to his newsletter yet? It's not yet now. I will today. It's excellent. Yeah, it is. We'll talk about it. It's excuse me. It's at richontech.tv. Okay, now we're going to talk about what's going on with TikTok rules. This is interesting stuff. Tomorrow, Congress is going to vote on whether or not to pass a bill that was introduced bipartisanly, overwhelming support, both in terms of the House and both sides of the House. It goes to the Senate, it goes to, and we don't really know what's happening with the Senate. But the House overwhelmingly passes this bill, or will tomorrow, saying to TikTok, owned by the Chinese, it is based in Beijing, saying you either sell TikTok or you're banned. You're not going to have TikTok in the United States. It's that simple. And who was a proponent of that legislation? Big time. It was former President Trump. He also wanted to ban TikTok, except he is turned around on that. He has reversed himself. Why is that? I'll tell you in a minute about that. House Speaker Mike Johnson supports this bill big time, even though former President Trump is now saying don't vote in favor. And this is one of those bills where the Republican Party, most of the Republican Party, is telling him to go pound sand. Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, says TikTok is actively undermining our economy and security. And he said he hasn't talked to the former president about the legislation, but is still planning to bring it up tomorrow and is still going to vote in favor of it. And it's bottom line dangerous to have the Chinese have access to the data that anybody uses TikTok, of course, like any app. The data, the names, the information about the user is instantly out on the internet and can't be done.
Okay, how are you, JH?
That happens only by the Chinese. All of a sudden, the risk
I'm well, thank God.
interfering and going into private lives.
Yeah, I was up the whole night before with James, so that happens.
Trump be against the sale of TikTok or banning the TikTok not be available in the elections? It changed his mind. Well, there is a guy named Jeff Yancey.
Yeah, I don't know what that guy's issue was.
Major GOP donor and a major donor to a Trump allied PAC. And he has a multi-billion-dollar stake in TikTok.
Amen.
I say to the president, don't vote for this. Push against it. Because I'm going to lose too much.
Amen, it happens. I understand.
And there it is. And you know what the president says. And if you want to take a poll last week about TikTok on the Chinese,
Right. I agree with that.
Take a poll this week. We've got to keep it. And the ACLU is against it because it's a First Amendment issue. We can't stop people
What'd you do?
from using it. There isn't that much security. And even if there is,
Very
you
cool.
can't get involved in a violation of the First Amendment, which is completely crazy. It's a national security issue. You can't publish nuclear weapons manufacturing information. Here's a recipe for making a nuclear
Did you say
weapon.
amoxicillin?
Yes, it's a violation of
That's good stuff.
but it's a national security issue. So, interesting who's banding against this legislation. According to the ACLU, they're supposed to say it's national security. You have to have the ability to publish and say whatever you want under the First Amendment. Now, probably one of the best
Excellent. Look,
that the former president has ever seen.
happy birthday to your brother.
I've ever seen of the president. Keep in mind,
Absolutely.
against this legislation, he wants to keep TikTok. And the reason is,
Okay.
I don't want, this is what he posted, I don't want Facebook cheating the last election, doing better, they are a true enemy of the people. Because bottom line, if TikTok is bad, then you have Facebook, and you have other platforms that are simply going to do better.
I understand.
YouTube
Sorry to hear that,
simply
but
do better, and they'll have
hopefully he has a really good birthday.
Here is the post. Quote, if you get rid of TikTok, Facebook and Zuckerberg will double their business.
Oh, that's baller.
I love this. And then he goes, I don't want Facebook cheating.
That's-
better than trouble to other people. I never heard the president calling Zuckerberg a Zuckerschmuck. That's one of the better ones, don't you think? Not bad. You just wait for this election.
That's really nice of you.
Wait for the general election between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. It's going to be entertaining with a capital E. Matter of fact, 3 E's. Starting the word entertainment. All right, Coming in Tech Tuesday.
You too. We'll check back in with us throughout the day, okay? Absolutely. Take care, Jay. Bye.
Or in a couple of smart ears as well. And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Nasty attack by Mimi King live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Robbers have attacked a beauty store manager in Commerce, leaving her in critical condition.
The manager tried blocking the 4 female robbers from leaving the store and was pushed, dragged by her hair, and shoved to the ground. The manager tried getting back up and collapsed. The attack last week was caught on video. The manager's family has set up a GoFundMe page saying the woman suffered 2 heart attacks and needs a heart transplant. 2 people who worked near the store but did not want to be reported tell me the area has had a recent rise in crime. In fact, one of those guys tells me his business had about $1,000 cash stolen last night. Reporting live in Commerce, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. An 18-year-old woman's been arrested in connection with 2 shootings in San Pedro, including a fatal shooting outside a bar. The shootings in January happened 2 weeks apart. Estrella Rojas is facing charges of murder and attempted murder. The California Department of Justice says more than 1,400 guns were confiscated in 2023.
A man in LA County trying to buy bullets was flagged by the state's armed and prohibited person system. Investigators got a warrant and seized an unregistered assault weapon, 5 rifles, 3 shotguns, and around 3,700 rounds of ammo. Attorney General Rob Mont says cases like that show the APPS program is preventing tragedies.
The United States has a unique disease of gun violence, unique in the world to us.
Bonta's office also says 2023 saw the most legally armed Californians ever. Michael Holmes, KFI News.
People who live near the Chiquita Canyon landfill can now apply for relocation services and assistance. The landfill operators set up a website to offer aid in response to a request from LA County Supervisor Catherine Barker. People complained for months about the landfill producing toxic chemicals and polluting the air, water, and land on the site and in neighboring communities. The infamous Cecil Hotel in downtown LA is up for sale. At least 16 people have died at the hotel since it opened in 1924. A Netflix documentary done in 2021 centers around a missing woman found dead on a rooftop water tank in 2013 and also talks about the hotel once being home to Night Stalker Richard Ramirez. The hotel is currently being used as an affordable housing complex. The buyer reportedly wouldn't actually acquire the building. They would assume the 99-year ground lease that allows its continued use and development in the city. Huntington Beach says bring it in response to the threat of a lawsuit claiming minority voters are disenfranchised.
Still in the wrong fight with the wrong city.
Huntington Beach City Attorney Michael Gates says the city's current Latina mayor was voted in with at-large voting.
We're not divided and we're not carved up and segregated into districts where we don't care about the entire city.
Lawyer Kevin Tinkman says pointing to recently elected Latinos means nothing.
Tito Ortiz, race man. Yes, they are Latino, but they have not been the preferred candidates of Latino voters.
He says district voting allows each community to choose a representative who puts their needs first. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Special Counsel Robert Hur has been answering questions from members of the House Judiciary Committee about President Biden holding on to classified documents after serving as vice president. Hur said Biden did retain classified material. Hur also defended his assessment of Biden's mental acuity.
My assessment of the report about the relevance of the president's memory was necessary, accurate, and fair. Most importantly, what I wrote is what I believe the evidence shows.
Hur wrote in his report that he didn't recommend charges because Biden would likely present himself to a jury as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Biden and Democrats have criticized Hur's assessment. Republicans say Biden should have been charged with a crime. An electronic filing system that sends returns directly to the IRS is now available for taxpayers in 12 states, including California.
And that's nearly 20 million taxpayers. It's what amounts to a free government version of TurboTax or H&R Block. says it could save the typical taxpayer $160 in filing fees.
ABC's Andy Field says the money for the IRS Direct File program comes from the Inflation Reduction Act. The IRS website lists the states eligible for the program, and as we mentioned, California is one of them. Ryan Gosling may be part of the reason that 19.5 million people tuned in to watch the Oscars this year. ABC says Sunday's show had the highest ratings in 4 years. viewership peaked in the final half hour when Gosling got the entire audience on its feet singing and dancing to I Just Can't. The last quarter also included Oppenheimer's Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture wins. The Academy experimented with the show this year with an earlier start time and 5 former Best Actor winners announcing the Big Four acting categories. We'll check some problems on the 10 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Yeah, I know. Still chewy. It's all about training. I've been doing this a very long time. Also, it's about the top of TSS. It's also about the top of TSS that I eat for Thomas. Okay, hold on. Let me take that. Okay, 3, 2, 1. If you happen to have varicose veins, and spider veins, you say, they're certainly ugly. They may be uncomfortable, they may hurt, but they're ugly. And you've tried home remedies like creams and supplements, compression socks, nothing works. Let me suggest calling 1-800-WEST-MED and schedule a free no-obligation consultation. What WestMed can do, West Medical, is erase your varicose veins fast with their state-of-the-art varicose vein solutions. This is very high-tech, and you can actually return to normal activities almost immediately. And they have helped thousands of patients. They are dedicated vein specialists, and they simply know what they're doing. Treatments are covered by most PPO health insurance plans. Call folks at West Medical at 1-800-WEST-MED to schedule a free consultation or visit westmedical.com. That's 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com. Okay. How was that, Amy? Did I pull that one off?
You did it.
Okay.
Good job. Back to your forgot.
Yeah, okay. Tony, shoot.
Southland weather from KFI. Some clouds this morning, mostly sunny by this afternoon. Highs in the mid-60s at the beaches. Upper 60s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Mid-upper 60s in the valleys tonight. 50s to low 60s with gusty winds in the high desert. Tomorrow morning clouds, afternoon sun, warming up into the 60s to low 70s. About the same for Thursday and Friday. And sunny skies on the way right out through the weekend. It's 56 in Anaheim, 54 Redondo Beach, 53 in Pomona, 51 in Rancho Cucamonga. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading up 206 points. The NASDAQ up 186. S&P 500 is up 44.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Bit of crash in Baldwin Park on the 10.
Which freeway to head west on the 10 to 60 to 210? Do not pick the 10 because of the dog. First of all, we're westbound to the 10 and the 605 crash there on the right shoulder. But it's really slow all the way back to Grant there to the West Covina area. Before you even get to that, though, big bend further to the east, right before the 57. Speaking of the westbound side of the 10 and Bobby Vista, injured crash there. 3 vehicles involved with definitely. Got the turn all the way back from White Avenue. And then, of course, westbound side of the 10 in the Ontario area, you've got all that construction. So the 10 is not so fun right now. And eastbound side of the 10 really affected by this crash in Bobby Vista as well. Now, if you're trying to go west, it's a Travisville drive as well. Sierra Riverside heading westbound really gets slow past the 15 over to just before the 241 there. We had an earlier crash there. What's happening? Echo Park and Glendale Avenue crash clearing there. Looks like it's getting a lot better pretty quickly though. It's slow from Santa Monica Boulevard. And then on the eastbound side of the 10, you'll find some unexpected slow because of a crash right at the 110. Slow out of Crenshaw. With driver taking out of the spot.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. We've got subs tonight, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above. Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum season ticket sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch TV. Hustle sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweeps LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Also can carry by location.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never started so good. Connect AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here. It is a Taco Tuesday, March 12th. And I love doing this show. I mean, I really enjoy it. But I'll tell you one of the things I hate about the show, legitimately, is it gets in the way of my breakfast. I'm eating my frittatas in the morning, and damn it, I've got to go to a commercial, start the show, come back, and it just drives me completely nuts. Come on, really?
Sorry?
Yeah, really sorry. Also, I want to tell you about how our show is on demand. You can go to KFIAM640.com, and it's a podcast. That's what it is. So, for example, doing Tech Tuesday, hang on a second, Rich. I'll introduce you in a minute. If you have missed this segment, if you are not listening, you can pick us up on the podcast. KFIAM640.com. Okay, time for Rich tomorrow. Listen to the man for listening here. Rich is at Rich on Tech, Instagram, website, new website, richontech.tv. Rich, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Bill.
Okay, lots to cover if we can. All right, the headline, automakers are sharing data with insurance companies. So, I just bought a new car a few months ago, and I'm re-upping my insurance. It's going to cost me about 40% more, my auto insurance, and I had no idea these two were talking to each other.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people realize this, but this reminds me of the smart TVs. How when you set up your smart TV for the first time, of course, you click through 1,000 screens, you connect it to the internet, and next thing you know, your TV is spying on you and sending all the things you watch to a third-party company so that your TV maker can make money off of you. Sounds like that's the same thing that automakers are doing. New York Times had a big article about how GM, Honda, Kia, and Hyundai all connect detailed driving data for internet-connected vehicles and share it with data brokers. Two of them they mentioned, LexisNexis, which I knew they did stuff for like research for news and stuff like that. I didn't realize they were doing auto data. And then the other one is called Verisk, Verisk, like verify risk, I'm guessing. The data includes information about trips, speeding, how you brake, rapid acceleration, and these insurance companies get this information when they do a search on you, and next thing you know, your rates may go up.
So let me get this. Let's go to that first bit of information you gave us, because it never occurred to me, or I knew it, but I didn't think about it. So I set up my TV in my bedroom, and I go through the app, just like you said. And even if I turn off the TV, the data companies can still look at what I'm doing.
Well, so what they're doing on the TVs is they're scanning the screen. So no matter what you're watching on any input, they're using what's called ACR, automatic content recognition, to understand what you're tuned into. And then they take that information and they sell it to advertisers. Now, this is all done supposedly anonymously, and the data is aggregated, but let's be real here. They know who you are, what you're doing, and they make a lot of money off of it. That's why Walmart is buying Vizio for $2 billion, because they will now be able to match up the ads that Walmart is trying to sell with the people that want to see those ads.
Okay, so spying is just what you're watching on TV. It's not watching you shoot up your neighbor's wife. Do I have that right?
Yeah, well, with that said, for instance, the TV I just purchased, I did not realize had a little camera in front of it, and I was very surprised. And there's a little thing where you can turn the camera off or on, or there's a microphone as well. So I would say just understand the different options that are on your TV. If there is a microphone, which a lot of modern TVs these days have for voice services, if you don't want that, you can disable it in the settings, and you
the right to share this information with third parties.
Yeah, I can't wait for your next encounter with the neighbor and see what he has to say. We'll be right back. Rich, you're not responding at all.
I'm leaving that one alone.
Yes. I thought it was pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe went a little bit too far, but
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna come back and Airbnb story, and then through your newsletter, the Apple Vision Pro. And you were talking about how impressed you were sort of the first time out. Now you actually have used it at home, and I want to review on that. Matter of fact, we'll start with that when we come back. Let's check in with Amy King live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
People who live near the Chiquita Canyon landfill can apply for relocation services and assistance through a website launched by the landfill operators that's starting today. Stink and pollutants from the landfill have been making people sick for months. Authorities are looking for a 59-year-old woman who was swept away trying to cross the San Gabriel River. She was hiking with friends in the Angeles National Forest in the Laverne area over the weekend when she lost her footing and was carried downstream. Ground, air, and search drones have been looking for her, but so far, no sign of her. Airbnb is banning indoor security cameras from all of its listings. The rental company had previously allowed indoor security cameras to be used in common areas, placed in spaces where you could see them if they were disclosed on the listing page. The company announced yesterday that outdoor security cameras will still be allowed. We'll take a look at the tip of the EKI in the Sky Next.
For the past 10 years, I have only recommended you Life Source Whole House Water Filtration System, delivering highly filtered, delicious water from every tap in the house. No maintenance, no salt, no monthly servicing. And part of their 40th anniversary, they're giving new customers a free Pure worth over $900 with the purchase of the ultimate package. Please call them for details. I'll tell you all about it. The offer ends March 31. Call 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. 800-WATER-99. LifeSourceWater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Clouds this morning. Should see some sunshine this afternoon. Highs in the upper 50s to upper 60s. This report brought to you by Allstate. We've got a crash in Pomona on the 10th.
Right there at there's just some injuries, drinking, some problems all off of the right shoulder. The traffic is super slow back from White Avenue all the way back up to the Kellogg interchange. So that's going to cost you some time. But that's like not doing much better. It's getting out of Ontario first because the construction there slowly starts about a vineyard out through there. The westbound side of the town also very slow as you approach Azusa Avenue from an earlier crash. It's slow all the way to Milwaukee. So it's a little bit better for you. We've got some problems on the eastbound side of the town. Downtown crash clear there. The 110 freeway, it's still slow though from about a stretch up, maybe even above grade. Well, Shiner, KFI the Sky.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/beat. All gambling problem, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be
swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dudixon. Visit Dudixon.com or call 1-844-DUDIXON.
A fraction of a raindrop, 3 grains of salt, but up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine, pressed pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs. You wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Live concerts.
Getting back to the roots we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
If most of the public doesn't feel safe, it's because we're not safe. In Gafgo's world, we're all wrong and he's right. You know how you feel. You know what you see. Most of those people in the streets, they're committing crimes every day. John Cobos, if deaths are out of control, nobody can dispute that. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And this is KFI AM 640. We'll be here on a Taco Tuesday, March 12th. Our own second segment of Tech Tuesday.
Just these other beings' operations. And it's unfortunate, but that's what's going to happen. It's kind of like whales not faring well with this deep water sonar. And research that the Navy conducts, they're saying it's harmful to them, it screws up their communications. Who knows how they feel about it? Maybe it gives them a headache or a feeling of oppression and bad vibes, and they have to get out of the area. So there you have us, human beings, more advanced form of creature. Can I just interrupt for a quick little tangent? Yeah, since you said that. You heard about this thing in Canada with the sound under the water? It scared all the... I did see, yeah. I saw nobody knows what it is. I saw the headlines. But, there's plenty of sounds, the deep sea sounds that happen, and people think it's maybe just an iceberg scraping. Yeah, but this is a ping. This is some kind of ping. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff. But they're saying it sounds mechanical. And it's pinging, and the fishermen are upset. The Inuit, I believe, who were fishing there, are upset because it's chasing catch is gone. And there was a thing a few years ago with the Navy. The U.S. Navy had been wanting to use what you were talking about, and it got banned. It went to court, and so they're supposedly not using it. And so now the Canadian military, I guess, is exploring to try to find out what's going on at the bottom. The feeling, though, that it is of terrestrial nature, right? It is something explainable, or they don't know, just nobody knows anything.
Nobody knows.
Okay.
There has not been an acknowledgement that it might be terrestrial.
USOs.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm just saying those. Or the Navy went ahead and did what they weren't supposed to do anyway, which is entirely possible. But but you wouldn't something else. And I guess the locals, the Inuits, are distrustful of Greenpeace. So I don't know if they are. That's pretty interesting. Greenpeace used to try to scare away seals because of the seal clubbing thing.
Yes.
But Greenpeace said we don't do that anymore. We support the Inuit because what they do is sustainable and that sort of thing. And it's not us.
Well, it's a conflict of interests.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on there. That's a tangent. It's one of our patented tangents. It comes back and we can get back on the course here.
No, but the point is the same, though. Whatever's going on, who knows, from another planet, interdimensional, whatever that is, may not be directed towards us. It's just a weird mechanical, industrial, on their level, side effect.
Right.
You don't stare into an arc welder's spark. I always do. Don't do that. Don't stare into the sun.
Yeah.
No, don't do it. Yeah, exactly, because you end up with these similar conditions, but there are occupational things that go along with infrasound.
Yes.
There are physical things that happen. We just don't know the origin, but there are real physical effects.
Well, and that's the thing. Whether Connie was hallucinating about the eyes,
Right.
the whole group heard the sound, and several in the group saw something
something running in the woods behind the building.
Number one,
And the
how are you?
deputy, Keel asked the deputy about, did you see something? And he was just said, yeah, I don't know, maybe it was a deer or something.
Right.
So you've got these different perspectives. And then on top of that, Mary Millette's ear is bleeding.
Yeah.
So we're having physical side effects to whatever took place in those moments. The bleeding ear and the loud sound, those are not hallucinations. Those are things that are happening. Although the loud sound is theoretically that could be a hallucination. But this is a group. Yeah, group hallucinations don't happen.
Okay,
So
if you have anything remote, can you please contact me? I'm not
yeah, no, I would say that they don't have it exactly like this. I don't know how you could chime in a group of people. Certainly, you
I
can
am,
introduce
but not
a
open.
euphoric phenomenon or stimulus, I would say, to a group of people. And some of them will feel the same thing, not all of them, but we talked about this again with infrasound. They've conducted this experiment on a group. You know, there's a loud bang at the same time that people hear. Right. It's kind of like, well, we talked about this before, you hearing the loud train or something crashing in the hotel room at the old Monte Vista. Yeah, I didn't hear anything, but that's going on inside your head. Yeah, well, that's exploding head syndrome, which I have. Right, but now if I had it also at the same time, that would have been real wacky. Well, especially if nothing had fallen, you know, because you know these factors, now that doesn't make sense to me because we can't have the same exact phenomenon unless somebody's manipulating us from outside. And here's the other thing too, when Keel talked about how Connie was in a state of abject terror, but she wasn't going in, that's why I asked you that. No, she wasn't. She was fine going in, so something overcame her. They were just about out of the building. She could have come out and been like, oh. It was like it wanted her to know it was there and knew she was there. Right. And or it was trying to get away, like, oh, I'm sorry you saw me. Yeah. Well, and this feeling of terror that's going to come up again later, that reminded me of what Terry and Gwen Sherman went through at Skinwalker Ranch whenever those orbs got near them. And this is something that's going to come up here in a minute that we're going to discuss with Keel too, of this feeling of abject fear beyond fight or flight, total paralyzation of just, we hear this all the time when people describe to us, when they email us their stories about bedroom encounters with strange beings, shadow people. It's indescribable, and I don't think that people who are quick to dismiss that, whereas you just saw a shadow, you just saw the curtains flapping, you can't even relay, and they cannot understand or feel what kind of deep down to the core primal terror these people are experiencing. All right, so Keel got everybody back home. And then, because I said nerves of steel, like to say something beside nerves, we have kids that listen to our nerves of steel. Mr. Keel parted ways with the scared group and went back to the TNT area alone. It must be 11 or midnight at this point, I'm not sure. Right, they started at 9. Yeah. So he's driving down one of the many deserted back roads in the area when he was suddenly overcome with a sense of bone-chilling fear. He pulled over, turned around, and drove slowly back to the spot where he felt that feeling. And lo and behold, it happened again. He writes that the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He turned the car around yet again and headed back, trying to figure out the exact spot by memorizing certain trees and fence posts. And the fear overtook him again. Now it was pitch black, the moon wasn't out. He said it was very, very hard to see anything. So now he pulls the car over, parks it, gets out, nerves of steel. He notices that there's not a single wildlife sound of any kind. No birds, no insects, no nothing. Now, I know that we have a lot of listeners that are from that part of the country. I myself grew up a large part of my life in North Carolina. It's not quiet at night. Lots of crickets, all kinds cicadas of sometimes. I love cicadas. Yeah, I love cicadas. Big red eyes. Yeah. If they don't glow, you don't see cicada eyes. You only see no, that was an earlier point. They're not giant bicycle reflectors. Yeah, conjunctivitis. But anyway, he gets out and he can hear nothing, and he decides he's going to walk back down the road towards the spot. He's doing fine, he's walking, and then he just took this one step too far, and the feeling came over him like a ton of bricks. It was powerful. He said he was petrified as he continued to walk through it. The terror was so great that when he got to the other side of it, even though his car was now back on the opposite side of whatever this zone of fear was, a short distance away. He actually contemplated staying where he was until the sun came up, rather than walk back through the zone to get to his car. That's how frightened he had gotten. So eventually, he screwed up the nerve to walk back through it, and like clockwork, the terror returned. Keel came to the conclusion that he must have been passing through some sort of ultrasonic zone of fear that was finite in its boundaries. He went back in the daytime to the same spot, looking.
Pipeline that might be in a vessel, discharge, or that is seeping from the ocean floor.
Oil seen the first reported Thursday in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Investigators are trying to figure out the cause of a fatal crash involving a Forest Service truck and two other cars near Yucaipa.
Photos from the scene show a firefighter crew truck flipped over, vehicle parts scattered all around an area of Highway 38. The crash happened Saturday afternoon, killing one person in a civilian vehicle. All 9 firefighters in the truck were injured and taken to a hospital. The firefighters are part of the hotshot crew based at the Mill Creek Fire Station in the San Bernardino National Forest. Hotshot crews are inserted into the worst parts of a wildfire. The trucks are large, heavy, and specially designed for rugged terrain. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The Russian Defense Ministry says a military transport plane with 15 people on board has crashed during takeoff. Officials say there were 8 crew and 7 passengers, and that an engine fire during takeoff was likely the cause of the crash. Top intelligence officials have warned of threats coming from the southern border. During a hearing on Capitol Hill yesterday, FBI Director Christopher Wray said the FBI seized enough fentanyl in the last 2 years to kill 270 million people. He says some smuggling networks have ties to ISIS. Other concerns discussed included potential actions by Russia, Iran, and China, and risks posed by advances in AI. They also talked about the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Astronauts from 4 countries have returned to Earth aboard a SpaceX capsule.
199 days after they lifted off. 4 crew members, 1 each from Japan, Denmark, Russia, and the United States, have dropped gently into the Gulf of Mexico to await the recovery boats.
ABC's Jim Ryan says the crew returned from the International Space Station. One member said he couldn't wait to hear birds singing in the trees and that he was craving crunchy food. We'll check the 5 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Bad breath, absolutely no. If you got bad breath, the people that you're talking with, living with, they don't like it. Even worse, you get to smell their breath. So let me introduce you to Zellman's Minty Mouth Mint. And this is all about really cleaning up your breath. It's not just a mint, it's a breath freshener. It's tiny little capsules that you swallow, and it's clinically tested against the toughest offenders. Garlic, onions, there's the old shaking into the package of Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints. That's actually AM. You started a fake. Yeah. Shaking. Yeah, so it sounds like castanets. You can do this to music too. Pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck on the minty coating, then you swallow the capsules of parsley seed oil for fresh, clean breath that lasts 4 hours. You can bite into them, that also works. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath, it actually cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. And it goes down. First of all, you suck on the minty coating, then you swallow it, and it goes to work in your gut. And it gives you, well, Zellman's. I mean, I use them all the time. They give you a money-back guarantee. I know you'll never use. Free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. I know you're going to order more. And I've known the folks behind Zellman's for over 30 years. Matter of fact, I bought into the company. That's how much I believe in it. Go to Zellmans.com, ZELMINS, 15% off when you use the code KFI. That's 15% off. I gotta get this one right. When you use the code KFI at checkout, Zellmans, ZELMINS, Zellmans, thank you, Neil, Zellmans.com. Oh, and 2, thanks, Dan. See it spelled around. Zellmans.com. That was, what, a minute and a half commercial for 60? Yeah, that's about right. Okay, Amy.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny after these sticky morning clouds. I guess they're not sticky, but after these morning clouds clear out, highs will be in the mid-60s at the beaches. Mid to upper 60s for Metro LA, Inland Orange County, the valleys, and Inland Empire. 50s to low 60s with gusty winds in the high desert. Clouds tonight and tomorrow morning, then clearing off to mostly sunny skies. A little bit warmer with highs in the 60s to low 70s. Sunny skies on the way for Thursday, Friday, and all the way through the weekend. It's 55 in Brea 54, Lake Forest. This is not closure in Santa Clarita on Fun.
Gonna be good for a few hours. County Transit, the CHP, has the Cal off ramp shut down there on the northbound side of the Bible. It's an Earth Point trash truck fire. The contents in the back of the truck, apparently somebody threw something in their trash that was not quite extinguished, and that's what's going on there. They have to clean the whole thing up. They're saying 6 hours, so that puts us around 1 p.m. from when this was originally started. So definitely an area to avoid. You can go north 14 to Soledad for us. That'll get you around that. I should mention some other closures we've got going on. Topanga Canyon completely shut down from Topanga Village all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway, both directions, as they clean up landslide and rock slide activity there. PCH, though, is open through that whole stretch, but northbound down to 1 lane. So, yeah, we're seeing some great things there as you get out of the Pacific Palisades area. And the eastbound side of the tent, nothing slowing on the westbound side, but the eastbound side still recovering from earlier crashing, so from Brea all the way into downtown. Local driver KFI in the sky.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At Ball State University, we're always reaching higher. One of the top first-year experiences in the country. No one invests in students like us. More than 115 majors, countless opportunities for life-changing career-lifting experiences. When you fly, we fly. BSU.edu.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
There it is. Opening for the Yankees.
Tiger Woods is one of our most awe-inspiring sports icons. A reflection in a lot of ways of America's history, its values, and ideals.
Puerto American Indian mothers have Puerto Chinese and Puerto White. So, that's why you are America's son.
Yeah. Tiger has been world famous for decades, and his story, it comes with many chapters, groundbreaking achievements.
Tiger Woods is the 100th U.S. Open champion in history.
A shocking fall from grace.
I am deeply sorry for my irresponsible, selfish behavior.
He was all about everything, and now he's at the bottom of the ravine.
And of course, what many believe is the greatest sports comeback of all time.
Any doubt that we ever see it. And here it is. Return to glory.
But few people have really gotten to know Tiger.
And winning is kind of lonely. I knew we had to keep the world at bay.
It's largely been left to the media to tell his story.
A remarkable start, what promises to be a remarkable career.
Tiger Woods doesn't just play golf, he is golf. He's like another Gandhi.
That's in the history of golf. No question in my mind.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
This is All American, a new series from Stitcher, hosted by me, Jordan Bell. And this season, with the help of journalist Albert Chen, we're asking,
What if the story of Tiger Woods that the media has been telling, what if it's been completely wrong?
All-American Tiger. Look out for episodes every Thursday, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
This is Steve Gregory. I'd like you to join me for a live taping of the KFI News special, Sex,
What up,
Drugs,
GB?
and Social Media. It's an important look at how social media has become a gateway for kids and deadly and dangerous activities.
For any plausible culprit, power lines, transformers, microwave towers, there was nothing. And to add to that,
How you living, Tim?
It's free to attend. Go to KFI.
How's your day?
/enter. Be a part of the live studio audience. Go to KFI.
I hope you're doing well.
/enter. KFI AM 640. Bill Hamel here. It is a Taco Tuesday, March the 12th. As I continue on, coming up next segment, Big Pharma and a judge, federal judge, a Trump judge, slams what? What about China? Do you
the feeling was gone from the same spot.
anything you want said made in China?
All right, first, so what do you think about that? What do you think that could have been? He didn't see an orb, he didn't see a UFO, he didn't see anything, but he did say that this particular instance was something that, because it happened kind of early on in his investigation, was something that convinced him that there was a lot more going on at Point Pleasant than people thought. It's a ray gun that shoots fear. That's what it is. Yeah. Or a machine that generates it just as a byproduct. Right. From hearing about all that, it's some kind of process. It does not sound supernatural, because that's another thing. Maybe if you believe any of this, and you go down that road of shadow beings and ghosts terrorizing people and demons, scaring people to their very core, maybe they're employing some of these physiological. Maybe he's walking through Patrick Swayze's got paralysis. Was it scary? Was it Whoopi Goldberg? Who's the? No, she's the medium, right? Yeah, she's the medium. Telling Demi Moore, but did Demi Moore feel this kind of fear? No, actually, I don't. She felt the warmth of the hands massaging her, right? She's pottery. Okay, it's a love story. It's not going to be an abject terror story. Yes, I see. But the point is that he's defined this area, the zone, as he calls it, which is really interesting from a scientific standpoint, because you can step into it, you can step out of it. Yeah, if you think about it, we have somewhat similar technology that they are developing for crowd dispersal, the government, where they can point a microwave beam at you. And how it's described is that it's a really, really intense heat, right, at the spot where they're aiming this at you. And what you want to do is immediately get out of the way. Yeah, that's what works great for crowd dispersal, where it's non-lethal. You immediately want to leave the area as quickly as possible, because you cannot stand it. So that's like McDonald's chairs. They're designed to make you uncomfortable after about 10 minutes. Eat your dang Happy Meal to get the hell out. That's kind of, we don't charge very much for this, but we want you to eat it and get out so we can turn this over. We pick it up in volume. Yes. I actually sampled and experienced a new technology, which is even now, this would be like 10 years ago, that a company, a vendor, come in wanting us to use it for some of the large corporate events I sometimes work on, where it was a directed beam of audio, of sound. It was a speaker. It was a flat panel speaker, and that was interesting. It wasn't a cone, it wasn't a beam, it was not a ray gun. It was just a flat panel that was actually a speaker, but it was highly directional, which means the zone of sound could be 5 or 6 inches wide. You think like it's kind of a gimmick. The other weird thing is that you could bounce it off walls, like a laser beam, onto somebody's head. They'd be the only person to hear the audio coming out of the speakers. So what's interesting is that at a large convention, a crowd, say like you're down, you're at the convention center for Comic-Con, let's say, and you want to advertise your specific product, you can point it at somebody in the crowd and freak them out. Yeah. Because it's like, Thor is listening to you, my friend. Buy my new comic. What? You don't know where it's coming from. And so in that way, it's kind of a really interesting technology, because the people next to you won't even hear it, just you. And that's nothing special or mystical about it. There's nothing paranormal about it. It's just a control of sound waves. The other application is that it's good for sometimes submarines. You're in a large metal tube, it's very noisy, people are hearing different commands, different stations are hearing different commands, which may conflict with the station next to them. So instead of everybody having to wear headphones, So they can only hear the channel they're supposed to hear. And you would have a speaker above you, so you're only hearing the commands and instructions that you're supposed to hear. The person next to you isn't getting confused, and they're not getting flooded with noise pollution. I feel like that might be classified information. No, the guy told us. I know it was being tested at the moment, so you can control different stimuli, I guess, in a very general sense, in a very directed area. So when you take a look at him going to this little area, fear, no fear, just sticking it out. Right. It's in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. Well, that also adds to the fear, of course. You know, and it adds to the spookiness. But this guy's been around the block. He's not shaken up much. Right. I believe that it is some kind of byproduct. I'm not sure if it was directed at him, but who knows? I don't know. Certainly could be a warning, though. Well, like a ticket, almost like a again, like to scare you from going down the road and get you to turn around and go back. Exactly. That's my point about the crowd control. Leave the square now. Yeah. Go home. And we mentioned this in an older episode. We did, and you mentioned it a few minutes ago. We did talk about infrasound because Keel talks about, he calls it ultrasonic in his book. Now, this is 1975, a little bit before a lot of the study. Yeah. But he talked about how he felt that this ultrasonic sound could engender a feeling of fear. He himself was ascribing a technology reason to what he thought was happening. We mentioned this experiment that happened in September of 2003. I just want to read this article real quick. Again, this is an AP article. Mysteriously snuffed out candles, weird sensations, and shivers down the spine may not be due to the presence of ghosts in haunted houses, but to very low frequency sound that is inaudible to humans. British scientists have shown in a controlled experiment that the extreme bass sound, known as infrasound, produces a range of bizarre effects in people, including anxiety, extreme sorrow, and chills, supporting popular suggestions of a link between infrasound and strange sensations. Normally, you can't hear it, Richard Lord, an acoustic scientist at the National Physical Laboratory of England, who worked on the project, said Monday. Lord and his colleagues who produced infrasound with 23-foot pipe and tested its impact on 750 people at a concert said infrasound is also generated by natural phenomena. Quote, some scientists have suggested that this level of sound may be present at some allegedly haunted sites and so cause people to have odd sensations that they attribute to a ghost. Our findings support these ideas, end quote, said Professor Richard Wiseman, a psychologist at the University of Hertfordshire in southern England. Lord and Wiseman played 4 contemporary pieces of live music, including some laced with infrasound at a London concert hall, and asked the audience to describe their reactions to the music.
Sanchez is in custody in San Diego and is expected to be arraigned in federal court in coming weeks in LA. No tickets with all 6 winning numbers were sold for last night's Powerball drawing.
The audience did not know which pieces included infrasound, but 22% reported more unusual experiences when it was present in the music. Their unusual experiences included feeling uneasy or sorrowful, getting chills down the spine, or nervous feelings of revulsion or fear. Quote, these results suggest that low-frequency sound can cause people to have unusual experiences, even though they cannot consciously detect infrasound, said Wiseman. He presented his findings to the British Association Science Conference. In terms of natural phenomenon, infrasound is also produced by storms, seasonal winds, and weather patterns in some types of earthquakes. Animals such as elephants also use infrasound to communicate over long distances or as weapons to repel foes. All right, again, so that was 2003. Right. It's amazing to me that Keel had some sort of knowledge of this idea in 1975. Well, he was trying to quantify the experience that he had witnessed himself, but of course, the phenomenon has happened ever since this earth was around. Yeah. Because sometimes it can be wind going through trees or power lines. It's a kind of low vibration. People have often, said about the Diala Pass incident. Well, it's probably just infrasound, including Donnie. Yeah, look at that video because as he's saying it, he just kind of looks off, and it's just so dramatic. He's like, not casting any aspersions on all of that. No, my point being is that doing like your publisher tells you, maybe so. And people, they say like, well, maybe it was whistling through the trees, but it's like, well, no, there are specific geographical and geological instances that have to happen before that infrasound can occur. So they're on the slope of the mountain, kind of open. Now, if they were in a canyon, okay, I totally believe that much more. if they were in a copse of trees, as Scott likes to say, the copse, you know, depending on that from George Knapp. Right, exactly. I knew the word, but I can't take credit for it becoming part of my personal zeitgeist. No. Just another fun word we like to say. Depending on how the trees are growing and how closely they are situated to each other and how the wind is coming through them, that can produce first sound. Well, wasn't there a story about an air conditioning unit or something that was rumbling and making people sick? That is the original story where, I don't remember the names, but it led to the first study and I think paper or report on it where... Don't hold us to the details. We're telling that, everybody. You're telling everybody. I'm telling the listeners. Just do it. It's okay. There's a guy who was he worked in a basement at a research facility or university, and his hobby was fencing. So he was working on his foil, which is your sword, which is a very thin, flexible blade, so you don't actually stand anybody, you jab. It's not bad. So he has a device. He starts noticing this thing is like vibrating wildly. He's a scientist. He's a skeptical man by nature. He's like, okay, what's causing this? This is not right. There's no ghost. I don't see person with a bed sheet and holes cut out. There's nothing ghost-like. That's not where his mind went first. He's like, okay, that's very strange. I can see it. I can feel this kind of maybe some uneasiness. But he then took to finding out exactly what was causing it. They found it was, it's the air ducts and a AC exchange above. So there's hot and cold air running through it, air conditioning. And when the joints aren't fitting properly, you get a little vibration like a whistle or a flute. It was the air passing through these ducts that was causing an infrasound scenario right there in that room. And what it is like, you're now the confluence of these sine waves. You're getting a peak like waves. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So it's constructive interference. Very good. Yeah. But what it is an amplified effect. So we all may experience a little bit of it in an old building where the pipes are fitting very well. You may not get all those experiences like a feeling of dread, but he noticed that whatever it is, it's really at this point in the room where the sword was clamped down. He's getting a hot spot. That's why it was vibrating so wildly. This is like a human dog whistle of fear. A little bit. Yeah, no. But you know what? Let's talk about it. You know what's interesting about this? The Mythbusters took a look at this. And I didn't know that until today. I looked it up. Mythbusters episode 193, which aired on October 28th. It was part of a Halloween special. 2012, before they went off the air. God rest that show's soul. They took a look at infrasound as fear-inducing. They went out to 4 abandoned cabins in the woods, and they filled one of them with this imperceptible infrasound. And then they had 10 people spend 3 minutes in each cabin. They told their volunteers that something bad had happened in each one of the cabins, and they intentionally picked, I watched this segment, they intentionally picked a place that was run down but not so creepy that they would be automatically creeped. It was a resort that no one had used in like 15 years with little cabins. So the third cabin of the 4 had a 40,000 watt sound system by a company I believe is called Meyer Sound, which was playing an inaudible 19 hertz tone. That's below the range. Yes. So out of the 10 volunteers that went into these cabins, only 2 indicated that cabin number 3 made them feel uneasy. The Mythbusters declared infrasound as a fear-inducing element as busted based on that statistic. However, I want to say one thing before you jump in here. I didn't put this together when I was putting our outline together. That's 20%. It's exactly the same number that they gave in 2003. Absolutely. It's 2 out of 10 people. For me, it's not necessarily busted. It's just a low quantity of people are reacting to it. Mythbusters is saying, this is statistically insignificant, but I think this might not necessarily be the case of statistical insignificance as much as a sensitivity that not everybody has. Well, exactly. Now, if you've taken those 2 people that felt that, and you've got another 8 who are physiologically exactly the same, well, then you get 100%, wouldn't you? Right, maybe. That's what I'm hearing. And, they always got pushback on how they did it. People are always trying to be like, you did this all wrong. Which I'm not getting on that train. I love that show. But the concert, that's why, was there 700 people? There was a large amount of people. Yeah. And again, scientifically, yes, you want the greatest number of samplings from your control group there to test on. And so when you get something though that's about the same, yeah, there's 750 people. I'm sorry, I went back and looked. Yeah, okay, so going back to Dyatlov, because that was abject sheer terror enough that you made experienced hikers and outdoors people run half naked out in the snow where they knew that would kill them. That alone would kill them, that exposure. That's not going to kill them. My point is, what, they all experienced that high level of sheer terror? I see what you're saying. This is a really good point. This is a good follow-up. Well, that was my original point of the whole thing, is that what a revelation was. That's very interesting. Hear that the first time we No, I guess maybe I did, but we've got two experiments here by two different parties showing that only 20% of people can even perceive it. Yeah. Then there's no way that 100% of the Dyatlov kids would have reacted to infrasound. You could say, like, well, out of 1,000 people, and 20% of those, if you take now a larger number of people, the 20%, and they all happen to go on the same hiking trip, then they're going to have that same experience or feel the same effects. My point is, that is way too high for natural infrasound. Infrasound goes all over the world. I read a story, years ago about a university team experimenting with very low frequency sound, and this totally might be false, but maybe not even find this on the internet anywhere, even show. But I read this article that the university team had basically constructed something that was like a giant referee whistle, and had taken a wind machine, blown air through it, so you get this very low frequency sound, and the effect was everybody around it immediately fell over and started vomiting. Totally incapacitating. Yeah. Now, I believe that effect, that's possible. I believe that something that big and low and loud could have that effect on a great number of people around. Yeah. There were definitely dudes in my high school that had car stereos. Oh, yeah. Well, people would do they do that at concerts, like bounce the quarter on the roof. Yeah, you can see it vibrating. People want to sit on the speakers at a concert. Some people do. Yeah, not everybody finds that enjoyable. But here's another guy that lets the thump in his chest. So it's crazy, but again, it doesn't affect everybody. So the point is that just the odds, we'll get odds here to figure out the math on this. Yeah, but the fact that all these people at Dyatlov who all were prone to this, all went on the same camping trip just by accident. And all had a very extremely high level of sheer terror and panic at the very same time to experience that. I would just guess that that's not possible. So if you talk to Keel, in Keel's situation, it's like being in the Four Corners, like I'm in Arizona. Arizona. You're jumping back and forth. It's very delineated. Then that tells me that it's more, I guess, mechanical in a way, or there's something creating this. It's not a natural Del Zono, freak out. It's not an exact beat that's happening naturally. So that's just my assessment of what John Keel was experiencing. That just very narrow, directed sensation. Just out of curiosity, is there a scottphilbert.com website lurking out there somewhere on the interwebs? Yeah, actually, I did register that domain name, but I never had the time to learn how to develop it the way I wanted. Yeah, me too. Look, I've got a couple of domain names, and now they're just sitting there for years as one of millions of site under construction pages. Well, obviously, we're not the only ones to have a placeholder parked on the internet for years with no hope of ever becoming anything. But now there's a solution, and that solution is Squarespace. Squarespace is the all-in-one solution for starting from nothing to having a beautiful website that works for you the moment you publish. With Squarespace, you can register a domain name and extension, choose from hundreds of designer templates to create your own look, pick the functions you want your site to have, and then you're ready to showcase your work, promote your business, and sell your products, or just have fun with your own online presence. You don't have to read a bunch of books or take expensive courses to become a webmaster, because not only do they make creating a website as easy and quick as possible, Squarespace is there for you 24/7 with their award-winning customer support. Whether it's e-commerce functionality with analytics and built-in search engine optimization, or you just want something that looks cool for your blog, Squarespace is the answer. And now you can check out everything Squarespace has to offer with a free trial just by going to squarespace.com. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code LEGENDS to save 10%. Squarespace, make it beautiful.
Hi, I'm Adam. You're listening to Astonishing Legends with Scott Philbrook and Morris Burgess. Now, back to the show.
Well, here's the other thing about the Mythbusters episode. At the top of the episode, when they were setting things up, Jamie was testing things out, and he was sitting in that cabin, the third cabin, which he knew, of course, was playing the 19 hertz tone. When they first turned it on, it was rattling the windows and everything. So they had to do all this kind of mixing and adjusting to make it completely inaudible. Yeah. So that things weren't rattling, whether you could hear or not. And they did that. And then Jamie was sitting in the chair in there before they were going to do the experiment. And he said, he didn't have a feeling of fear, but he definitely had a feeling of anxiety.
It feels like I have butterflies in my stomach, or I'm really tired, but I've had too much coffee. It's sort of anxiety producing. I don't know about fear, but it's unnerving.
So I guess he's one of the 2 out of 10. I thought when he said that, and of course that's why the editors put it in there, makes the show more interesting. You think everybody's going to hear it, but he acknowledged that even though they busted that myth. Yeah. So anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Well, no, it's again, yeah, but not to the extreme level where he's like, I can get out of here, Yeah. Goes to Mr. Chicken, you're not nuts, and then you get crazy scream and runs out of there. What have you taken the parameters of this test and cranked them up to the unhealthy levels, like I said about the referee's whistle? What if you took a 100,000-watt sound system and played a 5 hertz tone? Now, I'm only talking when does it start affecting? Yeah, when do you start bleeding from your eyes and ears and your other orifice? I heard that elephants can hear or sense down to 5 hertz tone, and that's how they communicate. They can rumble so low, and they feel vibrations in the ground. It's part of their communication system. So we're not that size, though. They can handle it, right? We cannot. So what I'm wondering is, what if you just crank these things up? What if you can get the feeling up to those kinds of levels where you feel like you have to run out of there for your life? All right, just a quick aside here. I have always been a huge fan of Mythbusters. My son loves it. We have so much fun watching it together, even in reruns now. In fact, I think I was pretty much giddy when Carrie Byron started tweeting at us about the Shadow People episode. I sent her a bunch of t-shirts. Also, I did want to mention something else. I actually went to Comic-Con in 2015. My wife, that's right, I picked you up. Yes, she did. My wife was a voice on a Hulu series called The Awesomes that Seth Meyers produced and created. And so we went down there because she was on a panel. When we were there, I had tried really bad to see Adam Savage. And I just missed him because at conventions where there's lots and lots of people, I'm not the best with managing my time. I had miscalculated, when he was going to be there, and I got to the little booth and he wasn't there. So I was sad to miss him. But I did notice that he was tweeting. He had a party, probably for industry people or something, and at this party he had some stuff there that he had brought on the road with him, including the very rare Sankara stones from Indiana Jones, which he owns. Yeah, the original of the film. Yeah, and he had them there in a case, and one of them got stolen at this party sometime after 9:45 p.m. I think on July 12th of 2015. Just wanted to say, in the spirit of how that worked out, if you, listening to the show, or anyone you know, has any idea where Adam Savage's Sankara stone is, he has a no questions asked return policy on it. So I wanted to say, and we wanted to do this because I'm such a fan of the show. Anyone who might have it or can get this information to the person who does have it can send it to us and we'll get it back to Adam. Again, no questions asked. Our shipping address as of now is 4804 Laurel Canyon Boulevard, number 205, Los Angeles, California, 91607. If you're listening to this show more than a year after it was released, please check our contact details at our website to confirm our most current shipping address. Well, I got one thing to add here. May the dastardly nerd who took it feel the wrath of Kaniba. Nice. Okay, my grandfather's hammer. Just out nerded you right there. Oh, thank you. But I would also call it Chucky Day. Okay. We should put it to the art and see if they can find it. Well, it's hard to sell a stolen item like that. Yeah, even to fake it, it's probably sitting in his figurine collection, or I doubt it's sitting on the cubicle wall of his graphic design shop. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Let's get back on topic here. Good luck with that, Adam. I was tweeting over a few days ago. You did confirm that he still doesn't have that. All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about the things that happened to John Keel leading up to the collapse of the bridge. There were events that seemed to belie some sort of omniscient presence that knew every choice that he was going to make before he made it. And this is the part of the book that really, really blew my mind. Sometimes it seemed like whatever was messing with him had an ability to see the future, and it knew everything about him, even things that he didn't know about himself. A lot of this did make it into the movie in a fascinating way. But firstly, I want to take a look at another sighting that demonstrates how this kind of stuff was happening to him. NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, calls 1967 the mother of all sighted waves. We actually have a link to NICAP sightings from 1967. It's the full report. It is astronomical how many UFOs are popping up, not just in Point Pleasant, all over the United States and all over the world in 1967 specifically. In this story, which was from Kimmy's book, in January of 1967, a man named Tad Jones was driving down Route 64 in Dunbar, West Virginia. Now, Dunbar is about 49 miles southeast of Point Pleasant. And Route 64 was brand new at the time. In fact, it had just been completed. They were probably still painting the stripes on it. And Tad came upon a huge vehicle blocking the road. He thought it was a construction truck, and he slowed down. And then as he got closer to it, he realized it was floating in midair about 4 feet off the ground. He said it was a metallic metal sphere about 20 to 25 feet in diameter, and that it had, get this, according to Keel, 4 legs attached to it that all had wheels at the bottom of them that looked like caster wheels. There are other reports that say it had only 2 legs, and that also say it had 2 antennas sticking up on top of it. Now, the wheels would be the ones like you would see on the bottom of a gurney at the hospital in the Jacob's Ladder, which is horrific and dipping like a yak or a grocery cart. Also scary. But Tad Jones said there was also a small window on it, about 9 inches in diameter, but you couldn't see anything inside. And here we go again, with like the 50s standard. At the bottom was a propeller of some kind that seemed to be idling when he first pulled up. And then when he got to about within 10 feet of it, the propeller revved up and this thing rose up into the sky and disappeared. So, Tad went on to his appliance store. However, he was freaked out enough that he reported the incident to the cops, and it did make its way into the papers. Here's actually a really interesting article in the Beckley Post-Herald from Beckley, West Virginia, Friday morning, January 20th, 1967, with an interview with Tad Jones about what he saw that day. I sighted this object quite a distance from the road and thought it must be State Road Commission equipment. I couldn't drive around it because it was about 20 feet in diameter and blocked the westbound driving lanes. I got out of my truck, walked up, and looked it over, John said. It was hovering above the roadway, about 3 or 4 feet. It had 4 wheels, and on the bottom of the ball was a propeller-like apparatus, which was revolving noiselessly. At the top was a round window with 2 antennae. In the middle of the object was a protruding flange or seam, which indicated to me that it had been connected together in some way. It was aluminum in color. I looked up at the window, but didn't see anyone. I stood there a minute, and then it gently rose, and without any exhaust, or odor, or any noise whatsoever, it went straight up. I watched it for what must have been a minute, or a minute and a half, until it passed from sight. I was amazed. It was some time before I got back in my truck and went to work. And quite a bit later before I decided I'd better report this to the Guthrie Air Force Base Radar Force. Right, so there it is in his own words. No noise, no exhaust. Right. It sounds like a balloon. A little bit to me.
I don't know, going back to the Bigelow Aerospace designs.
Yeah.
The strange stumpy balloons.
Anyway, so that's the article. On the surface, that's just another sighting story.
Right.
Here's the thing that's different about it. A few days after Tad's sighting, an issue of True Magazine hit the stands with an article in it that John Keel had written. True Magazine was printed from 1937 to 74, and it changed a lot over the years. Originally, it was called like True Magazine for Men or something.
Yeah.
It was all outdoorsy. Yeah. Then there was another editor that took over, I think, in the 50s, who was super UFO-y.
No. After 1947, this got really popular.
Yeah, exactly.
Still for kids and sci-fi, buffs, but mostly it's kid stuff.
But John was a contributor. I'm sure he was sending in these great stories. And so he had sent in freelance article to contribute to True Magazine. And this particular issue came out in just a few days.
Crap shoved down my throat. I can't swallow ragouts.
Jerry and Shannon.
It never gets old seeing people in the new shared workspace down the hall on Zoom calls talking about a Q3 rollout, and in the speakers overhead, it's like 369, damn, she's fine, and it's blasting because we've got this new boss, mentioned it before, who thinks we should have our stations piped in, and I love it. It's a great idea. Real 92.3 is one of our stations. It seems to get the early morning slot.
Does it rotate?
And
that's what it hits. It's right when the meeting starts.
It's very funny.
Okay, a lot going on. I did something I haven't done in probably 45 years. I got shampoo in my eye this morning, and I almost called out. Like, I was afraid to drive to work. My eye hurts so bad. What a toddler move to get shampoo in your eye.
Am I going to have to get you no tears?
Can you tell which one? Just by looking at me. Point to which one you think it is.
Probably that one.
No, it was this one. It was really red this morning.
Well, they're both kind of red.
Well, now it's because I've been crying.
Why didn't you just flush it out?
I tried.
What shampoo do you use?
Apparently bad stuff. Yeah, it's not safe for children, that's for sure.
I'm going to get you some Johnson & Johnson.
No, I'm fine.
I'm going to order it right now.
I learned very quickly, keep your eyes closed.
Oh, boy.
Checking myself out in the mirror, I guess.
Is that a new undershirt?
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell.
Right.
I now know your undergarments.
I realize those I don't wear them all the time, but they go so quickly. They're just made so shoddily these days.
They are.
So I got some new white T-shirts. So, and crew neck is the only way to go. People who wear V-necks are animals.
I love a V-neck.
I wear a V-neck. Like I said, V-necks. People who wear V-necks are animals.
I love a V-neck on a woman. I have been addicted to white V-necks.
I will not disagree with you.
For many years. One of my girlfriends makes fun of me pretty regularly because I've been wearing white V-necks for 30 years. I have like 5 in my drawer.
We're watching what's going on Capitol Hill right now. The House Judiciary Committee is interviewing, is probably the better way to put it, Robert Hur. Formerly of the Department of Justice, he has retired from his position, but he was the one who put out the report that suggested that President Biden could have been charged with a crime for the way he mishandled classified documents, but that they wouldn't bring charges, or he didn't recommend charges, because the jury would look at him as sort of a senile old guy who's just forgetful.
It was gratuitous. It was absolutely gratuitous. Because here's the thing, you don't need to say that as a special counsel. You just need to believe if you can win that case or not, if you can prove beyond reasonable doubt or what have you. You don't have to give your reasoning for why you don't think you could get a conviction in the case. It's very rare for a prosecutor to reveal what their reasoning is. The number 2 thing is, don't forget, this is a deposition. Most people, when they're in a deposition, they are told by their counsel to not remember anything.
Right,
I don't recall. Biden repeatedly said he didn't know or couldn't remember how his aides stored or handled sensitive documents, how they ended up in boxes that were moved to a private office, homes he occupied after leaving the vice presidency, and that is the only option in terms of how he should answer those questions. If you come out there and you're like, oh yes, of course I knew where the classified documents were, oh yes, I transported them and I put them next to the Corvette, then you're guilty. That's against your counsel. That is more of a sign of dementia than obfuscating.
Here was Robert Hur, part of Robert Hur's opening statement. The department's regulations required me to write a confidential report explaining my decision to the Attorney General. I understood that my explanation about this case had to include rigorous, detailed, and thorough analysis. In other words, I needed to show my work. My assessment in the report about the relevance of the president's memory is necessary, accurate, and fair. Most importantly, what I wrote is what I believe the evidence shows, what I expect jurors would perceive and believe. This guy watched a bunch of it this morning. This guy knows what he's talking about, standing by his report, despite actually people on both sides of the aisle trying to get at him. Here was Congressman Hank Johnson out of Georgia, Democrat. Despite clearing President Biden from being prosecuted, you used your report to trash and smear President Biden because he said it was in response to questions over a 5-hour interview that he didn't recall how he got the documents, and you knew that that would play into the Republicans' narrative that the president is unfit for office because he's senile. And the American people saw during the State of the Union address that that was not true. But yet that's what you tried to offer to them, and that's why they are having you here today, so that they can expand upon that narrative. And you knew that that's what was going to happen, didn't you?
Congressman, I reject the suggestion that you have just made. It's not
Let me move on. You are
whatsoever.
You are a member of the Federalist Society, are you not?
And fair.
He is a Republican.
Are you a member of the Federalist Society?
I am not a member of the Federalist Society.
But you are a Republican, though, aren't you?
I am a registered Republican.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he goes on, did Congressman Johnson, to say, and who appointed you? Donald Trump did, but he was approved unanimously by the Senate.
You can't ignore that. When all of this came out, it did come out that he's a Republican. It did come out that Trump appointed him. You have to take it all into consideration.
Well, now we do, yes, because of the way that politics is. Let me point out also that we're, that CNN, Fox, both carrying Robert Hur's testimony live in front of the House Judiciary Committee. What does it mean? What does it matter? How does it impact us in our daily lives? A little bit. Below him, right there in the little corner, all of those intelligence chiefs that testified yesterday in front of the House are in front of the Senate today, talking about literal threats to our democracy from outside and internal sources. That's not the headline.
That has gotten no attention. In fact, all of the national news last night led with Princess Kate and her altered photos. Forget about the FBI reports. All right, coming up next.
I said people wear V-neck t-shirts. They're just monsters.
I don't see the correlation.
But they're the ones that are driving this mess. Sorry.
All right. Wow. I don't know. I don't think it's about the V-necks at this point. Coming up next, a Boeing whistleblower turned up dead. Suspicious? We will find out. Amy Kank is in the newsroom.
And for the record, Shannon and Gary, we had an interview about the threat to democracy this morning.
Okay.
A man sleeping under a car has been killed when the owner of the vehicle started her car and ran over into Northridge. It happened shortly before 4:30 this morning on North Reseda Boulevard. The possibly homeless man was trapped under a Mercedes when police arrived and died at sea. The Prime Minister of Haiti has agreed to resign. The capital city of Port-au-Prince has been racked by out-of-control gang violence. Haiti declared a state of emergency last weekend after gangs banded together and attacked government institutions, airports, seaports, and got into prisons and set thousands of prisoners free. Raspberries frontman Eric Carmen has died. His wife says he passed away over the weekend. After the Raspberries broke up in the 70s, Carmen went on to have a successful solo career with hits like All By Myself, Never Gonna Fall in Love Again, and Hungry Eyes from Dirty Dancing. Eric Carmen was 74. Got some clouds hanging around this morning, clearing to sunny skies this afternoon, highs in the 50s to upper 60s. This report brought to you by Robert Half. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash in Chatsworth on 118.
Details about it. It's going to be 118 as you head westbound. Right there to David Canyon. Some sort of incident, possibly delays all the way back from, looks like, almost Tampa Avenue on the westbound side. So yeah, you're going to find some slowing there. If you spot what it is, we're a little far to the south, but if you spot what it is, let us know. Down 250 on your cell phone, keyword KFI traffic. Also, earlier, kind of south outside of the 5 at Van Nuys Boulevard. Causing delays back from the 405. And I should mention the 405 is especially slow today. Southbound from Roscoe Boulevard all the way through the Spalding Pass to about Sunset Boulevard. Don't forget, we still have that closure up to the north. Well, outside the 5 Calgary, that off-ramp is shut down until the afternoon to clear away earlier trash truck fire. It is slow through the Santa Clarita area. Well, Culture, KFI in the sky.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy.
Side pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
A fraction of a raindrop, 3 grains of salt, at up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine, breast pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs. You wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Guinness the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar in it. No high fructose corn syrup and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
$5 credit.
AT&T is offering a $5 credit.
Why would they even announce that? $5 credit. Oh man, I'm pissed as hell. My phone didn't work. How about $5?
Hey, the Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
I would have to pull my money, my wife's money, just to get a hamburger, fries, and Coke.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jerry Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We will continue to monitor what's going on in Capitol Hill. The full transcript of the special counsel deposition with President Biden over classified documents has been provided to Congress. One of my favorite points in the transcript from what I've read is when he talks about his visit to Mongolia. No, he describes in vivid detail because his allies think giving people the full transcript will shed light on the fact that he is not a doddering old fool. He was just trying to obfuscate when it came to the classified documents, that he does in fact have strong memories. And one of the strong memories he had was from 2011 when he displaying unexpected archery skills at an event to, it was a cultural performance in his honor, and that he wowed everybody with these archery skills he didn't even know he had. That's like a Trump. That's a Trump.
I would brag about it too.
Totally.
There is also, because of those transcripts, by the way, it has been pointed out that President Biden was the one who brought up the death of Beau Biden first.
Yes.
It was revisited later. But remember, after the report came out, one of the issues that the president suggested was that Robert Hur asked him about death of Beau Biden, and then in his news conference later that night, President Biden said, "How dare," I thought to myself, how dare he
I mean, I think that maybe what he meant was how dare he press him on the issue. Because, roughly midway through the first day of the interview, Burr asks Biden about where he might have stored documents related to the work he was engaged in after he left the vice presidency in 2017. And Biden replies, remember in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying.
Well, on the other side, the driver of former President Trump's armored limo on January 6th has disputed some of the testimony. If you remember Cassidy Hutchinson, when she testified before Congress, she said that she heard that former President Trump tried to take control of the car. Remember, he supposedly leaped forward from the backseat to try to grab the steering wheel because he wanted to go to the Capitol. Witnesses have affirmed that he did insist on going to the Capitol, but this detail released as part of a bigger report from House Republicans takes aim at Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony. Bobby Engel, I think, was the Secret Service driver's name. And he said, the president did want to go to the Capitol, but we told him there's no plan for that. You don't just come up with a plan for that on the fly. Cassidy Hutchinson, to me, it's not necessarily just... There were problems with her testimony in the first place because most of it was hearsay. So, granted, it's not a criminal trial, so she can say whatever she wants, basically, in front of Congress. If no one's going to challenge her, she's relating stories that were related to her.
In that vein, he took to Truth Social, Trump did, and said one of his first acts as president will be to free those who he called the January 6th hostages being wrongfully imprisoned. Of course, more than 1,300 people have been charged, 950 convicted.
A reminder that the events in Haiti right now, there are still 50 Americans and Canadians trying to get out of Haiti. This bloody uprising that has shut down the airports. Author Mitch Albom is apparently one of the people in Haiti right now trying to get out. I don't know if he's there for a book, but later on this hour, we're going to be talking with a correspondent for the Miami Herald, Jacqueline Charles, who's been covering Haiti exclusively and extensively over the last couple of weeks.
Former Boeing employee who spoke out about safety concerns with the company has been found dead in his car. Happened over the weekend in Charleston, South Carolina. His name was John Barnett, 62, worked as a quality manager for Boeing for more than 30 years before he retired in 2017. They said it appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Of course it did. He had been in Charleston for interviews based on that case. Gave that formal deposition last week, was being questioned by Boeing's lawyers, then cross-examined by his own lawyer, but when he didn't show up for questioning on Saturday, they looked for him at his hotel. That's when they found his truck in the hotel parking lot. He was inside. He was one of the whistleblowers who talked about the concerns of quality control and safety at that production plant in South Carolina. Specifically, that's where the 787 Dreamliner gets built. And that 787 is the one that was in the news just the other day for having dropped out of the sky. Not out of the sky, but had dropped 500 feet. That's the one where the instrument panels went dark. We talked with Alex Stone about it yesterday afternoon. Not that this guy would have had anything to do, because his death apparently came before the 787 issue, but it was just an idea that Boeing has what appears to be an endemic problem with this quality control, and they're going to have a rough go of it in the next couple of weeks once the FAA starts getting even more involved in these investigations.
Coming up next, a survey that should change the way we live life. Majority of teens feel happy and peaceful without smartphones. It's from the Water is Wet file. We know this. We've talked about how happy and peaceful we feel. Will it result in any sort of change?
It's hard for us to fight against our lizard brains. When something starts tickling our lizard brain, we have a hard time turning away from it.
Yeah, and our brains are shrinking.
Big dumb V-neck wearing in.
Hi, Gary. Yes, I wear a V-neck. And yes, I am a man.
See, I proved my point.
Janet, I love a white V-neck too. What brand do you use? I always end up going to Marshall to get a men's white, small size, white V-neck shirt. Just curious. I love me a soft white V-neck.
Target, $9. colors, but and there's different cuts. They've got a couple different V-necks usually.
Like a deep V?
They've got a deeper V. Sometimes they've got cropped V's, which I'm not a fan of because I'm old.
Cropped V.
But crop top, like Morgan would wear. Crop top?
And a V-neck?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just was channeling my father. I was just thinking to myself, you're going to pay full price for less material?
Oh boy, that's really next level. Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is in the newsroom. A new bill in California could end daylight saving time and the need to change your clocks. The bill introduced last month is similar to a measure approved by voters in 2018. It says daylight saving time would be repealed and require the state to observe year-round standard time. The American Medical Association says seasonal time changes should be replaced with the standard year-round time. A study published in the Journal of Clinical Sleep Medicine also found following standard time would benefit public health and safety. News brought to you by Cunning Dental. A horse named Nala fell into a ditch has been rescued by firefighters in Gunnagal. Nala lost her footing yesterday while walking across a bridge and fell into a 4-foot deep ditch. Yossi Fire Authority says a vet sedated the horse so firefighters could hoist her up from the hole. The authority says there were loud cheers for Nala when she finally stood up again. The 4 parks with the worst air quality in the U.S., all in California. The National Parks Conservation Association says nearly 97% of national parks across the country have significant or unsatisfactory levels of human-caused pollution. A 2024 report found Joshua Tree, Sequoia, and Kings Canyon National Parks and the Mojave National Preserve are the most dangerous for visitors because of air pollution. The report says in total, 96% of parks have ozone pollution that negatively affects human health. The IDF has confirmed a soldier who was earlier believed to be held hostage by Hamas was actually killed in the October 7th terror attacks in Israel. President Biden says he's devastated to learn the dual U.S.-Israeli citizen Itai Chen was killed in October.
The president met with his father and brother at the White House in December, and he said, quote, no one should have to endure what their family went through. The president adding, quote, I reaffirm my pledge to all the families of those still held hostage.
ABC's Karen Travers says there are still 5 Americans being held captive by Hamas. She says 3 others are confirmed dead. Their bodies are still with the terror group. The FAA's 6-week audit of Boeing's 737 MAX jet production has found dozens of problems in the manual.
The New York Times reports the company has failed 33 of the 89 audits the FAA conducted after a door panel blew off in mid-flight. Investigators later found 4 boats were missing.
ABC's Lionel Moisey says the FAA also did 13 audits of Boeing's supplier Spirit Aerosystems. He says 7 of those reportedly resulted in a failing grade. Bitcoin has reached a record high. The cryptocurrency hit over $72,000 yesterday, just a few days after passing the previous high, $69,000. That was set in 2021. The record continues a steady climb back up for Bitcoin, which has gone up more than 50% in the past 2 months. Southland weather from KFI becoming sunny. Highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, mid to upper 60s in Metro LA, Inland OC, the valleys, and Inland Empire. 50s to low 60s with some gusty winds in the high desert. Clouds tonight and tomorrow morning, clearing off to sunny skies, a little bit warmer with highs in the 60s to low 70s. Sunny skies Thursday and Friday with highs in the low to mid 70s. And we're going to see sunny skies through the weekend. It's 58 in Irvine, 58 in Garden Grove. Time to check in with the KFI in the sky. Maybe somebody was sleeping.
It's almost the end of the month, but we see people moving a lot. They don't tie their mattresses down properly, because that's what you've got. 210 freeway westbound, Arrowdale Avenue, reports about mattress in the roadway. And you know, nobody wants to stop and move the mattress, so traffic is stopped all the way back from the 57. So that's kind of a mess. We've got problems, just slow traffic on the westbound side of the 60, getting away, or getting through Hacienda Heights, pretty much all the way into Montebello due to earlier problems. We've got a new crash in Long Beach 405 northbound. Actually, it's a stall 405 northbound at Woodruff, making things a bit slow there. On 5 northbound in Broadway, downtown LA, a stalled school bus tying things up. It's pretty slow for a little bit there as you approach the scene. And the 118 westbound at Topeka Canyon. We did have something in rains, or at least blocking the off right there. It is a closure of some sort. The traffic is quite
soul from DeSoto. Will Culture, KFI in the sky. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Mitry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access points for our customers. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
At the Prop Center, Diego attends music lessons to practice his favorite instruments. Afterward, he always saves energy for a swim. That's why he's known as the community's first swimming musician. The Prop is more than a fitness center. Click on the link. Get into it.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Jovi is rumored to have an album out later this year. Sure that they will also have an upcoming docu-series. Hulu has picked up a 4-part debut Goodnight, the Bon Jovi story, which promises to share 4 years of never-before-seen pictures, videos, and unreleased demos, tracking the guy's wild ride from gigs on the Jersey Shore to legendary rockers who sold over 130 million albums worldwide. The streamer says that the series is made with the full cooperation of all past and present members of the band, which could really make for some interesting stories. Thank you, Goodnight. The Bon Jovi story drops April 26th on Hulu. And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky Hain loved working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman. And he had a brand new startup called Uber.
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials that won't get home from body owners? We like to say this is for the new generation. It's not limited by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was $1 billion idea. Google's giant rerun is amongst the most valuable startups in the world. Downtown Vancouver.
Here in Shenzhen, we welcome to
From the makers of Dr. Dev and Business Wars comes a new series, We Crashed. About a $47 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about the cultural, spiritual awakening, power. And quite frankly, it just all sounded too new to say no. That was just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues took over and said, "Oh, my God."
I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crashed, wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
AFI AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
Gary and Shannon, KMI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio
folks, remember you can always listen to past shows, past segments. Gary and Shannon on demand. Go to the iHeartMedia app, of course, the iHeartRadio app, and just type in Gary and Shannon. You'll see not only our live feed, but also the past shows, past segments. You can also go to KFIAM640.com and then / Gary and Shannon. You'll see our page there that's got all the information. And then, of course, you can always leave us a message on the Talkback feature on the iHeart app, whether it's about deep V-neck t-shirts or
shampoo in your eye.
Shampoo in your eye.
Better than shampoo in your eye. I'm going to use that as the new stick in your eye.
I would appreciate that, because that will only bring it up every once in a while. Remind me how stupid I am.
Speaking of stupid, the whole Gavin Lux, Mookie Betts switcheroo is proving to be just that. I mean, it's a real problem, them switching out, moving Mookie over to short and putting Gavin in second, especially when Gavin had errors like he did at second yesterday in spring training. Now, it's early to make that switch, too, which is probably an indicator that the Dodgers think they've got a problem with Gavin Lux. It seems like he's just way in his head.
Well, how do you not? I mean, he's been injured so much early in the career. And there's, 3 other guys that can probably play. 4 other guys that can play shortstop before him.
And then you can't send him down. He's already been sent down. That'll just further damage his confidence. You can't get anything for him. It's a real bind.
Scott Peterson is going to appear virtually before San Mateo County Judge. That hearing is going on right now. The LA Innocence Project says they have new evidence that supports Scott Peterson's claim of innocence in the death of his wife, Lacey, and their unborn son.
The important thing to note is there is a very low bar when it comes to the Innocence Project and quote-unquote new evidence.
Well, I guess it's about the van. And to me, this is not new evidence. I remember hearing about this orange van that was on fire the morning after. The morning after she disappeared.
There's going to be testimony, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or interviews from people that lived in the area that saw the van the day before she was missing, or what have you. This goes back to Mark Garrigus' theory that we're going to be roving, tribes of witches or whatever. Gypsies, yeah, that were stealing pregnant women for sacrificial killings. It's all baloney. There's no chance Scott Peterson is not guilty.
Quick note, Al Pacino says he was told not to read the finalists, the nominees for Best Picture, because they were short on time.
The squatter hunter, by the way, the LA Times did a great article about this guy who calls himself the squatter hunter. If you've got squatters in your home, he will out-squat your squatters.
The new Pew Research Center survey published yesterday found that 74% of teens feel happy when they don't have a smartphone in their hand.
Now, how do people respond to this? Because I know this as well. I know that I'm one of the 74%, not a teenager, but I know that I'm happier and more peaceful without my smartphone in my realm. If it's in the other room, I'm much happier, much more peaceful, much more chill. I can focus better.
Do you notice it?
Yes.
Here's the things. I'll leave my phone downstairs, especially on a weekend night. I'll leave my phone downstairs. I usually have it plugged in and charging over on the bookcase in my bed.
You also don't understand why people would pay for a crop top because it should cost less without that extra material. You're not the demo of somebody who's addicted to their phones. I spent enough time with you to know that you're not who we should be concerned about.
But I fully do get caught up in that lizard brain tickle where time will fly by. And I will not remember what just happened.
I understand it more when you're waiting for something, whether you're in line at Disneyland or you're at the car wash or what have you. And I get mad at myself and I think, oh, I have this phone. I could just waste all this time. And I'm like, wait, whatever happened to you having a book in your purse at all times?
Let me say,
I used to be that person.
As somebody who likes to judge others simply based on their looks, one of the great things to do when you're in line is watch other people because they're not paying attention to you. You can stare at them. They are so deep in their phone, they will never know that you were judging them from a distance.
You also have an oversized appetite when it comes to judging strangers.
No idea.
I do. I do. Not everybody does that.
It's when I know that I have freed up my brain and they are not paying attention to me, that I will just start throwing stones.
It sounds like able behavior.
Sometimes it fits.
Okay. But anyway, back to the survey.
Parents and advocates have grown more concerned about the consequences of social media on kids and teenagers' mental health, which of course has prompted federal and state regulators in some places to call for stricter regulations on these platforms. 44% in this Pew survey, 44% of teens said not having their phones made them feel anxious. Again, misinterpreting what the word means. 40% said it made them feel upset. 30% said it made them feel lonely. What have we done to our children?
I found this article this morning. I heard about it. It's on honestbroker.com, and it's a story about how entertainment is dead. About how our brains are all wired now to just pay attention to distractions. That is where we're getting our dopamine hits from, distractions, and how entertainment is shrinking to just bite-sized bits, and that is the future. And it's the train's moving down the tracks, and there's no way to stop it. But we can dig into it tomorrow, because it's not just entertainment; it's everything we're consuming, and it's changing quickly.
And it's changing our brains.
Yeah, it's changing.
Yeah, you can put the big mind on those for sure. Must be nice. Living the dream.
She saves her money.
Is $9 a problem? I think Target does a really good job at that price point. Because I buy like 6 of them.
Whoa. You don't need to go showing off, okay? Or you'll get judged.
I like my V-necks.
But not the crop tops. Regular length.
I'm way too old for that. I don't want to do the work and the maintenance required to bear my midriff.
Coming up next, Jacqueline Charles writes for the Miami Herald on what's going on in Haiti. That's coming up next. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A Coast Guard spokesman says the oil sheen in Huntington Beach appears to be natural seepage of crude bubbling up from the ocean floor. The Coast Guard has collected more than 1,000 pounds of oil waste and tar balls from the shoreline since the sheen was spotted in the water on Thursday. Speaking of oil, analysts say prices at the pump will keep going up as we head towards spring break and the summer travel season. Prices dropped to around $3.07 a gallon back in January, with the national average now up to $3.39, according to AAA. In LA County, gas a lot more than that, averaging $4.93 a gallon. That's $4.88 in Orange County. Doesn't anybody use spell check? The Lakers say spelling errors fans have found on the new Kobe Bryant statue outside Crypto.com arena are going to be fixed. Several players' names are misspelled, among other things. The statue was unveiled last month. The Lakers organization says it's known about the errors for a few weeks now. Clouds this morning becoming mostly sunny this afternoon. Highs in the low 60s. The beaches, mid to upper 60s, inland 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Lowe's. We've got a crash in Marietta on the 215.
Southbound right now toward Los Alamos Road, a couple links. Take 90 to be a slow line drive through from the Brooklyn Key heading south on 215. Checking your driving on the westbound side of the 91 side through Corona, slow line right now. Before Magnolia, almost as far back as La Sierra. Really heavy before you drive through Corona, passing 15th from Main Street as you head toward Green River, and then delays further westbound on the 91 as you make it through Ave 9 Hills, before Imperial Highway as you make it through the 55. So, southbound side of 57 as you're coming up from Living Temple, slow going through Diamond Bar, passing the 60. As you make way through the Brea Canyon, passing Brea Canyon Road, looks better ahead into Brea itself. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Polio-Key. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The Consumer Price Index was released this morning and showed headline inflation posting the biggest monthly increase in February since last fall. February's Consumer Price Index was up 3.2% from a year earlier. Core prices gained 3.8%. The main factors for bills: higher prices, the cost of housing, car insurance, and gasoline. The data can dictate the future for the Federal Reserve and interest rates, but traders believe the Fed won't start cutting rates until at least June. The FAA's audit of Boeing's 737 MAX production reportedly found dozens of issues. Savannah Now reports.
The review follows the door panel blow on the Alaska Airlines flight in January. The New York Times reports the investigation shows Boeing failed a check dealing with the door plug. The audit also raised concerns about the technicians who did the work. In a statement to Reuters, Boeing says it continues to implement changes and develop a plan to strengthen quality and safety.
Today is Equal Pay Day, symbolizing how far into the year women must work to earn what men earned last year. Recruiter Julie Camp says women will catch up to men on the pay scale, but it'll take some time.
It's been a tough walk, and we're just not getting there in the pace that I think we should be.
She says it's hard to narrow the gap because many women cannot pick up and move just for a better paid job.
So while you can only have expectations in many states because of salary band laws, there's still such an incredible gap, hard for them to make it up.
COVID also sent women back since many had to stay home with their kids when schools were closed. Pew Research numbers show that women in the U.S. are not expected to achieve equal pay until 2059. Bitcoin is hitting a record high. The cryptocurrency hit over $72,000 on Monday, just after passing the previous high of $69,000 set in 2021. The record continues a steady climb back up for Bitcoin, which has gone up over 15% in the past 2 months. Consumer and business news, Aaron Real, NBC News Radio.
Singer-songwriter, guitarist Eric Carmen has died at the age of 74. His wife Amy breaking the news on the singer's website, saying he passed away at a sleepover weekend. Carmen rose to fame with the Raspberries following their hits Go All the Way and had a successful solo career, including the singles All By Myself, Hungry Eyes, and Make Me Lose Control. Jimmy Kimmel says he was asked not to read former President Trump's post criticizing him during Sunday's Academy Award ceremony. In an interview with Kelly and Mark about the show, he said he was told he had a little bit of time and that he was going to read the Trump tweet. Then he was told, no, don't read that. In Trump's post, he denounced Kimmel's performance as host, calling the Oscars disjointed, boring, and unfair. After reading the post to the audience, Kimmel addressed Trump by saying, "Thank you for watching. I'm surprised you're still... Isn't it past your jail time?" Dolly Parton takes a cover of one of her most famous songs, Could Be on Beyonce's country album, telling Knox News she believes that Beyonce has already recorded a version of Lead Act 2. Parton's very excited about it, says she loves Beyonce. She's always been touched. Beyonce and her mother are fans of hers. Beyonce has not yet revealed the track list for her album, which is set to drop March 29th. That's Entertainment Speed Review, NBC News Radio.
All the good stuff, yeah. Guinness keeps you on top of pop culture.
Haley Cuoco's Big Bang Theory follow the flight attendant has been canceled by Max after 2 seasons. Originally based on a 2018 book of the same name, the show made a splash debut in 2020, ranking up the then best premiere audience for the streaming properties at that point. Season 2 dropped in 2022. The accident of the flight attendant is part of a string of recent cancellations of second season shows by Max, which includes the Julia Child comic drama Julia, the pirate action comedy Our Flag Means Death, and the comedy rap Stuff, all of which were cut loose in January. So far, the now ended Looney Tunes cartoons and the animated close enough are among the few Max original scripted shows to last more than 2 seasons. There were 3rd seasons of The Sex Lives of College Girls, Sex and the City sequel, and Just Like That, and the Emmy and Golden Globe winning Camps are set to drop later this year. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
We've gotten to the point where we have recalls because we didn't want that person involved. We're not necessarily grounded in anything substantive other than politics. You think that a recall is going to get you closer to getting rid of Gavin Newsom? No, Kelly, you're not understanding the larger picture. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio.
Jerry and Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Gloria Allred going back to the Roman Polanski well. She's got a press conference today about a Jane Doe that was apparently a victim of Roman Polanski. New Kobe Bryant statue outside Crypto.com Arena apparently has some spelling errors, several errors on the marble base of the statue. We'll talk about it coming up in the next hour.
Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced last night that he's going to resign once a transitional presidential council is created in Haiti. This is because of mounting international pressure to make way for new leadership in that country that's been overwhelmed in the last couple of weeks, even you could say a couple of years, by violent gangs. I reached out to Jacqueline Charles, who writes specifically about Haiti and other Caribbean countries for the Miami Herald. And Jacqueline was nice enough to join us today for an update on what's going on. First of all, Jacqueline, thanks for taking time for us today.
Thanks for being interested in this story.
Well, I've been to Haiti a couple of times. My wife had been a couple of dozen times, so I know at least some of the footprint of what's going on there. Give us an update with the Prime Minister announcing that he's going to step down once this transitional presidential council is put in place. Where do we stand? How much does that change the tenor of what's going on there?
So I'm not sure if your listeners have been following what's been happening, but the Prime Minister was in Kenya, but he was finalizing a security agreement with the Kenyan government to have about 1,000 police officers deployed to Haiti to help the Haitian National Police combat these warring gangs, which some people say should be, referred to more as armed. And so when that news was announced, we saw the crescendo in the violence. There were these coordinated attacks where the gangs over to police stations, and these dozen police stations. They started shooting around the airport, which led to the suspension of international flights. They attacked the port, which resulted in hundreds of containers basically not being able to move, and then eventually ransacked. And then they kept threatening that they were going to go after the palace. But in the meantime, they orchestrated two massive criminal breaks of the country, two large prisons. Today we have thousands of criminals who were murdered, kidnappers, and some of the people who were incited to the assassination of the country's president, killed in 2021. They're basically going free, onto the street. And the gangs were demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Ariel Henry, basically has been in office since that assassination. Well, he announced yesterday his intentions to resign after the Miami Herald story last week in the U.S. asked him to resign, despite the fact that the White House denied it, but they later corrected themselves. They asked him to request him to resign, and they started working with the Caribbean community to put together some sort of transitional government. And yesterday they decided on the contours of this. We're still waiting to see if it's even going to be accepted. There's a lot of Haitians that have felt that you can run a country where you have quote unquote a seven presidents. I mean, that's how well this panel is. It's unclear how it's going to govern. But we have not heard yet from the gang in terms of their reaction. They do not have a seat in this new transitional government. They have been demanding amnesty. They don't want to see a foreign force to come in there. But we're waiting. Today it's a little calmer. The police, with the control of the Haitian army, they take control of the main court. They managed to get some trucks out of school because in the last couple of days, as a result of this unrest, there's no fuel, food, toilet water is running low. Hospitals don't have oxygen, so that are functioning because the gangs have also taken over some of these hospitals. So it really is a horrible, frightening situation right now.
What do the gangs want? Has that been made clear? And will the chaos continue and even escalate if they don't get a seat at the table?
Well, so that is the question. What is it that they want? I mean, there are like 300 gangs according to, the UN. And so, but once this has spoken out, you hear them talk about, countries that need to govern and manage, and Ariel Henry needs to go. Okay, so Ariel Henry needs to go. So what else do you want? Well, we've heard them say that they are opposed to an intervention. Well, one of the criteria for sitting on a presidential panel in the meeting yesterday with Secretary of State Blinken, Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, and other high-level officials, including Central Caribbean Prime Ministers, was like, you have to be in favor of a force because the security issue is just as acute, if not more acute, the political crisis is plaguing the country. And we've heard the gangs talk about
see that, and we're hoping that we don't see that. But we're still waiting to see what kind of reaction. Maybe it's so volatile. You've been there, so one minute it comes, and next minute it flares up. And so we think that people right now are still sort of trying to figure out what happened in Jamaica and what it means.
Well, your writing has been pretty immaculate in terms of covering this over the last couple of weeks and months. So we appreciate your time. We know you're busy.
Thank you so much.
Jacqueline Charles with the Miami Herald, the Caribbean correspondent. You can follow her on Twitter, X, at Jackie Charles, which is JACQUIE, Jackie Charles.
The squatter hunter and historian, we return to Gary and Jenny.
If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
KFI.
KLST HD2.
Los Angeles County.
Live from everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We've got her on the hill. The lead investigator investigating President Biden and his handling of classified documents is testifying on Capitol Hill over how he handled the documents.
Politics played no
retention and disclosure, but he didn't believe it. Congressman Hank Johnson accused her of disparaging Biden's mental ability to help Republicans.
Congressman, I reject the suggestion that you have just made. That is not let me move on. Partisan politics, you don't name whatsoever. You lie.
California Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff also chastised her for writing in his report that Biden would likely present himself to a jury as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. A man has been found guilty of killing his mother and stepfather with a baseball bat at their home in Hacienda Heights. The parents were attacked in 2021. The jury yesterday also found true the special circumstance allegations of multiple murders, along with an attempted murder charge involving Nelson Garabay's brother. The Saturday phase of the trial starts Friday. A new report by the LAPD suggests less lethal foam projectiles have put officers in dangerous positions.
The report shows that foam launchers worked in just over a third of situations where less lethal rounds were used. In 8 of 133 cases, the rounds failed to stop their target, and police ended up using guns on the people involved. The report also shows beanbags were not as effective because they caused injuries and sometimes death. The report released last Thursday was requested by the City Police Commission after officers in February fatally shot a man who was holding a plastic fork. In LA, Chris Atton, KFI News.
Huntington Beach says bring it in response to the threat of a lawsuit claiming minority voters are disenfranchised.
Huntington Beach City Attorney Michael Gates says the city's current Latina mayor was voted in with at-large voting.
Segregated into districts where we don't care about the entire city.
Lawyer Kevin Jenkins says pointing to recently elected Latinos means nothing.
Tito Ortiz, Grace Mann, yes, they are Latino, but they have not been the preferred candidates of Latino voters.
He says district voting allows each community to choose a representative who puts their needs first. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Education officials in Florida and civil rights attorneys have reached a settlement over what critics say the Don't Say Gay law is. The settlement clarifies that students and teachers will be able to speak about sexual orientation and gender identity in classrooms as long as it's not part of instruction. The law prohibiting education on those topics for early grades passed 2 years ago. Influencer and former kickboxer Andrew Tate has been arrested in Romania again on an arrest warrant issued by the UK. Tate's spokeswoman says Tate and his brother were detained for 24 hours yesterday on allegations of sexual aggression in the UK from 2012 to 15. Tate is charged with rape, human trafficking, and forming a criminal gang in a separate case in Romania. He was arrested in 2022 along with his brother and 2 Romanian women. They were formally indicted in June. An aid ship from Cyprus loaded with about 200 tons of food is headed for northern Gaza. The food was gathered by the charity World Food Kitchen. This worker says it's on a barge attached to a ship belonging to the Spanish aid group Open Arms.
Well, we've done truckloads of food through the Rafah crossing. We've done aircrafts with the Jordanian army. This is the next step into providing food aid to Gaza.
The ship's expected to arrive at an undisclosed location on the Gaza coastline in the next 2 to 3 days. Ryan Gosling singing and dancing to I Just Can't. The last quarter also included Oppenheimer's Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture win. The Academy experimented with the show this year with an earlier start time and also having 5 former Best Actor winners announcing the big 4 acting categories. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny this afternoon after any lingering clouds clear out. Highs will be in the mid-60s at the beaches, upper 60s for Metro LA and Inland OC, mid-upper 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s to low 60s with gusty winds in the Antelope Valley. Morning clouds, afternoon sun tomorrow, warming up into the low 70s, and look for highs in the mid-70s with sunny skies by the weekend. It's 61 in Los Alamitos, 62 in Santa Clarita, 59 in Seal Beach, 58 in Gardena. The KFI market report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading up 81 points, the NASDAQ up 133, and the S&P 500 is up 29.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Get a stall in Santa Fe Springs on the 605.
Some of those things are fine, and also looks like house extras are working for your drive all night. 605 South transition to Vine northbound, not shut down until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So both of those situations really making it a rough go for your drive. As we wait to Newport Bear right now, let's go back now. So your Boulevard, northbound side of 605. Not too bad from the 105 to the 5, and you really won't pick up any delays until you're getting through the Whittier area, Whittier adjacent from Beverly Boulevard hanging up on the 605. Beyond the 60 to the 10, definitely going to be slow going for you there. Checking out the drive for you in the HTV St. Gabriel Valley. You see delays on the westbound side of the 210 coming out of Glen Dorf before Sunflower as you're making your way into Riverdale Avenue. It looks like big reading, a couple of cars got into both down to the right shoulder, but partially blocking the right lane. So that's why it's especially heavy from there. 10 West is also the 210 westbound. Not looking up much better for you right now. Coming to the Convenience from as far back from Esperanza or even Grand. You see that slow down for you. Continuing stretches toward downtown LA in the 101 to 60 westbound. Actually overall out of Chino off the 71, continuing toward downtown LA and the 10 West St. Monica Freeway. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Molly.
Something you'll never know a feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it becomes on Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. With Disneyland, Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers. Only service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales of every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Daddy. We've got subs to make up.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub adult. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
of the interviews was made public today, just as Robert Hur went before the House Judiciary Committee. In that report, of course, remember that Hur concluded that Biden should not face criminal charges over his mishandling of documents, but talked about the president's age and competence. The special counsel stood by his assessment of the president's memory as accurate and fair, at least in the prepared testimony that he delivered to Congress. He's still being grilled. Kevin Kiley out in California, at least the congressman talking to him.
Former Boeing employee who raised concerns about production standards has been found dead. John Barnett worked for Boeing for 32 years. He was giving evidence recently, in recent days, as part of a whistleblower lawsuit. They say he died Saturday from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in his truck. He said that workers were fitting substandard parts on aircrafts on the assembly line. Some were moved from scrap bins to avoid delays. So a little bit fishy.
We just talked with Jacqueline Sherrill, writer for the Miami Herald, about what's going on in Haiti. There are more than 50 Americans and Canadians who are trying to get out. They have been calling Missionary Flights International, organization based in Florida, said that they've received dozens of frantic calls for people trying to get out of Haiti. And there's a good chance they cannot get into the Dominican, the neighboring other half of the island, basically, because the Dominican shuts down the border when stuff happens. And I guess columnist Mitch Albom is one of those Americans who was there trying to get out.
Demand has been overwhelming for the squatter hunter.
That's the Flash Gordon thing.
Flash Shelton is his name. And he out-squats the squatters. The plan is simple. Live with the squatter. Dirty the bathroom. Hang out on the couch. Take the TV remote. Blast music. Drink their drinks. Eat their food. Put it all on YouTube. Shame them publicly. He charges $5,000 as the base for a minimum job. Sometimes it takes hours. Sometimes it takes weeks. There is no maximum cost for the squatter hunter.
Flash Shelton joins us now to talk about this. Man, this is a gutsy move. How do you get into the world of out-squatting squatters?
Hey guys, so unfortunately it happened to my family. My mom's home was taken over by squatters, and I had to work in the hard way.
Yeah, I read that portion of your story where somebody was squatting in a property that you guys owned. My parents passed away recently, and we've had a couple of properties that, trust me, we've toyed with the idea of what happens if somebody goes in.
I thought my parents had a squatter at their rental property. His name was Keith. And it's hell to get these people out. And they trash the place, too. Hey, Flash, can you hold on a minute? We got to take a quick break. Sorry, ran late there. Because I want to talk to you about how you do this, how long you've been doing this, what the MO is, about your team and everything. Can you hang on a minute? Awesome.
Flash Shelton, our squatter hunter. We'll talk more with Flash here in just a couple of minutes. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
People who live near the Chiquita Canyon landfill can apply today for relocation services and assistance through a website launched by the landfill operators. The EPA issued a statement in February saying the landfill presents an imminent and substantial endangerment to air and water pollution. A proposal in the state assembly to provide state-funded legal assistance to illegal migrants trying to avoid deportation and establish residency, even those with felony convictions, is headed for a hearing today before the Assembly Committee on the Judiciary. Airbnb is banning indoor security cameras from all of its listings. The rental company previously allowed indoor security cameras to be used in common areas placed in visible areas if they weren't disclosed on the listing page. The company announced yesterday that outdoor security cameras will still be allowed. Morning clouds clearing this afternoon, highs in the 50s to upper 60s. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Got a crash in South LA on the 110.
Looks like it is going to be in the left lane, and that's just the 4-bands. As you can see, we're up from the ground to 110 northbound from as far back as the Lee Century Coast Guard. I'm related to Slum continuing for your drive. You're downtown past the 10 Boulevard Block, southbound side of the 110, not looking all that much better for you. As you're coming away from about a Campbell Road to Salon, heading southbound the 110, that stretches the Slum Free Drive back through South Atlanta as you make way toward at least Slauson. Also, the south outside of one actually come out of with the hills there, leaving Winnetka Avenue, heavy stretches of Sun Creek, pretty much straight on through into downtown to the one town. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, you got any gum? Yeah, check my backpack.
What's this?
Oh, that's naloxone. It can reverse an opioid overdose. I decided to always keep it on me after my friend was. It saved his life.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. That makes me want to have it with me, too.
You totally should. Check the pharmacy. It was actually really easy to get, and it's easy to use.
I definitely will. Thanks.
Naloxone saves lives. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and use boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This week's Marketers Report. Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm just absolutely confounded by California voting patterns. If you have somebody that's working out, that's one thing. We've got a ridiculous crime rate, an absurd amount of homelessness, inflation's really high, John co-votes, and people want to vote for the same candidates who promise more of it.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM It involves Trader Joe's.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're talking with Flash Shelton, the squatter hunter. He's been profiled a couple of different times in a couple of different places on TV. We saw him in the LA Times today. He joins us now with more on all of this.
Thank you.
Flash, you're telling us that it happened to you, that somebody wanted to rent one of your family's homes, and then you turned her down, but she broke in, basically moved in, took her furniture in, and you had to find a way to get her out of there. Now, first of all, the laws that allow this are wild, in my opinion, right? I mean, where did they even come from that would allow somebody to have these rights to a property that they don't own?
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous, and it's just beyond comprehension why it's allowed. But the laws originated in the 1800s, and it was mainly for settlers, settling on undesignated land that wasn't already classified by the government. So the laws that have adapted and kind of changed today that allows this to happen on residential properties just is ridiculous. It needs to change, and changing the law, that is my main objective. I'm helping as many people as I can, but my main goal is to change these laws.
So I would imagine there's a surge of adrenaline that goes into this when you go and you take over a home from a squatter by squatting on top of them. What is that like, gaining entry initially?
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone who plays any kind of sports or does anything like that was their class. You just feel that adrenaline come over you when you just feel stronger and determined, and it's just I don't know. I mean, I don't get high, but I would imagine it's a high.
What are the craziest things that you've encountered when it comes to these people?
I actually posted one of the craziest ones on YouTube with a caregiver in Culver City that I waited for 2 hours in the dark in the backyard because this woman was avoiding me, and I caught her because she climbed in a window to get into the house. I caught her, put a spotlight on her camera, and started asking her what she was, doing, taking advantage of an elderly woman, and she started screaming and yelling at me, and I had heard reports that she had stabbed her boyfriend in the back, literally, and different things, so I didn't know, how her reaction was going to be, but the funny part was she called the police on me, and when they asked what I looked like, she said, I don't know, I can't see them, so they had this bright light on me, so it was, but yeah, she was pretty crazy.
Some of the videos that you have up on your YouTube channel, Outside the Box with Flash, have been entertaining, to say the very least. Some of them are your media appearances, but some of them are your actual interactions with people and the police when they get called on you like this. And I also know you mentioned there that you're talking about changing the laws. How can you do that? I mean, I know you're raising money to do just that, but how do you, once you do get a bunch of this capital, what do you do with it?
Well, I mean, the first thing I did was create a petition, and I was on Jared's suggested law and the effort, that I was going to try to change laws. I created a petition, and I just do all these interviews and do anything I can to bring attention to it. I feel like, we need a lot more signatures right now. I feel that, one of the messages that I try to get across is that some people, they're afraid to sign a petition. They think that if the law changes, it's going to affect their tenant rights. And I want to make it very clear that tenant rights and squat rights need to be completely separated. And I understand right now the lines are blurred, but my intention is to make, squatting an illegal act in residential maintained properties. And if a tenant ever had a legal right to be there in the first place, they have due process, and they are not considered squat.
And that doesn't have to necessarily be a written agreement, right? It can just be a verbal, casual agreement between the homeowner and the tenant.
It can be a verbal agreement, and the fact is today, there's going to be an email, there's going to be a text message, there's provide that. And when they provide a fake lease, that should be an additional criminal act.
So you have a website, squatterhunters.com, where you offer your services. People can get details, but it says here in this LA Times piece that over the last year, you've conducted hundreds of Zoom consultations. Has business just skyrocketed recently?
Yes, the first time I videoed a Bible was March of 2023, and I've been doing this, 2019 was my original squatter situation, but, the Zoom calls are across the U.S. and in a few other countries, and they typically start, or I said every situation with a Zoom call, I ask for $150 contribution to Squatter Rothschild, and then I do a 40-minute Zoom to personalize it, and most of the time I'm just giving advice, but, I'm telling them how to handle it, I, breaking down their situation in detail, and it's simple for them, and in some cases, they want me to actually, bring my crew and show up, and sometimes it's just an easy walkout, and other times it's, we have to get a lease and move in, and basically set it up, set up cameras, and tell them they're on a reality show, and that's what happens.
I see you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. How do you feel about Russell Wilson?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence.
Well, at least that position is like creating some conversation for the Steelers for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I think, I certainly have to give him a chance, and I will be hoping for the best.
I love the optimism.
He's the leader to be. Maybe a dose of Mike Tomlin will put him into better shape.
Right. So, but it's been very successful, and as Tucker said, I'm gonna continue to do this, and hopefully one day, I'll have a name on a map there, and we'll be able to move forward and separate the trial and have that fun.
Flash, thank you. Flash, is that your real name, by the way?
Since I was a little kid, it's the only name I thought about, so it is.
Flash Shelton, and they're the Squatter Hunter. You can check them out at squatterhunters.com, and good luck to you, Flash.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Kobe Bryant gets a statue, but from somebody who doesn't know how to spell, unfortunately. So, we'll talk about that. A reminder that if you miss any part of our show, you can always go back and listen on demand. If you go to the iHeartRadio app, just type in Gary and Shannon. You'll see this show and past shows. And if you are on the website, you can go to KFIAM640.com/Gary and Shannon. Not Flash, /Gary and Shannon. You'll see all of our stuff there.
Deborah Marks in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Special counsel Robert Hur has defended his recommendation not to file criminal charges against President Biden over his handling of classified documents.
Politics played no part whatsoever in my investigative steps.
He told the House Judiciary Committee this morning his investigation did find evidence of willful retention and disclosure, but he did not believe it was enough to get a conviction. Georgia Democratic Congressman Hank Johnson accused her of disparaging Biden's mental ability to help Republicans.
Congressman, I reject the suggestion that you have just made. That is not what I let me move on. Partisan politics, you know, whatsoever. You are.
California Democratic Congressman
No, I have sound.
Schiff also chastised her for writing in his report that Biden would likely present himself to a jury as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The news is brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUMP. A panel of justices has overturned the murder conviction of a homeless man found guilty of fatally shooting another man at a motel in Anaheim. Luke Lampers was convicted in 2019 for murder and kidnapping. A judge sentenced Lampers to life.
Let's see now. Can you hear me now?
Was overturned yesterday because justices say the judge failed to instruct jurors on lesser charges of second-degree murder and manslaughter. The case has been sent back for another trial. Investigators are trying to figure out the cause of the fatal crash involving a Forest Service truck and two other cars near Yucaipa.
Photos from the scene show a firefighter crew truck flipped over and vehicle parts scattered all around an area of Highway 38. The The crash happened Saturday afternoon, killing one person in a civilian vehicle. All 9 firefighters in the truck were injured and taken to a hospital. The firefighters are part of a hotshot crew based at the Mill Creek Fire Station in the San Bernardino National Forest. Hotshot crews are inserted into the worst parts of a wildfire. The trucks are large, heavy, and specially designed for rugged terrain. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The State Department of Justice says its Armed and Prohibited Persons Suspend More Acts program has recovered more than 1,400 guns from people who have them illegally. Attorney General Wanda says the program is keeping Californians safer from gun violence.
Because of this program, more guns are off our streets and out of dangerous hands. More schools, places of worship, dance studios, workplaces, and neighborhoods, they are all safer.
Wanda delivered an annual report on the program yesterday. More Californians than ever before own guns legally. Southland weather from KFI: sunny, highs in the 60s for Metro LA, the Valley's beaches, and Lindosy in the high 50s to low 60s for the high desert. Right now, 59 in La Palma, it's 60 in Irvine. We're going back to the 710 in Long Beach.
First thing you gotta do is get ready. Dance studios, workplaces,
Delivered an annual report on the program yesterday. Californians than ever before own guns legally. Southland weather from KFI: sunny, highs in the 60s for Metro LA, the Valley's beaches, and the high 50s to low 60s for the high desert. Right now, 59 in
You will encounter delays through Torrance, leaving Western as you continue through Mondale and Hawthorne Boulevard. As you make way into Hawthorne, Torrance Street down to the northbound 405. Leaving the 105 out of Hawthorne and Lux, that's still going through traffic as you make way all the way through West LA towards Santa Monica Boulevard. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Nick Pauline.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library.
After Tad's sighting in Dunbar, the article had a ton of illustrations and it was all about UFOs. And there were all kinds of objects. A lot of them had been completely made up by the illustrator, who Keel had no contact with.
Yeah.
There was, however, one craft in the article that stood out to Keel. He himself had not seen it until the issue was published. It was a metallic sphere with wheeled legs and a propeller. The artist had exactly drawn what Tad Jones saw just a few days before the magazine was published. Only the magazine was well into production when Tad's sighting happened. The layouts that the illustrator had done were baked in weeks earlier. Now, this wouldn't be all that surprising if it was just another saucer with a dome on top of it, or a cigar. What everyone always talks about cigars and saucers. After Tad's sighting in Dunbar, the article had a ton of illustrations drawn by an artist for a publication that had not yet been released, and an accompanying article that John Keel had written. With this, there's an implication of precognition on the part of the event itself, or the suggestion of the manipulation of time, specifically with a desire to mess with John Keel. Are you saying that this guy saw something or was made to see something, and that would get back to Keel, and that was planned? Yes. That's what I'm saying, and I'm saying that that's what Keel seemed to believe. That was his feeling. That's when he was starting to unravel a little bit. Why is the machinations of all this happening specifically to freak me out? Right. Casey talks about this. The Spiritus Mundi, the man who thought that it was the earth. Why did Da Vinci come up with flying machines and flamethrowers and things that had no practical engineering capability at the time? Yet he was coming up with ideas that seemed far ahead of his time. Yeah, and really in the band thought is theory, time, or space. It's all one block now. So this guy is pulling something. But we've talked about this before. There's the second connection between things that happen, natural phenomena that happen, or unnatural phenomena that happens, and people's thoughts. Especially people that are directing their thoughts towards the phenomena. Here's the other thing about this particular craft, and Tad Jones, by the way. He owned an appliance store. This thing sounds like an appliance. If you went into an appliance man at this time and said, what do you think a UFO looks like? That's this thing that's got a propeller on the bottom and wheels, and that goes back to what we were saying at the beginning of the show. It's like he's seeing what works for him. However, it has this added dimension to it now, where some illustrator that this guy's never met, never known, had no idea, had drawn this thing before he saw it. Yeah. So it was drawn for this magazine. Keel hadn't seen it. The witness hadn't seen it. Then it appears in front of the witness, and then Keel picks up the magazine to check probably and see if there's any misprints in his article. And he looks down and sees a picture of the UFO that the witness outside of Point Pleasant saw just a few days earlier. That was drawn before he saw it. What? Yeah, exactly. I mean, and these are the things when people say, the Mothman, man, that movie doesn't cover anything. And you're right. This stuff is not in the movie. Because these are when people are like, what's the rest of the story? Why is it so intriguing? And this is one of those things that's just like, it's crazy. It's a glimpse into the other side of which we cannot understand. What that reminds me of, back in the day, when TV was kind of new and fresh and novel. Do you remember this? When you either had a giant camera, that's how TVs first arrived, is that it was a piece of furniture. So a lot of homes would have a giant TV, and sometimes there'd be a hi-fi stereo attached to the cart next to it. We still have one. Yes, but it was a 300-pound piece of wood that had a TV on one side. Yeah. Or it was a TV by itself. And then what you started to see in the late 60s, early 70s, was that TVs were getting smaller. People weren't going for the giant cabinet type sets unless you were kind of rolling in the back, a giant piece with that. Speakers built in. That's exactly what we have. Yeah. Because Emily grew up watching Saturday Night Live on it. She always wanted to work on Saturday Night Live, which eventually she did. Yeah. And so we still have that TV. You have a giant cabinet TV. Yes. I mean, it's in storage. Right. Yeah. Well, it's a Macintosh, but it's impractical. It's meant to stay in a room and not move. Now, what you saw as TVs were getting smaller, like I said, in the late 60s, early 70s, and onward, is that TVs were getting smaller. You wanted to be able to wheel that closer to you or from room to room. So TVs would sit on a catering tray that had legs that came down with wheels on the bottom, and the TV had antennas sticking out. Yeah, which is one partial description of this craft. Yeah, you're right. It seems like an appliance fitting of the time. Yes, except it flies. Except the TV flies. But wasn't there a window at the side? There was a 9-inch window, on the front. But he said he couldn't see anything inside. But the TV also has a glass front on it. So there are, like you said earlier, we're connecting this all together. It's possibly elements of our perceived reality that we already know mishmashed into something or hiding something. Or just because that's the only thing we can wrap our heads around. Well, it's interesting how it appears. Yeah, and there's a cultural influence on what these people are seeing. So then some people will just go, right, so what the truth is here is that this is all made up. All these things are hoaxes. People are making it up, and they're just making up whatever they think, they're...
Oh, you don't hear any audio?
To the table. Yeah. Or it's the other way around, which is the other theory that we're positing. We have all these witnesses saying these things, and maybe Tad Jones just wanted his little piece of fame in the UFO lab. But I guess maybe it's another one of those stories that's so crazy, and then Keel is corroborating the events in a larger picture that go outside of what Tad Jones saw. This stuff kept happening, and listen to this excerpt from Keel's book. A few days before leaving New York, I had talked about a lot in part 4 of the Phoenix in Clarksburg, and he agreed to meet me the following Tuesday in Point Pleasant. As soon as he hung up, I dialed Woody Derenberger's unlisted number and spoke to his wife. Quote, "When are you coming to see us again?" she asked. "I expect to be in West Virginia next week," I replied.
She posted a picture last night, and she is just a wisp of a young lady.
I've seen her. Well, was it at the unveiling of the statue that I noted that I saw? It's probably the last time I saw it. They screw this up all the time. They screw.
Thank you for your help. This is my first time streaming on this platform. Okay, let's hear it now. Oh. What is all this audio? What is all this audio? Oh, I bet they're all playing at the same time. Oh, what happened? Alright, let's see if you can hear me now.
I know. I hear you're having a secret meeting with Gray Barker on Tuesday. I was stunned. I'm meeting with Gray, I admitted, but it's not very secret. I didn't know about it myself until a couple of minutes ago. So how on earth did you know? There was a pause. Well, Charlie Cutler over in Ohio told us about it a couple of days ago, she finally said. And how did he know about it? I don't know. I suppose he heard it somewhere. These things are happening out of time. Yeah, and that goes back to another encounter that we'll talk about a little bit more. I don't want to get out of this cult type thing, like who said the famous phrase from the movie whenever he was leaving him. Yeah, I'll see you in time. Right. And this is another case of like he just made an arrangement, and a few minutes later they're like, "Oh no, I heard about this days ago." Yeah. So there's either a predestination or a predetermined fate, or someone who has got a whole lot of more insight over how our world works than we do is really messing with Keel.
It's maybe a little like the Philadelphia experiment. When you rev this thing up and it's creating a huge electromagnetic waves and you're screwing with matter and you shut it down again, sailors are now materialized inside of solid metal. Yeah, all those crazy stories you heard about that. People saw the ship disappear and they could see in the slip where the battleship was, and it's just like the water had been hollowed out. A hole in the water, but the ship's not there. Maybe when you start affecting these types of either machinery or just you're manipulating this stuff to be able to travel through dimensions, there's a whole lot of side effects that are screwy that even the travelers don't have total control over. Or, again, as we mentioned previously, the reason that they're able to see through time and space and different things is that they're just at a different vantage point that we have no understanding of. Yeah. And so it's not psychic, really. It's just that they can see through something that, for all intents and purposes, appears solid to us. It's like Flatland, one of my favorite short books of all time. You look down at the piece of paper, and the story's evolving between a circle on the paper and a line on the paper. Yeah. But the paper is two-dimensional, and the circle and the line appear identical to each other in that world. But from us, looking down on the paper, we can see that one's a circle and that one's a line. However, when they face each other on that single dimension, they both look like lines. Yeah, right. So, well, that's like, it's like, what does a point in space look like? Cogs will have mentioned that. Yeah. Remember there that it's a theoretical point. There's no ball there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A ball that represents the point. For us, it's all relative to the Earth. And it's all relative. Talking about the bigger picture, like, yes, math's just a human construct so we can understand our world. It seems to be correct. Yeah. But there's differences. Now, what he talked about, you have the idea of math being able to construct it. What I love about math is that it's perfect. There's a beauty to it. There's a poetry to it. You talk about people who do really high-level math. Cyclic numbers. Exactly. So there's that aspect, but on the other hand, I'm watching a documentary on quantum physics, and there was a NOVA, I think, episode, and they said, well, in the engineering world of those high levels, math doesn't always work out 100% right all the time. In engineering, there is such a thing as close enough, right, that you may not get the math on it to work out perfectly, and then in the real world, it may not have a total 100% application. So you get it there, it works, that's good enough. Close enough for government. Well, there you go. It really is government work. So that's the difference between something that's theoretically perfect or calculable And considering the collapse of the bridge, close enough. The government works a really bad joke. Well, I didn't even make that connection. I didn't either till after I said it. No disrespect to it. Well, let's move on to some more of the things that were happening to Keel, because there was a ton of them. And he noted that by the middle of July 1967, he essentially had a network of communications that were aimed at him from what he referred to as 3 different systems. And this is how these systems work. One was that he would ask someone in his group of contactees a question, and they would then relay it to them, in quotes, and he would get an answer back. And contactees were anybody that had an experience, and he had all their numbers, whether it was Woody. It wasn't just the people that are in the book. He's been dealing with people all over the country. He's flying to North Carolina, where a UFO landed. He's coming over. So he has a network of contactees. And whatever is happening, them are giving messages to him through the contactees. So that's one way he would get information. He would deliberately make these questions that he would send to this omniscient force, whatever it is, particularly difficult to research answers to. Like now in this day and age with the internet, not such a big deal. But he was purposely trying to put questions forward that were either ultra personal and very difficult to get the information, or that at the very least would require a trip to the Library of Congress in person. And what would happen was he would hear back like the next day from a contactee who lived in the middle of nowhere in Maryland with the answer, and it would be right. Like we said, he was empirical. He's trying to prove,
like a double-blind study again.
Yes, that something is going on, and these things were happening. So he also found out that he could send things in the mail to what he later determined weren't even real addresses, and he would get responses. Sometimes the very next day, and the answers would be written in block type.
Wait a second, he's getting a letter back?
Yes. He's going to go to the question in, put the thing in the mail to an address that he had gotten.
He received the address.
Through his network, and then he would mail it. But later, when things started to come apart, he would examine the addresses. They weren't real.
So it's a place out of time.
And then he'd get an answer in block type.
Reminds me of the scene in 12 Monkeys where Bruce Willis has to leave a message to the future. He goes to a specific payphone, leaves a message to some voice answering machine in the future.
Yeah.
And that's how he's able to communicate. Or in Looper, where he has to scratch letters into his arm.
Yeah.
As a young man, and of course as an older man, they start to form as scars on his forearm.
Yeah.
So these are the ways that you can communicate through time and space. But this is interesting. I love that idea.
And here's the weirdest part.
Leaves a message to
Other times, a contactee would call Keel and tell him that an entity was present in his or her house and wished to speak to Keel. He would ask questions, and the entity would whisper answers to the contactee, who would then tell Keel the answer over the phone. On some rare occasions, a strange voice would come directly onto the line and speak with him. Keel assumed that the contactee was in some kind of trance for this, and that it was just the contactee's voice being shifted, almost like a possession. Ooh, but he doesn't know.
He's the putty, the medium.
Exactly, he's the putty. Here's another shirt. I want to be the putty. I don't want to be the putty. That's why I'm not going to Great Friday.
Oh, dear. Yeah. No, but I want to hear you speak in kind of weird tone.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to put that up on that Facebook page.
Right. Also, during this time, Keel's phone was ringing off the hook all hours of the day and night, with nothing but beeps and electronic sounds. His phone bill was outrageous because all this stuff was happening. He went through a whole thing with the FBI trying to find out if it was tapped. He had the phone company come. They came and took him down into the basement to show him where the trunk line was, all this stuff. Nothing was tapped. And he was that freaked out about it. He finally just stopped paying the bill and it got disconnected, and it would still ring.
Well, so that's a cheap way to get out of your phone.
Yeah, there was all this kind of stuff happening with these sounds and stuff. And then other things are happening where he's being professionally screwed with as well. Right. He had a publisher who said, I need something, you haven't sent me anything in a while, because as a writer, a freelance writer, you're constantly sending stuff to True Magazine or wherever, trying to make a buck. And this publisher asked him to send something. He got some manuscript out of his trunk, and he looked at it. It was his. He wrote it. He was like, oh, this is a good one. I wrote this a while back. It's a fun little short story or whatever. Yeah. He ships it to the guy. He said there was what he called a deafening silence, in which this is what when a creative person says that means you've been completely rejected. He was like, I didn't hear anything. Right. So finally, he calls back, and the guy's like, yeah, we can't publish that. And he's like, can you send it back to me? Yeah. Sends it back to him. It's a completely horribly written thing that he never wrote with his name on it and everything.
Somebody's ghostwriting for him?
Somebody took the thing that he mailed, the manuscript he mailed, and replaced it with a really bad manuscript. And on top of that, it wasn't like he accidentally grabbed the wrong one from his trunk. It was a totally different typeface and everything. So even if he had absentmindedly grabbed the wrong manuscript from his trunk when he sent it out to be published, it still would have been something that he wrote. This didn't even have the typeface from his typewriter on it.
So his story wouldn't actually get out.
But it wasn't even about the story. It was just about undermining him professionally and messing with his mind. It wasn't even about what the story was.
Right.
It was just about replacing his work.
So here's the question. To what greater purpose? What's the point of that? To divert him from
Gaslighting.
Yeah.
I think it's gaslighting. I think it's paranormal gaslighting. All right, so gaslighting is a term. So a lot of people will know what it means and others won't. The beauty of it is that its origin is from a movie called Gaslight,
Right.
where the main character is trying to make this woman think that she is completely insane.
I think it's his wife. I seen it at film school years ago.
Yeah, so that's gaslighting when you're just like, I just saw you on the front porch. How'd you get out here? It's you go out of your way to make someone feel like they've lost their mind. And that's what it seemed like was happening. Now, here's something really important that I want to mention now, and we're going to talk about it in part 4 more in depth. There is definitely a strong possibility that a portion of some of this stuff was Gray Barker messing with Keel.
Yeah, which is pretty messed up.
Yes, it is. And we're
In
going
a way.
We're going to talk about Gray Barker more. However, that might explain even some phone calls, some weirdness, some of that stuff. But the things in terms of the omniscient type things, it's not something that Gray Barker could have done.
Yeah, there's no hacking into stuff back then.
Right. And we mentioned in part 3 the whole thing about the Pope. Contactees began mentioning the attempt of an assassination attempt on the Pope. That wasn't all. A character similar to Indrid Cold had been in touch with a contactee in a place called Mount Misery, which is on Long Island.
Boy.
When I started looking into Mount Misery, I had never heard of it. This place is a paranormal hotbed. It is easily an episode in itself. Keel had a whole thing that went on there, including a contactee who had a relationship with a man like Indrid Cold, who called himself Apple, A-P-O-L, pronounced Apple.
Yeah.
Apple was constantly messing with Keel. Keel never met him and never supposedly even spoke to him, but information would come to him from various contactees, mostly in the Mount Misery area, from Apple. And Apple was kind of gossipy and into pop culture. And so,
I love that.
Yeah, so Apple apparently had expressed to Keel that he had wanted to talk about Marilyn Monroe and Robert Kennedy.
Sure.
And he advised Keel to tell RFK that he should stay away from hotels.
Well, we both know which hotel that is, don't we?
Yes.
I think we've both been there.
In June of the next year, RFK was assassinated at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. And we have both been there. It's since been torn down, but it used to be a main shooting location in Los Angeles. A lot of movies were shot there, including in Marilyn Monroe performed at the Coconut Grove, which is a club there. And then in True Lies, when he rides the horse through the hotel lobby, that was the lobby of the Ambassador.
Right.
I think it now belongs to the Los Angeles School District. And I know they were going to tear it down.
No, it's now a learning arts center or something.
Yeah,
it's been torn down because it's very valuable property because of its location.
Yeah, and it had secret hallways and all kinds.
Oh, I was there at a film shoot, so I got to roam the hotel, and I tell you, when you go, portions of it are lighted, of course, even down these long, dark hallways, and I totally got a massive shining vibe looking down the hallway, and it's like, should I just go peek into the rooms? And I think most of them are locked. It's pretty buttoned up. But
well, I got into the rooms, and they were empty, but there was a ton of graffiti. And you weren't supposed to walk
inside the rooms.
Yeah,
so
and on the floor that
there.
I was at. But my wife, it was a long time ago, she was shooting there, and we weren't supposed to wander around. But
but did you go down to the kitchen? Where
I went to the kitchen and
did
saw
you
the
see
tile.
You saw the tile?
Yeah, there was a tile in the kitchen. This is pretty amazing. And I don't know what happened to this tile when the building got torn down. I kind of can't believe that nobody took it ahead of time, but it had an X in it.
Yeah.
And it was supposedly the spot where RFK's head lay when he lay dying on the floor there.
There was a bullet hole in the wall as well. I think that was cut out forensically.
For the trial.
Yes, for the trial. But the X, some unknown person put an X down there where they laid him down on the floor before he was moved. And before he was attended to. And if you want to get crazy, I'll tease this a little. There was a woman wearing a polka dot dress that put her hand on the shoulder of Sirhan right before he.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do the FK episode.
Oh yeah. Hey Scott, when you want to find the best price on something you need, do you just drive to a brick and mortar store hoping they're going to have the lowest prices and the highest quality products available?
Of course not. I shop online first, and I see what the best prices are. And not only that, most physical stores don't carry all the coolest products I know are out there.
Exactly. Nowadays, no smart shopper just gets in the car first. And even if you go to an online shopping site, they're just going to carry what every other store is offering. That's why Harry's.com is changing the way everyone shops for shaving
products. Well, that just makes sense because Harry's owns their own razor blade manufacturing plant in Germany. So not only can they cut out the middleman that physical stores have to go through, which ups the price by about half, they can also keep a close eye on the quality of their products. And with Harry's.com, we're talking about a fine-bladed razor cartridge with a new, softer flex hinge for better contouring, a lubricating strip for better glide, a trimmer blade for those hard-to-reach places, and a sleek, textured handle for more control, even when it's wet. Not only that, Harry's has some of the best shave lotions and creams I've ever tried. I swear by their post-shave balm. And yes, even though I sport a beard, I still got a trim around it, and it's those places that are more delicate. Harry's is so confident you're going to like their post-shave balm too. They'll give you one for free as a special offer to our listeners. Just enter the promo code LEGENDS at checkout to get your free tube. And if you're still skeptical, you can get their free trial set, which includes a razor, a 5-blade cartridge, and shaving gel when you subscribe. All you have to pay is $3 for shipping. And as a subscriber, you'll get a personal Harry's concierge who checks in on you to make sure you're stocked up and happy with everything you get. That also helps keep you from chewing up your face with that last dull blade because you keep forgetting to overpay for some new ones at the store. So go to harrys.com, that's HARRYS.com, and enter the code LEGENDS at checkout to get your free trial set plus a free post-shave balm. Once again, that's harrys.com and use promo code LEGENDS. Oh man. Fishing for some sense. It really is a huge problem solver for me and my family because although I love cooking, grocery shopping, not so much. And who wants to make time for that these days? Yeah, that, and you also come out looking like a hero because Blue Apron makes it easy to serve up delicious restaurant quality meals with seasonal artisanal ingredients sourced from their community of family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. And we've never eaten so well with so much variety. I mean, I have my standard favorite dishes I make, but even I get tired of those after a while. Blue Apron creates their menus weekly, and they're not repeated within a year. You can choose your meals from a variety of recipes, or let Blue Apron's team of chefs surprise you with their picks. It also couldn't be more flexible. Customize your recipes each week based on your preferences. Then choose the delivery options that are most convenient for you. There's no weekly commitment, so you only get deliveries when you want them. You know what else is awesome? I'm getting ready to travel for Thanksgiving, and they actually allow you to donate those meals to people in need. Oh, that's very nice. And you can skip. Well, you can donate. You don't go on vacation and you get a pile up of food at your doorstep. Exactly. You get to choose. You can choose. And making the meals is also fun and easy. Each meal comes with a step-by-step, easy-to-follow recipe card and pre-portioned ingredients and can generally be prepared in about 40 minutes or less. It's really sparked my love of cooking again and improved my kitchen skills, not to mention my Michelin star ranking as the family chef. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/astonishing. You'll love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/astonishing. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
Hi, I'm Chris, host of Return to Camp Blood, and you're listening to Astonishing Legends with Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burgess. Now, back to the show.
All right, so anyway, he had received advanced information on that. Keel was getting advanced information on other assassinations and global world-changing events, and he didn't know what to do with the information, and not only that, Keel was starting to feel burdened with how am I supposed to interpret this, because the information's coming in, it's about these significant political figures. He even claimed that he had information about Martin Luther King's assassination, and he had the nature of his death, that it would be on a balcony, where it would be, and he had the date, but the date was wrong. He said he tried to reach out to King's people. He could not get in touch with them. And I think that whatever the month was that he had, it wasn't the actual month of his assassination. So there was always something that wasn't quite right. And we mentioned in part 2, there was the additional information that he'd received about Point Pleasant. And he had been led to believe that what he called a power plant was going to blow up and lots of people were going to die. And we read you that letter that he wrote to Mary Heyer in part 2. So that was when he became convinced that something was going to happen there. And he says power plant in the book, but I feel like the power plant was a cover-up.
TNT?
No. There was nothing at the TNT area to blow up.
Right.
I think what he was concerned about and what he was protecting, because he was concerned that it was a defense secret at the time, was the DLA, the Defense Logistics Agency,
yes.
that is in Point Pleasant and still there to this day.
That's actually what I meant.
Yeah, not TNT.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that is an area that theoretically could be moving or storing weapons, nuclear materials.
Yes.
And I think that was what he wanted to imply, and I think that's why they made the reference to the power plant, both in the book and in the movie. There wasn't a power plant that was a problem. I think he was trying intentionally to be a little vague about it.
Yeah.
And so he is getting all this information. He's also getting information about blackouts. He thinks these blackouts are going to come, all the power is going to be a catastrophic blackout. And in the 70s, blackouts were a bigger deal.
Oh, there was a huge one.
Yeah, and they're still a big deal, but there was a lot of concern about crime at that time. So you had to really get prepped up for that kind of thing.
Yeah, there was a bad one in New York across the eastern seaboard.
Yes.
And of course, people just went looting.
Exactly. And that's what everyone was concerned about, the kind of thing would unfold. So he would be getting the information from the contactees that this blackout's coming, and that's what he was prepared for on December 15th, I should say, when the bridge collapsed.
Right.
He was prepared for a blackout, and he had, as we mentioned in part 2, a friend of his over. They had candles and flashlights, and they were just kind of waiting for when the president lit the tree, the Christmas tree. Which president was it? I keep forgetting. Johnson.
Oh, yes.
Johnson, President Johnson. And the tree lit up, and nothing happened. And he was like, oh, that's strange. And then they had the breaking news thing came on.
Right.
A bridge has collapsed on the Ohio River. We already told you that story. So the question is, why is he getting all this information? Going back to the attempt on Pope Paul, here's another example of how this played out for him. It's an excerpt from his book. Convinced that Pope Paul was about to be knifed to death at the Istanbul airport, I rented a car, loaded it with flashlights, candles, food, and bottled water, and drove out to the Mount Misery area to await the blackout, because there had been an implied blackout that was going to happen with that as well.
I don't know if I'd want to wait it out at a place called Mount Misery.
Well, he had a lot of contactees there.
Yeah.
He knew the area.
No, yeah, he's familiar with it. True.
So on the way, I stopped to see one of my contactees, and he informed me that a spaceman had just been to see him and had left a silly message. Quote, "Tell John we'll meet with him later and help him drink all that water." End quote. The contactee had no idea that I had several quarts of spring water in the trunk of the car. So then he gets closer to Mount Misery. He picks out a motel randomly. The motel clerk comes up to see his identification, which he said was really strange. He presents his driver's license. It says John Keel. The clerk says, "We've got a lot of messages for you here, Mr. Keel." She pulled out a sheaf of message slips. I started to protest since I had not even known I was going to stay at that motel until minutes before. The messages were all nonsensical, meant only to prove once more that my movements were being anticipated. As we said in part 2, 3 years after this, on November 27th, 1970, there was an attempt on Pope Paul VI's life at the Manila airport. It wasn't Istanbul. The Middle Eastern portion of the information he received and the date were wrong. He knows that these things are critically important, but there's puzzle pieces that are missing. The date and the location isn't right.
Yeah.
And so it's useless to him, other than to just freak him out.
But is that the point? Or is it something like, well, it's an alternate time stream, an alternate reality that is fading in and out that nobody can seem to really get correct? Or is it just the trickster, prankster element?
Here's the other thing about it. Mary Hyre, too, was having dreams about what was about to happen at Point Pleasant. He was actually flying back to the Point Pleasant area after checking on some UFO sightings or landings in North Carolina. And he landed at whatever airport you fly into, and Mary Hyre picked him up from the airport. And so they're riding into town. She's probably taking him to this hotel, which he always stayed at, which I think was the Blue Fountain Inn, which is now a Regency Inn, I think. I looked it up. That was John Keel's headquarters. It was in Gallipolis Ferry. And she had picked him up from the airport. She said, "Just before I got your letter, I had a terrible nightmare. There were a lot of people drowning in the river, and Christmas packages were floating everywhere in the water." He said, "Maybe you were just picking up my thoughts somehow." She said, "Maybe, but I've covered a lot of drownings on that river. Never anything like this dream. There were so many people. I've been feeling uneasy ever since, and everybody else feels the same way. Can't really put your finger on it, but it's like something awful is about to happen." She also said, "Ever since all this flying saucer business last spring, things just haven't seemed right. We don't get many UFO reports anymore," Mary told me. "And except for that thing Mrs. Thomas saw, Mothman seems to be laying low. Everything is quiet. Too quiet. Not too long after that, as we described in part 2, Silver Bridge collapsed under a heavy load of rush hour traffic on December 15, 1967, just as John Keel was awaiting a blackout that he thought was coming when the president lit the Christmas tree at the White House. Mary's dream came true. There were Christmas presents floating in the water. 46 people died. 2 of them were never recovered. And things were about to get quiet. So you can see how all these events that have happened, and Keel wouldn't even realize the thing about the Pope assassination attempt until 3 years later. And so he continued to get this information that he just couldn't do anything with. And what are the motivations? As they say in the movie, well, their motivations are not human, as you quoted already in the prior episode, and that's a line from the movie, but it does seem that way in a way. Why was he singled out to be a little bit in the know about all of these pending events?
Well, there's people that I believe are more prone, targeted maybe. I was listening to an interview with David Weatherly when he talks about, he's another author, he's done books on the black-eyed kids, and I think he knew Keel and as a friend of Brad Steiger's, everybody in this kind of field kind of eventually gets to know each other and what they're about. And he had a friend that just said, I don't like driving with you. We always see something weird.
Right.
He's there. So he's always on the lookout for strange things happening. I believe we relayed that before, where they come around a bend and he saw a grinning man standing by the side of the road and patched the weeds. The friend is terrified, doesn't want to go back. Finally, he convinces them, and they go back. And of course, he's not there, but they can see where this person was standing. This very tall, garish-looking Harlequin with an impossible smile. Like Keel, he's tuned into this, which is maybe why people like this get into this field. Brad Steiger said the same thing. He was born and raised in a very old building, which was a stagecoach stop, and he said it was completely haunted. Yeah. So much though, as a little child, these old ghosts would talk to him, which I find frightening, because usually people see ghosts and they kind of wisp away, they're doing their thing or whatever they did in life. I see stagecoach people. He saw stagecoach people. It reminds me, it was at 1408. That was a terrifying aspect of that, where John Cusack is staying in the room as a bat, and he starts seeing these apparitions, and then they kind of turn and look directly at him. Which that part's not supposed to happen. They're not really supposed to interact directly with you.
The stagecoach stop, ley lines, roads, intersections, Hendrick Cold, Chief Cornstalk, the fort, everything, all happening at intersections of travel.
Why does that happen? Why do we pick the roads we do? Well, that's where it's like water passing through and finding the least resistance. You don't cut a hole directly into a mountain unless you have to. You find a road that naturally lays out. So, like he was saying, though, he was prone to the supernatural. Brad Steiger was, even as a small child. So there are certain people, I believe, that are really in tune with this stuff. We're not, for better or worse, but we're interested in it. So it could be kind of a curse. Like you said, it's a burden.
Keel says himself, though, that he's the poor schlub with the wrong aura, and that's why he's not getting the right information.
Say that again, please.
Somewhere in the book, he said there are other people that are getting everything right, or they're getting more in tune.
Yes, more things right.
And then he's the schlub that's like thinks the power plant's going to blow up when in fact the bridge is going to collapse.
Yeah, that's
like he's a little out of whack.
Right.
Is what he seemed to think of himself.
Well, that's really hard to say, because I'm sure he's totally frustrated because people's lives are at stake and he is unable to do anything about it. And so that must be tremendously frustrating. But what's the purpose here? From the other side, wherever this information is coming from, is to say like, hey, this is going to happen. Look out. Well, can't really get it totally accurate. So something's going to happen. Just be prepared.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck. Here's a bit of information, and sorry that's confusing and frustrating, but that's the best that you're going to be able to receive.
And there's an underlying theme with the whole process, with the whole book, and with everything that happened as he documented it, with every encounter in the small picture and then in the bigger picture, and even when he starts getting all this information about these events. And the theme is they don't seem to know exactly when anything is going to happen or what time it is right now.
Yeah.
There's something about that. For me, when I look at this book and these stories on an instinctual level, and not just Keel's book, but all the other things that we've looked at, there's something about the fact that they don't seem to know when it is.
Right. Maybe because everything's already happened all at once in one long, continuous now. There's no past, there is no future. It's just now. I know that's a really hard concept to wrap.
No, and that was it. Einstein had that theory, I believe, that everything was happening at once. There's many people in the research corps that are a lot smarter and better educated than I am. But while you look that up, I do want to say that we're about to wrap the show up. But before we do, we wanted to talk a little bit about the actual mechanical failure of the bridge and how that worked. From BradyQuote.com, the only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once. It's attributed to our great Mr. Einstein. So, however, that implies that time is a problem, and some guy was like, hey, let's put time in there to fix this.
Okay, so cursorily looking this up here, and this was in skeptics.stackexchange.com question. People say, hey, did Einstein really say that? Well, the one answer here that gets a lot of votes, the oldest confirmed use of any version of this quote that I was able to find is from Ray Cummings' short story, The Time Professor, published in January 8th, 1921, issue of Argosy All Story Weekly. And the quote here from the character is, I do know what time is, Tubby declared. He paused. Time, he added slowly. Time is what keeps everything from happening at once. I know that. I see it in print, too. And then he used it again, Ray Cummings did, in his novel, The Girl in the Golden Atom, published in 1922. So he says it twice there, and of course the entry goes on to say, this quote has been mistakenly attributed to Albert Einstein, Richard Feynman, Woody Allen, John Archibald Wheeler, and likely others in many different forms. So there you go, you can chew on that. But the principle is the same. Time is a perspective for us humans, so our heads don't explode. Yeah, you do age. There are things about our physical world that you have to contend with. You kick a rock, you hurt your toe, as can be witnessed in the movie What the Bleep Do We Know. So there are things that you have to deal with, but you have to realize that the rock you're kicking, as well as your toe, are mostly made up of empty space due to the mass of atoms and subatomic particles being very low. So most of it is empty space. So that you can live your life. Right. Otherwise, how do you deal with everything happening at once? And that's the other big, big question. If everything happens at once, and there is no past, there is no future, there is only now, which I think is also a Buddhist philosophy that has everything that's ever even possible happened and has already happened. Has happened, is happening, will happen in the future. So, but it all is together. So it's kind of a little bit like Donald Rumsfeld. There's no, we don't know. You know what? That's the thing about that saying is that if we say it at work sometimes, it's like we don't know what we don't know, and that's a valid point. Yeah. There's things I don't know about, but I know of them. I know it's coming up. I should study that. I don't know about that. Right. Like our next episode. Yeah, exactly. But we don't even know what that is. So there are things that we don't know. Yeah, we know we don't know. So all right, let's talk about the bridge. It's time to. Here's the culmination of this entire string of events. Unfortunately, a tragedy. That we're saying people had a feeling that something bad now for a whole 13 months. People have had this town and John Keel, not exclusively, have felt that something bad is going to happen. Well, it's funny that you mentioned the number 13 because there's sort of an odd numerical thing going on with the bridge collapse. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but Marie Mayhew, who is one of our illustrious members at the Astonishing Research Corps, dug up the actual traffic report from the collapse of the bridge. A lot of pages are missing from it. It's scanned. It's online. It's odd that there's pages missing. I don't believe it's a conspiratorial thing. I think it's just kind of that classic sort of Somerton Man thing, old files, pages disappear. Sure. So, yeah, not redacted. Not redacted. So what I want to do here is I'm going to read a little bit from the conclusion section of the report. Conclusions. It is concluded that at about 5 p.m. on December 15th, 1967, the US 35 highway bridge between Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and Conaga, Ohio, suddenly collapsed, with the three suspended portions falling into the Ohio River and on the Ohio shore within a period of 1 minute. Of the 64 persons in the 31 vehicles that fell at the bridge, 44 died and 2 are still missing. 9 persons were injured. All of the 24 vehicles that fell into the water were recovered. There was no evidence of sabotage of the bridge or of any vehicle. The bridge did not fail because of aerodynamic instability. The bridge was not overloaded by vehicle weight at the time of collapse based upon the designed vehicle loading. The collapse was sudden
It was preceded by several cracking sounds in the Ohio side span superstructure near the Ohio Tower. The collapse began in the Ohio side span, with this span falling first, with the downstream truss twisting upstream and falling on top of the upstream truss, trapping vehicles. That's on page 59. Page 60 is missing. That was item 8 in the conclusions category. Page 61 is present, though, and it starts with item number 13, which explains really what happened. So I just want to remind you to pay attention to your threes here. Cogs says we're crazy for attributing any value to all these numbers, but this is...
Why is he even listening to all this? Why is he even here? And then he can't help himself. It's fascinating.
No, he
as us as well. He loves it. And we love him.
Yes, we're glad to have him, but he is our skeptic on board, as I've said before. But in terms of the numbers here, just listing these numbers, paragraph 13 of the conclusions of the collapse of the Silver Bridge. Joint C13 of the North Ohio side span I-bar chain came apart during the collapse, with I-bar 330 fracturing completely across its eye at joint C13. I-bar 33 separated from the pin at joint C13 either before or after I-bar 330 fractured. The sequence of failure of joint C13N will be determined after completion of laboratory tests, further investigation, and analysis of all facts developed during the investigation. All right, I can go on. It's pretty dry civil engineering type stuff. I'm pretty familiar with what happened to the bridge, so I just want to talk about it a little bit.
Just put it in layman's terms so you can understand.
I will. And by the way, we have a link to...
No pun intended.
Yes, a link to a couple of videos that explain there was a big reconstruction. They built models. There's another university called Open University. I found the link today. That's going to be our links that actually has a 3D rendering of how the bridge fell from the perspective of being in the car, which is pretty fascinating.
Well, you had mentioned something interesting about it wasn't associated with aerodynamic instability, which means high winds passing through. Now, that reminded me of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, which collapsed, but there's actually footage of that, and that was early. That was early 30s.
Yeah, we should share that. I can't remember when that happened, but you do see the bridge had a vibration.
Twisting. There are cars on it. There are people. Just fortunately, there's only a few people that are running for their lives. And I don't even know how you would stand up when there's a confluence of winds. And again, like that sine wave we said, when you're peaking at a maximum apex there, that crazy things can happen.
Yeah,
not with this case.
No, and here's what went wrong with this bridge. It was, as many artists have pointed out, designed to fail, and there's a reason for that. It used for its suspension, the way a suspension bridge works is that the cables that go to the towers and back to anchors on the land support the road deck below.
You're holding it up. That's what you're suspending.
Yes, you're suspending it. And there's flexibility, which is good because bridges need it for wind and for the loads that come across. Now, the bridge was built, I believe, in 1928.
Yes.
And when it was designed, the Model T or whatever weighed about 1,500 pounds, and trucks at most were 20,000 pounds, I think.
Well, that wasn't a new design either. That design, the I-bar design, had been around for 100 years about.
Yeah, it had been around, and they reinforced the deck over the years because some people said, oh, there were too many cars, there were modern cars on it. It was actually supposed to last from 1928 till 2028. So, there you go. It was supposed to be a 100-year bridge. Now, the easiest way to explain I-bar construction is because I didn't really understand what that meant until I started really digging in on this. But essentially, when you look at a suspension bridge, usually it has cables, like the Golden Gate Bridge has this big cable, and that cable is made up of like 1,000 little cables all intertwined and wrapped around each other for strength and redundancy.
Now think about this. You might logically think if you had say a 5 or 6 inch diameter solid piece of core steel in a rod, you think, well, that's solid steel. That's really heavy. It's really strong. Well, actually, a cable that is 5 or 6 inches in diameter, made up of thousands of little strands, is much more strong.
Exactly, and much more reliable, and it has, again, this is an important word, redundancy.
Exactly, because even if a few of those strands break, the strength of the remaining ones will hold it together.
Exactly.
That's what we say about redundancy. Now, I wanted to say, when you talk about I-bar, kind of picture a needle with eyelets on both ends.
Well, you know the thing that I thought about when I thought about it, I was like, what is this I-bar? And I thought, oh, that's not very long, whatever. On this bridge, they were 30 feet, I believe, long.
Yeah.
And they look exactly like that little thing on your bicycle chain. So when you look at a bike chain, that's what the suspension was. It's essentially a giant bike chain. The thing is, even a bike chain has a couple of those stacked up together in some
Exactly,
cases.
yes.
This bridge did not have enough duplicated eye bars to keep it strong. I think it only had two, maybe one or two. So what would happen
with
is
the per span, I think. But
when you look at the bicycle chain and you see where a link of it connects to the next link, there's a little pin that holds them all together. If you scale this up, that's exactly how that bridge was built. What happened was I-bar 330 had apparently been treated incorrectly when the steel was forged.
when it was manufactured, right?
And so it already had some fatigue built into it. And then over the years, the bridge had seen a lot of traffic and the weight went up. They added weight to the road deck. And supposedly they beefed things up. They did not necessarily beef up the suspension mechanism, though, because it was considered to be super strong and well within its range.
Yeah. And nor did they maintain it properly over the years. That's another huge factor.
Right. They inspected it, but the problem was, what happened was at the end of I-bar 330, there had been about a 3 millimeter crack in the bottom of it that they couldn't see. It was sandwiched in, and when they inspected it, was not something that they could see, and they didn't really know what they were looking for. And this crack, over time, due to friction and vibration, because the towers were actually designed to vibrate and give.
They're called rocker towers.
Exactly. They were supposed to have a little play to help the bridge survive, because in engineering, when something is stiff, it breaks, and when it gives, it lasts a lot longer. It's actually stronger if it can give a little bit.
That would be opposed to a suspension chain that's lubricated in some way or over a tipping saddle so that the cable is able to go over the top of the tower.
Right.
In this instance, the towers are actually meant to bend,
sway.
Yeah, sway just a little bit.
Right, like a high-rise does. If you ever go up in a really tall building like the Sears Tower or whatever,
Oh yeah.
you actually feel it swaying back and forth. They want it to do that, because if it doesn't, the alternative is breaking in half.
You must bend like a reed in the wind.
Exactly. So this I-bar had a little crack in it, and eventually it suffered. All these cars were stuck. A lot of cars were stuck on the bridge that night, and it just took it over the edge. What happened was the I-bar cracked, and when it did, it broke off of the pin, and the pin became askew with the other I-bars that were still on it. When it did that, the I-bar on the other side, which didn't have a failure, but now the whole joint is crooked. It has all this added stress on it because they've lost one of the I-bars.
And there's vibration of cars going over.
There's vibration. The whole thing just disassembles.
It is kind of like a domino effect.
It's exactly what it is, because it's the weakest link in the chain. And because there wasn't a lot of redundancy in the construction of the suspension mechanism, that failure was a fatal event. It was a non-survivable scenario for the bridge.
Yeah, because usually when they'll do an I-bar construction, I think there's 4 to 6 I-bars in tandem there, in parallel, so that's what we talk about redundancy. If one fails, you have a lot more backing that up.
Right, you hear a noise, you clear the bridge, you inspect it and repair it.
Yeah.
That was not the case here.
That was the thing, though, also with this 2.5 millimeter fissure, this crack, which is from fretting wear, so implemented at the time of manufacture. And so buried down deep in there, you can't really inspect for that. There was no way for them to do it at that time.
In addition to that, it was near freezing temperatures that night, and the metal was exposed to a type of fatigue that made it more brittle because of the cold temperatures.
The cold, and that's another horrible thing. I thought people going into the water, that water was freezing cold, and the sun was setting.
Yeah.
What time was that? Do you remember exactly? It was a little after 5 p.m.
The collapse was, right around 5 p.m.
Yeah, I imagine that. And then you have this horrible tragedy, and first responders are trying to get there, and it's going dark.
Yeah, it was obviously a horrible scenario. And it's interesting to think about, there's a 3D rendering, you'll see the link in the show notes, that shows from the perspective of someone approaching the bridge from the West Virginia side exactly how it went down, because once that I-bar snapped, which I-bar 330 was on the northern side of the Ohio side of the bridge, that rocker tower bowed forward, and it dropped. There were 3 pieces of suspended roadway. The first one went down, and when it did, it's taking all the other I-bars with it, and it came down and took down the middle roadway next, and then the one on the West Virginia side of the bridge. And the perspective of the one woman who's in the one video, she was an eyewitness. She was on that.
She was on the bridge, yeah.
She was on the bridge, but she had
close to the edge.
Yeah, she hadn't gone to the piece of roadway that collapsed.
We have that link of that documentary that was produced. I think we talked about this before, mainly in support of the film in 2002, but she was on that bridge in a vehicle, and I think she was able to back up enough that her car did not go in, but she described it as she thought maybe a boat had hit one of the central towers. It shook so hard and so quickly, like a bang. And then as witnesses described, within a minute, this whole thing just started to unravel. Literally, it came down. And in the video, there's also a gentleman who just over, like he said, if he was car length behind, he would have gone in. He did go in, but of course, he was able to get out.
It's a sad story, and
People, they were going Christmas shopping. They would normally go across the bridge to Gallipolis to go Christmas shopping and back and forth.
Yeah.
And as the workday was ending, they were coming back home.
And that goes right back to Mary's dream, that she had a precognition
Presence in the water.
of the presence floating in the water, which they addressed in the movie. And again, another element in the movie that I thought was made up for drama was true. And it's just a sad story. And what we're going to do is we're going to close out this episode, but when we come back for part 4, we're going to talk a lot more about the theories, a few more of the incidents, but mostly about our theories about what happened in the area.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for tonight. Join us in 1 week for our final part on the Mothman series, part 4, where we'll discuss the theories behind the events that took place in Point Pleasant.
We'll probably both be off the chain for that one. We'd like to thank the Great Courses Plus, Squarespace, Harrys.com, and Blue Apron for sponsoring us. Please remember that supporting our sponsors helps support the show.
Hi, I'm Adam McCutcheon.
I'm Jess Coleman.
Hi, I'm Chris Saunders, and I give permission to
Astonishing Legends to use my voice.
release its
Galaxy-wide in perpetuity.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees, and the theme is by Judson Crane.
Sound design is by Ryan McCullough.
Special thanks to the ARC and its lead researcher, Tess Feifel.
But most importantly, we want to thank our listeners. You can find us online at astonishinglegends.com, as well as Facebook, Patreon, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, and Instagram.
Copyright Scott Philbrook
And Forrest Burgess. Good night.
Excellence is stopping.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community, make a difference, help the next generation? You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
EduStaff, excellence is stopping.
Spin your passion into a business with Shopify and break sales records with the world's best converting checkout. Let's hear that one more time. The world's best converting checkout. Shopify's legendary checkout makes it easier for customers to shop on your website, across social media, and everywhere in between. Now that's music to your ears. Any way you spin it, you can be a smash hit with Shopify. Start your $1 trial today at shopify.com/records.
With LinkedIn Jobs, we tap into a network of more than 1 billion professionals to help you find quality professionals quickly and easily for any role you need. Marketing wizards? Found them.
Software engineers?
Found. That project manager I can never seem to hire? And found. LinkedIn Jobs quickly matches your roles with candidates with the right skills and experience. In fact, 86% of small businesses get a qualified candidate within 24 hours. Post your first job for free and get started at linkedin.com/spoken. That's linkedin.com/spoken. Terms and conditions apply.
This episode is brought to you by Paramount Plus. Get in, loser! Mean Girls is now streaming on Paramount Plus. Join Katie Heron as she meets the plastics in Tina Fey's new twist on the modern classic. Get ready for more of the rumors, backstabbing, and jokes you loved in the original movie with some fetch surprises. Rated PG-13. Wear pink and head to ParamountPlus.com to try it free.
Astonishing Legends is supported by Harrys.com, Squarespace, the Great Courses Plus, and Movement Watches.
And we're back. In a brief bit of news, we are currently retooling our website, so excuse the limitations of functionality on our existing one. It may be the first of the year before our new one is up, which will include a new store, and shortly after that, some exciting new options for merchandise. That's right, we're completely shooting ourselves in the foot with regard to holiday shopping, but for us, it's more important that things be right than rushed.
In an odd twist of events, the Theories episode was running a little too long, so we've decided to break it into 2 parts. We'll release the second part as a bonus show, commercial-free, in a few days whenever we can get it finished. so that when your family starts discussing politics at the dinner table over the Thanksgiving holiday, for those of you in the States, you can just plug in your headphones and have some Mothman with your turkey and dressing. Forrest, where do you go this time of year to see your family?
I just get out my compass and I start walking north.
Useful.
Fear not, however, there will still be 3 more shows before we break for the year after the Mothman series is concluded, and they should be good. What are we doing again for them, Scott?
I thought you were, is that me? I thought you were figuring that out.
Okay.
Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forrest Burgess.
I have adopted the concept of ultra-terrestrials, beings and forces which coexist with us but are on another time frame. That is, they operate outside the limits of our space-time continuum, yet have the ability to cross over into our reality. This other world is not a place, however, as Mars or Andromeda are places, but it is a state of energy. John A. Keel, The Mothman Prophecies.
Join us tonight for the first half of our final episode on the Mothman. All right, so I think it's time for us to recap last week's episode for us, because there's a lot to keep track of here, right?
Well, there's a lot of crazy stories to keep a lid on.
I think we safely went deeper than most people go on the Mothman, and we're not done yet.
You know what? It's a lot more stories we talked about and covered that you're not going to get in an average article, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
If you want to go beyond that, and even if you read like 10 articles, you're going to get most of the same story.
Yeah.
You have to read the books.
Yeah, that's what we do. We read the books and the articles, and then we got the research core too, and it's a lot of information that comes together.
You have to really pull from different sources and actually entirely different materials to get this documentaries, clips on YouTube, not only books by great authors who've made a lifetime studying this stuff,
but and also books by authors named Gray Barker.
That's right.
Well, you said great authors. I was thinking. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't say great
didn't
authors.
Really work.
No, right.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, folks. All right, so let's recap. Last week we talked about the mom who saw the disco UFO wizard over the playground. My favorite new band name.
Disco Wizard?
Yeah, I think Disco Wizard or Disco UFO Wizard or
it's whatever.
Not bad. Yeah.
Well, of course, it all reminded me of The Man Who Fell from Earth, Ziggy Stardust.
Yes.
That whole thing. And it's around the same time period.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so she saw this thing floating over the playground at her kid's school while she was waiting to pick them up. We also talked about, especially in relation to that story, the idea that maybe these sightings are so strange because whatever is happening or whatever is appearing is actually influenced by the witness's own mind.
Yeah, absolutely. You see what you are either able to see or can handle.
We also went with John Keel as he took 9 people out to the TNT area of Point Pleasant in search of the Mothman, where eyewitness Connie Carpenter saw 2 glowing red eyes in the back of the abandoned factory just as they were leaving and had seen nothing there. The rest of the group then saw something running behind the building into the woods after hearing a large metal object fall from the structure with a loud bang. Keel himself did not hear that from inside the building. To add to all of this, Mary Millette was bleeding from her ear at this point. Needless to say, they left the TNT area. Keel, however, returned alone and encountered a strange, what he called, zone of fear that he bravely experimented with, determining that it was a highly localized area that made him petrified when he stood within it or passed through it, even in his car. He was otherwise unable to figure out what it was. He speculated that it might be what he called ultrasonic sound, which he thought might reproduce a feeling of terror, and we discussed the idea of what is now referred to as infrasound as being a possible cause of that. And in fact, we went back to the Dyatlov Pass episode to discuss that a little bit, because that was the conclusion that Donnie Eichar had reached at the end of his book, although seemingly a little half-heartedly, about what might have caused the kids to run out of the tent into the night.
Well, it is a proven phenomenon.
Yes.
With ultra-low, below 19 hertz sound, that in some people, it will produce feelings of uneasiness, unrest, trepidation, all-around terror. I don't know that far.
Finally, we demonstrated how Keel started to receive bizarre messages from his network of contactees that seemed designed to demonstrate omniscience to him, as well as to portend disastrous future events, only to find that just enough facts about what he was hearing would be wrong, and therefore make it impossible for him to actually warn anyone about anything. All of these events seemingly culminated in the collapse of the Silver Bridge, brought about by the failure of I-Bar 330 at joint C13 at 5 p.m. on December 15th, 1967. taking
Messages from
46
this network
hours.
of contact.
So this is the theories episode. These are sometimes our favorite to do because they're not bound by much more than our observations combined with the astonishing research corps' perspective on things and all the combined knowledge that we've accumulated in the preparation of the show. So it's a lot more fun. This is how we're going to break this one down. We took a look at a lot of topics we want to discuss regarding the events in the region, and we came up with a little more than a dozen concepts that we want to share with you guys. So we're going to take these on one at a time until we get through all of them, if that sounds okay to you guys. I can't hear you, but I'm assuming that you're saying yes.
These are sometimes our favorite.
Either that or you've already pressed stop on your podcast player. Okay, Forrest, I think we should probably start out. It was hard to figure out what order to discuss this stuff in, but I wanted to go back in history and take a look at the legend and the myth of the Thunderbird, the idea behind that and how that plays into Native American culture. And also, one of my favorite things is the Garuda, which is really cool because when I tweeted that picture of the 1975 first edition copy of the Mothman Prophecies that Astonishing Legends now owns, it says right on the cover, this was 75, under the Mothman Prophecies, it says, an investigation into the mysterious American visits of the infamous feathery Garuda. Well, and I was like, what is a Garuda? Yeah, I had to look it up, and so did the ARC, and they dug it out for us, and this is from Wikipedia. A large mythical bird-like creature or humanoid bird that appears in both Hindu and Buddhist mythology. Garuda is the Mount Vahana of the Lord Vishnu. Garuda is the Hindu name for the constellation Aquila. The Brahmini, Kike, and Phoenix are considered to be the contemporary representations of Garuda. You have to see this Wikipedia page. We have the link in our show notes. It's very cool, but it does not look like the Mothman at all. But I think that what Keel was trying to do when he wrote the book was connect it to some kind of lore that made sense to people in a way.
There's two aspects of this. One, it's not a new phenomenon even from the 70s onward. This is a very ancient concept. And we talked about the griffin, the Garuda kind of fit in with the hybrid animal or even hybrid humanoid type animals, especially a bird, something with wings. Wings are very central to this whole idea. But with the Garuda, which is kind of strange, is that it's Lord Vishnu's mount, but it's kind of a dude. It's right. Representational, but it's a man, a winged man, sometimes with a white face, but he's a golden god himself, or just a very mythical spiritual beast that has a very specific purpose, but huge. It's said to have walked out the sun, right, and passed over. So since the beginning of time and human beings and storytelling, it's a very iconic image, very much part of everybody's spiritual folklore.
Well, it's interesting you should say that because the next place that I want to go after mentioning the Garuda at the very least is the legend of the Thunderbird, which is really something I want to thank ARC member Marissa Ball for digging up some really good information on the Thunderbird, and including this. According to the mythology of many Native American tribes, the Thunderbird was a huge bird of prey that soared through the skies on enormous wings, bringing thunder and rainstorms to the lands below. It was once assumed that this creature was completely imaginary, but cryptozoologists are no longer quite so sure. This information is pretty fascinating because there's a lot in common here, and the legend of the Thunderbird is pervasive throughout Native American cultures for generations.
One thing about the Thunderbird I remember is that with Native American cultures, it was a time to get everybody protected. The braves would gather the women together and shelter them, and the children, because it was bound to pick something off. Right, to carry it away. So that's also another aspect of this. There's great respect, but there's also great fear and caution when these things appear. So it's also a warning, and it's a foreboding kind of sign that something's about to happen where you better protect yourself.
Right, and supposedly the thunder sound comes from the wings flapping. That's what they say.
Right, I heard that.
Thunderbird. But there's been cases more recently where these things have turned up all over the world in recent history and going way back. There's actually one story of a man named Clyde Smith who on April 10th of 1948, along with his wife and someone else, a man named Les Bacon, were in Overland, Illinois, when they saw a large object flying over them. It was so big, they thought it was an airplane until it flapped its wings. That was another sighting of a huge, huge bird that 4 people saw, and it freaked them out. And there's another tale that comes to us from 1940, when naturalist Robert Lyman was in the Black Forest region of Pennsylvania, and he saw something down on the ground with its wings spanning the entire width of a road. When he got up to it, it of course flew away, but when he got up to it, he measured how wide the road was, and he said that it was 20 feet across. That's more than twice the wingspan of the Andean condor, and I've seen actually the California condor, at the zoo here in Santa Barbara. They're huge. They're amazing. I took my son up there on the train. These are sightings that maybe have lent ideas to the Native American idea of these thunderbirds. Maybe they're giant condors, and maybe they're just birds of prey, and maybe that's a misunderstanding. But there's more to it than all of that. And one of the things that Marissa had dug up in the art too was these artifacts that came from a place known as the Smith site in New Hampshire, which was excavated, I think, in the late 1960s, about the same time, oddly. In fact, it might have even been 1967. And it was an Algonquin site, where they found lots of artifacts. But one of the things they found, and we have a picture of it in the links and in the show notes, is a pendant that is a Thunderbird. And it is the one that, when you see it, if you've been interested in Mothman at all, you've seen this before. It's a very interesting sort of almost X-shaped man-like creature. And it has two holes, which the archaeologists say is for suspending it on a chain, on a necklace.
Right.
But the holes are exactly where the eyes should be on any of the modern depictions of the Mothman. So there's a question there for me. Was that so it could be a necklace, or was that a representation of what it actually looked like?
Well, the scientist aspect, and those that are skeptical will say, of course, it was just through a necklace. But we're always trying to second guess what ancient peoples meant by their art and their petroglyphs and their hieroglyphics. But these things existed. Now, the one that you often see, this is a whole other branch here, is kind of medieval drawings of people that had faces in their chest.
Yes.
And no heads, which that always reminds me of what the Mothman looks like.
Yeah.
The headless creature, but with which seems really impractical, especially if you're carrying a large bundle of logs or something. It's smashing against your face.
Yeah.
You mentioned this maybe in part one, the Argentavis, the giant prehistoric bird, which they can estimate the wingspan size at up to 23 feet.
Oh, this is the one in the picture with the doctor at the Museum of Natural History, I think, or some museum.
Yeah, I think that's
that bird. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it looks like a crow, but it's, as I said in the earlier episode, it's the size of a bus.
Well, yeah, and it's possibly as large as between 5 and 6.5 feet tall, they estimate. So
yeah, but it looks like a bird. It has a head.
Yeah, it is right. It is very.
The Mothman does not have a neck. I don't know if anyone listening has ever seen the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but there's a point at which you got to say to the Mothman, and I'm going to leave out the bad word.
Yeah.
Get a neck. He has no neck.
He has no neck. But these things existed. Incredible beasts.
Yes.
Like we were talking about in the Bigfoot Ostman story episode, there was a Gigantopithecus black guy, almost 9 feet tall or around there, and they can deduce that from the fragment of jawbone and extrapolate out what they think the size is. But that's a 9 foot tall ape.
Yeah.
Used to exist, they believe. So when you think like, oh, that's impossible. And I know I was kind of bagging on the idea of a heavy man bird flapping around and being able to lift itself.
Well, that's the other thing.
Strange creatures have happened. Now,
we're going to talk cryptids in a minute.
Yeah, we'll talk cryptids.
But to your point, though, and just to remind you and me and our listeners, the times that this thing was seen flying, it was not flapping or anything. It was defying the laws of physics.
You could toss out aerodynamics and lift.
Yeah.
Because this thing seemed to like swooped up straight into the air and then took off, from one description. These things don't need to rely on air to move. So who knows how they get around wherever they're from, but here they seem to have a lot of ease and a lot of speed. Boy, every time I see a new ad from one of the big shaving razor companies, they've got some new gimmick they've come up with. Either it vibrates or it warps the space-time continuum.
I know, and those gimmicks aren't free either. You'd know that if you bought a pack of razor cartridges in the past 15 years.
Right, and you'll also probably know by now that most of those add-ons don't really matter for a close shave. All you really need are multiple sharp blades made from high-quality steel and a cartridge that pivots so it contours through your face and some kind of glide strip. Well, Harry's has all of that.
They do, and for about half the price of those big-name brands. But you can offer a blade cartridge for $2 when you control the whole supply chain. Harry's makes their super sharp blades in their own factory in Germany, which means they can sell to you direct over the internet with low prices and high quality.
Harry's gets your face baby smooth. And then their line of lotions and creams protect and soothe. And they smell great too. When you become a subscriber, their concierge-level customer service means you'll always have all the supplies you need based on how much you shave.
Harry's knows you might still be skeptical you can get all this for such a great price. So why not try out their free trial set, which includes a razor, a 5-blade cartridge, and shaving gel, and all you have to pay is $3 for shipping. In fact, they're so confident you're going to love their products that Harry's has a special offer just for our listeners. Enter the promo code LEGENDS at checkout to get their really popular post-shave balm for free.
That's right. Go to harrys.com. That's HARRYS.com. And enter the code LEGENDS at checkout to get your free trial set, plus a free post-shave balm.
That's harrys.com and use the promo code LEGENDS.
Hi, my name is Emily Laurie, and Scott and Forrest want to thank you for partaking in tonight's episode of Astonishing Legends.
Well, listen to this story. This is something that was a collaboration between Marissa and our more recent ARC member, Terry Faber. This is pretty fascinating. She had cited an article that says the following. In the late 1800s, an Arizona newspaper called the Tombstone Epitaph is said to have published a report and photograph of an alleged dead big bird, in quotes, with its wings stretched out to reveal a wingspan of 10.8 meters, or around 35 and a half feet. If this photograph could be verified as genuine and studied, it might disclose whether the bird was really a teratorn, but it has apparently been lost, and the accompanying newspaper report cannot be traced either. However, Terry found the actual article. There is no photo in the article because I don't think they could print photos at that time in the newspaper. But I wanted to read this just for everyone to enjoy. April 26th, 1890, the Tombstone Epitaph. The main headline saying, "Found on the desert," and with a subheadline, "A strange winged monster discovered and killed on the Huachuca Desert." I'm not sure I said that right, and forgive me if I didn't, and if you're laughing at me, you can send me the customary pronunciation emails that we get after every episode. Yeah. All right. All right, so I just want to read this. A winged monster resembling a huge alligator with an extremely elongated tail and an immense pair of wings was found on the desert between the Whetstone and Huachuca Mountains last Sunday by 2 ranchers who were returning home from the Huachucas. I'm going to say that over and over again. The creature was evidently greatly exhausted by a long flight, and when discovered was able to fly but a short distance at a time. The 2 men who were on horseback and armed with Winchester rifles gained sufficient courage to pursue the monster, and after an exciting chase of several miles, succeeded in getting near enough to open fire with their rifles and wound it. The creature then turned on the men, but owing to its exhausted condition, they were able to keep out of its way, and after a few well-directed shots, the monster partly rolled over and remained motionless. The men cautiously approached, their horses snorting with terror, and found that the creature was dead. They then proceeded to make an examination and found that it measured about 92 feet in length, and the greatest diameter was about 50 inches. The monster had only 2 feet, these being situated a short distance in front, where its wings were joined to the body. The head, as near as they could judge, was about 8 feet long, the jaws being thickly set with strong, sharp teeth. Its eyes were as large as a dinner plate, and protruded about halfway from the head. They had some difficulty in measuring the wings as they were partly folded under the body, but finally got one straightened out sufficiently to get a measurement of 78 feet, making the total length from tip to tip about 160 feet. The wings were composed of a thick and nearly transparent membrane and were devoid of feathers or hair, as was the entire body. The skin of the body was comparatively smooth and easily penetrated by a bullet. The men cut off a small portion of the tip of one wing and took it home with them. Late last night, one of them arrived in this city for supplies and to make the necessary preparations to skin the creature, when the hide will be sent east for examinations by the eminent scientists of the day. The finder returned early this morning, accompanied by several prominent men who will endeavor to bring the strange creature to this city before it is mutilated. Anybody get a photo? Yeah, that's the thing. As I just mentioned earlier, there is supposedly a picture of this creature somewhere, and to make the necessary preparations can't be found. So this is something you might have to see at least for examination. That's what they say. Finder returned early this morning, accompanied by several prominent men would be quite to bring the strange creature to the city. Yeah, and it's not going to smell good after. Anybody get a photo? Yeah. You got to get it marinated. Just like the sea creature that the men found, the fishermen. The Japanese fishing trawler? Yeah, that I thought might have been a plesiosaur or something.
Now, there is a photo of that thing.
Yeah.
There happened to be a guy, and I can't remember if he was a scientist or a journalist, just happened to be on board. But the story I remember, and it was in Omni magazine when I first saw it appear. They brought it up in a net, and this thing definitely had a neck on it.
Yes. Very much a dinosaurish neck. And it was that, and basically the description was, it just looked crusted over, it looked deep fried, and then, of course, now that it's out of the water, it's under its own weight. It cracks open, and I guess what issued forth was a stench so foul. Yeah. The captain said, no, you know what, we got like $100,000 worth of fish on this boat. Cut this thing loose, get it off. Yeah. Because it was just really gross. But again, I happened to take a photo of it before they dumped it over. That's all they have, but at least they have that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's true. You never know, get a musty old piece of dinosaur in your nets. But this thing doesn't sound at all like the Mothman, but it is huge. I will say cryptid. Well, yeah, cryptid, and when you look at these kind of stories and you're trying to figure out if it's a hoax or whatever, it was interesting to me the detail that, in order to measure the wings, they had to pull them out from under it. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that you either got a very creative journalist or someone who's got an eye for a detail that makes a story feel more real. Yeah. But how could something that large fly? Well, and we talked about this before. There have been reports throughout the years, especially in remote areas, of people seeing something that looks kind of like a pterodactyl. The leatheriness of this one. Yeah, it sounds in with the claws and it had two legs in front of its wings or whatever. The pterodactyl, if its wings were folded, that's where they would be, right up near the front of the body. So, and the head 8 feet long. Was it pointed? Was it a pterodactyl head with a big horn on it? Right. I mean, pterodon, but yeah. Well, especially with the teeth too, because you're now having to. It's carnivorous. It's having to hold on to prey. Yeah, which is the purpose of teeth, and to shred. So there's two things. Either this thing is probably more believable about these lake and sea creatures that are mythical. I don't know if you saw that brand new Nessie photo that surfaced. No, I didn't. Yeah, about 3-4 weeks ago. But it looks pretty good. If it's a hoax, it's pretty well done. If it's not a hoax, it's the actual photo. Looks pretty darn good because you get a little bit of the swirling action you can notice there. It's much easier to believe that something prehistoric leftover has survived in the very deep oceans because we don't know everything that's down there. That's true. Cthulhu could still be down there. Very well. So I don't know. It's really hard to pronounce. I kept reading it over and over again. Everybody says Cthulhu, so there you go. Yeah. But, who knows what's down there? So the idea that there could be just things living and eating and feeding off of a very deep depth down in the deep, dark oceans is more plausible. Or even in Loch Ness, if it's a very deep lake. Or Baikal. Yeah. But something in the air that flies and on land, you tend to think we've seen most everything. Yeah. It's really tiny. People, again, new species are being discovered all the time. Yeah. On the other hand, species are going extinct all the time. And it's entirely possible that 200 years ago, someone might have been seeing the last of something bizarre that had managed to survive. Exactly. That's my point. Maybe it's the last one, and they shot it. Or something maybe has been able to survive for this long, just hidden. The other point is that it's from another place. Let's talk about this Alaska sighting that you just mentioned. This was actually in October of 2002. There was a sighting in Anchorage, and this is an article that we're referring to on CNN.com. A bird the size of a small airplane was recently said to be seen flying over southwest Alaska, puzzling scientists. The newspaper quoted residents in the village of Togiak and Manakotak as saying the creature, like something out of the movie Jurassic Park, had a wingspan of 14 feet, 4.6 meters, making it the size of a small airplane. At first, I thought it was one of those old-time otter planes. The paper quoted Moses Kupchiak, 43, a heavy equipment operator from Togiak, as saying, instead of continuing toward me, it banked to the left, and that's when I noticed it wasn't a plane. Raptor specialist Phil Schimpf said the following: I'm certainly not aware of anything with a 14-foot wingspan that's been alive for the last 100,000 years. Kupchiak said the bird disappeared over the hill, and he then radioed Togiak residents to tell them to keep their children inside. He knows. Yeah, he's taking it seriously. This was an issue solved, I think, with the National Geographic, might have been even a game camp, but they had footage, or a couple of stills, of a very large golden eagle trying to carry off a fawn. Yes, or just a small deer, like a juvenile deer. Which they can do. The golden eagles can. It wasn't live video, or it wasn't video footage, so you have just a few stills, but they're obviously in a struggle, and I think what was determined by the biologists that it's possible. Yeah, a large eagle could carry off something that small game like that. Now, a full-size buck, no, I don't. No, but yeah, anything smaller, sure. And a toddler, you know.
Well, in this story, there was apparently another local resident who was a pilot, which I think there's a high number of pilots in the Alaskan regions because it's about that much money to get around.
Yeah, right.
He was a pilot, and I guess he originally was skeptical, but then he sighted this thing from about 1,000 feet away, and it wasn't just him, it was a plane full of people. They all saw it.
Right.
And his name's John Booker, and he said the people in the plane saw him. He's huge, he's really, really big. You wouldn't want to have your children out. Yeah, and that's crazy. And this is something, it's interesting to me. This is under CNN has this posted under Offbeat News.
Yeah, right.
And I have a category for this on my like little news readers on my iPhone and stuff like that.
Credible reports.
Yeah, it's just like, here's the weird thing. We're going to report it, but we're not really taking it seriously. And it's like, this is a big deal. This is, 5 or 6 people right here who are all saying they saw something highly unusual. It goes in the Offbeat News section, and then the next day people just forget about it. And it's like, no, what is that? Get up there, figure it out.
Well, that's been happening a lot lately. But that is in common tag to you have to be skeptical.
Yeah.
And one of our listeners, Round Daddy,
yes,
give a shout out here.
Yeah.
He sent me an article about an exorcism that took place. And the article was very popular, went viral from the Indiana Star, but it's the exorcisms of LaToya Amons. And this reporter, her name is Marissa Kwiatkowski, describes first approaching this subject matter, that they've been getting these incredible reports. And what's interesting here is you can see how the newspaper works, is that her editors did not want her to even approach this unless they could provide a very skeptical, at least a skeptical voice. So being neutral, but you still got to be skeptical because they're worried about their credibility. People still think that way.
Something we clearly aren't concerned with.
We've given that. Come on, if you believe any of this,
any of this at all.
But look, we're doing it because that's the more entertaining angle, not trying to, at least for us. Maybe some people really get off on debunking and finding something rational about it. But you realize that any media outlet has to present both sides, of course. That's what you want. But they're going to lean towards the skepticism. And they have to be able to provide something to calm, even to allay people's fears. Like, no, this is probably not real.
Right.
But if you want, here's the crazy part of the story. Scott and I often exchange articles, of course, through emails. And it's always from the whack job news section of the newspaper or their website. It's like the news of the weird section because they can't possibly take it seriously. But you know what? Sometimes people do see strange things, and these are sober individuals who live out in the bush who know what they're looking at.
One of my favorite things about the Men in Black movie, which was based on all the authors that we're talking about tonight and have talked about in this series, Gray Barker and Bender and also Keel,
right,
was the idea that they got all their important news from the Inquirer. That's how we know where to go, where to look.
But you know what's funny, that Dalton's got this for the past month, is like every once in a while they get something right.
Yeah.
So most of it's for entertainment purposes, not to be taken too seriously, but sometimes there's a nugget of truth in there.
All right, so the other thing that comes up with a lot of people, especially people who follow the Mothman story, is the idea of the Mothman having been seen at Chernobyl. Chernobyl being, which I think most people know, but it was a nuclear meltdown that took place in Russia. Our good friend, Christoph Andresen, who his podcast is called The Eastern Border, which you've heard us mention before. We've been guests on his show, and he's been guest on ours. He just did a show on Chernobyl and went very, very deep on it, and a lot of really fascinating information about how it was built and how corners were cut.
Yeah.
And shortly after that, I'm pretty sure that he was banned from entering Russia.
Who knows what that guy's up to? That's something interesting. He loves to dig deep for the facts, though.
Yes, and he said that the whole thing about the blackbird being sighted at Chernobyl or Mothman being sighted at Chernobyl was undoubtedly a hoax.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I had heard too over the years. He did say that colloquially the phrase blackbird applies to an area that has where something really bad has happened, or they'll say this is a blackbird for Russia. So that goes back to the whole thing of the raven, and that gets biblical and all that. And it makes sense. But he's saying that the Mothman did not appear at Chernobyl, so we're going to go ahead and say, even though they cited, I believe they mentioned it at the end of the movie.
I do believe that's true,
and that's fun. That's one of those things. It's fun. That's one of those things where they did make a little something up. Where it's like all the parts that I thought were made up were true.
It's not the only one, though. I think, of course, Chernobyl's a very famous disaster. And the Silver Bridge in Point Pleasant, that was certainly very horrific. And
there was a picture.
to the minds of the people there. But you know what? I'll bet not a lot of people, even ones that saw the movie, didn't even know about it.
Yeah.
Unless you're from the region.
Yeah, or live when it happened, and you might remember it. But speaking of the Silver Bridge, there's a picture online of something on the Silver Bridge, which, I haven't researched it, but to me, I'm pretty sure that's fake too. Yeah. Honestly, it looks like a trick photography, frankly.
Well,
it's not hard to put a blurry black object on a bridge in an old newspaper photo.
There is a mention also in the documentary Search for Mothman, which that's the one I think is produced in conjunction with the movie, that one of the locals there said, as the guy in the documentary says, there's a wino who did see a creature underneath the bridge or near one of the pillars there, the rocker towers, right before it happened, and he reported it to the sheriff. And he was not drunk at the time, but yes, he's indigent.
People aren't taking him seriously.
They're not taking him too seriously, although the sheriff did go down and check, I believe. But he claims to have seen something, I think that day, or right around that time. So that story's relayed by one of the local people interviewed in the documentary, not the actual person, but there were sightings all around. But is there a photo? I don't think there's any credible photo.
Well, yeah, and the only thing I know about of anyone climbing on the bridge prior to the disaster was in the Mothman prophecies. Keel mentions that somebody came in to talk to Mary Heyer, I believe.
Yeah.
And Mary told Keel, I talked to one woman who lives right by the bridge, Mary continued. She says that 2 days ago she saw two men climbing on the bridge. And he said, climbing on it? She said, yes. They weren't walking across. They were climbing around the sides of it. He asked her if she was able to describe them.
Keel mentioned,
get ready for this.
Yeah.
That said, they were wearing checkered coats to very high black trousers.
Yeah.
And Mary told Keel, I talked to one woman that she didn't either bridge. They weren't wearing boots. She says that 2 days ago she thought that was odd because of the weather we've been having.
Right, but by
the way, we're back with the checkered top, checkered coat, checkered shirts, checkered the wolves, and checkered shirt. What is it with the checkered?
Into the skinwalker. Well, that's just one style option. That's a lifestyle choice, really. But it's weird. It is a little odd, but I think there's a very terrestrial explanation for that. Did we already talk about this? It's a story that was tied to Keel. Now, I thought that he had seen this. Apparently, Mary Heyer had seen this. Keel's interpretation, though I do remember this part, he thought it was FBI agents.
Yeah.
They're government officials. They're checking out the bridge, but this is pre-disaster. And his summation, or kind of an inkling that he got, was they knew something.
Right.
They had gotten some information. Maybe they were monitoring him because of all the strange things that.
But he wasn't sure about the bridge. He thought
he was exactly.
He thought it was going to be the Defense Logistics Agency, I believe. He said the power plant, but I think he probably thought it was going to be the DLA, where an explosion was going to happen.
Right. But I tend to believe that assessment. It was not a Men in Black or anything out of this world here. It was humans, but they were checking something out. They were looking for something. They were inspecting something. Again, that was Keel's interpretation that perhaps they had some information that something on the bridge was going to happen, and they were checking it out.
We're not finished with this topic of global sightings, but while you're here, and since you took us here, I do want to say, you get back into that idea of these teams of players that are playing a complex game of chess, and there's more than two sides, and they don't really know what the other side is doing.
It's the cigarette-smoking man. Well, I agree, because, look, this is one thing I have no proof of this, of course, but I got a really good hunch. There are elements within world governments, and especially our own, that just know a lot more than we do. That's got to be the case. It doesn't have to be extraterrestrial or really crazy. But
if it comes to premonitions, it has to be something crazy. I mean, if they're crawling on the bridge before its collapse, its imminent collapse, then they either know the future or something else in the area, like the presence of the Mothman, is telling them that they need to be on the lookout for a disaster.
Right. Well, it doesn't even have to be that crazy, because people were getting strange notes left on their door. And there's really weird grammar or incorrect grammar. Some of the strange notes, like watch out, stay away, leave this alone. What if somebody sends a note, a very real paper note, to the FBI saying that the bridge is in danger, you better watch out, stay away, whatever? They're going to send people to check it out.
Right, and then they're not going to tell us about the note.
They're not going to announce that. They're not here to also cause panic. This is a main artery into Gallipolis. And again, that's the reason it was so crowded. People traveled back and forth to go shopping, and people worked on either side of the river. So at rush hour, it was packed. So if a bomb threat is called in, imagine, somebody at the FBI gets an Android cold call. Cold call, get it? Yeah, you got cold call. I just thought of that, sorry. They get if you get a call about anything, they got to check it out, or they should.
Yeah.
It was like, bridge, Silver Bridge, whatever, how mysterious it is, where they get a funky note.
Right, like the
saying,
stuff that was happening to Kiel.
Yeah, exactly, saying the bridge is in danger, or this and that. They're going to send guys out there, and they may not be dressed as G-men with the black suits, more like Men in Black.
Maybe they were inspectors. Maybe they were just inspectors.
Exactly. Unless you said the low-rise shoes, just regular kind of street shoes, Oxford type, is not what maintenance people would be wearing, or military generally. So, unless
you think about things that every perspective that we have when we look back at something like this is based on what was reported,
right,
or oral history, if it's been passed on and then written down. Things that happened and weren't written down, you'll never know about. Like, for example, and I don't know, my wife and I used to spend a fair amount of time in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And every bridge there over the Delaware River, which is a big river as well, has a tender, a person, who is in a little shack and keeps an eye on things. Now, I don't know if the Silver Bridge had that. I don't think it did.
Usually beyond the drawbridge type.
But these are not drawbridges. The ones I'm talking about over the Delaware, every bridge has a person who keeps an eye on things.
That's probably a state mandate.
Yeah, and it may not be the case over the Ohio River in West Virginia or Ohio, but imagine that somebody was there and they heard I-Bar 330 crack.
Yeah. They heard
like a day earlier.
Yeah.
And just a weird little noise, not enough to go into a cold hard panic, because if they're looking, everything looks fine, but maybe they call the inspectors to come out. And I thought I heard something weird, or even a civilian says the bridge seems super shaky. They make a phone call. Yeah, people come out. It could be just something that mundane.
Yeah, again, that does not sound sinister to me, or like sabotage in any way.
Right, and it wouldn't be recorded. There would be no history of that, and that's why we have to speculate on it. Who knows if anything like that happened, but if anything like that did happen, and there's an infinite variety of things like that that could have happened, we would never know.
Right.
Especially if maybe it happened to someone who died in the disaster.
Yeah.
And never told anybody.
Right. Hey, Scott, how many websites do you think we check out while doing research on a topic?
I don't know, maybe 20 to 40, depending on what it is. What I can tell you is that they're not always the cleanest and easiest to navigate. And if we want to purchase something from one of them, that can be a nightmare too.
Well, that's probably because they're not a Squarespace website. If they only knew how easy it is to set one up and how beautiful it would look once they published it. It really is an all-in-one solution for getting your work or your business up on the web.
With Squarespace, you can experience a new way to buy your domain name and choose from over 200 extensions. Then pick one of their plug-and-play templates created by the best designers in the business. Once you've got the look you want, you pick the functions you want your site to have, and then you're ready to blog, promote your physical or online business, or sell anything. Or you can just announce your special event or project.
And if you're trying to drum up business for your store or your homemade products, Squarespace gives you powerful e-commerce functionality with built-in search engine optimization, free and secure hosting, and the ability to customize your site's look and feel with just a few clicks. And everything's optimized for mobile platforms right out of the box.
And you'll never have to patch or upgrade anything yourself. Ever. Because Squarespace takes care of all of that for you behind the scenes. And in front of the scenes, they've got your back with 24/7 award-winning customer support.
Go poke around and see for yourself what Squarespace has to offer with a free trial. Just go to squarespace.com and start clicking around, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code LEGENDS to save 10%.
Squarespace. Make it beautiful.
Hi, my name is Ross Woodward, and now back to Astonishing Legends with Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burns.
Let's come back a little bit. I do want to talk about other global sightings. We discussed Chernobyl. The other story, and this is one of my favorites that we came across, is the story of the Freiburg Shrieker.
Freiburg, Germany?
Yes.
I've been there.
Have you really?
Oh, yeah.
It's far southwestern Germany, right? What were you doing there?
Well, I had a friend that had been going to school there. She was finishing up, so I think we traveled down to pick up the last of her stuff. And it's the Albert Ludwig University of Freiburg in Freiburg im Breisgau, Baden-Württemberg, I believe. I don't know. It was a long time ago, but it's a very beautiful area. It's founded in 1457. And it's the 5th oldest university in Germany, so it's this grand old building, and the whole town is on the edge of the Black Forest. So Just beautiful, gorgeous.
I love their ham.
Isn't that nice? And I wanted to buy a black chocolate forest cake, and when I did the conversion there, this is before the euro, it was outrageously expensive, like $200. I mean, they're beautiful looking, but and they have cuckoo clocks, all kinds of fun stuff there. But
anyway, the Freiburg Shrieker.
Fried is fried on all this research. It's fried.
It's frayed. It's frayed and fried.
The point is, I've been in a very old part of the country, and of course, the Black Forest is dark and mysterious itself.
Yeah.
But gorgeous, yeah. So
I would love to go there.
Yeah, so
well, September 10th, 1978, supposedly, if you believe any of this at all, southwestern Germany, in Freiburg, as you just mentioned, 21 miners,
not miners, you idiot,
like children, miners, not miners, 21 miners showed up for work. And they were approaching the mouth of the mine, the opening, and they noticed a huge man standing in front of the entrance to the mine, wearing a large, full-length trench coat.
What year was this?
1978.
Okay, not that long ago.
Yeah, September 10th, 1978. So he seems insanely large, and then they realized when the trench coat opened up that it was wings.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, this creature opened up these huge wings, they unfolded, and it let out a shriek that the men compared to 50 men screaming or a train slamming on the brakes to avoid a disaster.
If you got the pipes, you got to use them. I mean, I'm certainly going to.
With this creature, I mean, obviously it's otherworldly. What would you think it would do after that?
Well, it depends on what part of the country you're from. Certainly, if a large man opens his trench coat, that could mean something totally different in Manhattan. If it's at the mouth of a cave and wings come out,
yeah.
This is what I'm going to guess based on the earlier sightings connected is that he shot up straight into the air.
That's what I would think too, but guess what?
He ran.
No. Wings folded up, stood there. Just stood its ground, would not leave.
Wow.
Would not leave. The miners watched it. It wouldn't go anywhere. It has freaked them out. They are traumatized. They can't figure out what to do, but they need to go to work, too.
It's like a punch in,
Yeah, so they're trying to figure out what to do. And according to the story,
he's blocking the
entrance. Yeah, so they started doing busy work outside the mine at a safe distance from this thing, like cleaning up, putting things away, hoping that this creature would go away and they could go to work. After an hour, it was still there. And so now they're like doing other stuff and they're sort of looking over at it, and then they heard this huge subterranean rumbling sound.
Yeah.
Collapse and explosion. They looked over. Fire and black smoke was belching out of the mine, and the creature was gone.
Back into the gates of hell.
Wherever it went.
Yeah.
Point being, as far as they were concerned, it saved their lives. They would have all died.
Aha. Now here's the button of the story. It stood its ground and kept them away. Gave them a warning signal, and just being ominous and opposing kept them away. So you tie these in with these other stories that we've previously been talking about, and we're going to dish on it, but what's the purpose of the Mothman? What's the purpose of this guy with the trench coat? Well, what's the trench coat for, obviously?
It's not a trench coat.
You said it was a trench coat-like thing.
No, it was his wings.
Yeah, no, they thought it was.
Oh, yes, yes.
If you take these accounts to be accurate and true, and these creatures are there and they're weird, maybe they're being misdiagnosed in a way. But the next question is, what's the purpose? Is it to cause these accidents, or is it to try and warn us of something? So here you go. Something sounds more like it was protecting.
Yes, well, the Freiburg Mothman accomplished his job. The Solar Bridge one, not so much.
Yeah, who knows? Well, I guess he could have stood at one end of the bridge and just kind of flapped around and freaked people out. But maybe it doesn't work that way. Who knows?
Well, here's the thing about this story. A lot of people think that it might be a hoax because they cannot find any corroborating information. There's no press reports. Research has been done, and people can't find anything to track it down. I went to one website that said maybe it was 1878 instead of 1978, maybe the year's off or something, which would make a little more sense about the behavior and the actions and how the story's told. But either way, it's a famous sort of paranormal story.
That's a good one. You certainly, it clocks for me as one of the most amount of time staring at a cryptid.
Yeah.
I've never heard that like an hour or two later, like, it's not me, big guy. It's not nice, look at the Lord. So, you know, what are you doing in the meantime? Like, I'm just gonna, we'll be over here in case you wanna you want to leave. But it's a fascinating account.
Yeah.
It's like, Fritz, run into town and grab a camera. You get an Instamatic, the local gift shop there. That's what I did when I was there. I actually bought film and stuff while I was there. But that amount of time, that's the only thing that's kind of wonky for me, is that you're spending a large amount of time staring at something totally trippy. I would send somebody into town if nobody's got a camera.
Well, that's why people say, that maybe the story doesn't ring true. But it's
right. But then again, you know what? It's you can never account.
It could also be in a trance. I mean, that's what happened with the Mothman. People said they went in trances. So.
Exactly. There is a psychological effect as well as a physical one. So you can't do too much Monday morning quarterbacking here on what happened. Like, well, they should have done this, or I would have done that. Why didn't they do blah, blah, blah? So,
yeah.
You weren't there. If they did see something that was just a weird, freaky cryptid of some kind.
Right.
You don't know how you're going to react.
Yeah. So here's another story, courtesy again of our friend Christoph Andresen, who we mentioned earlier. His show, The Eastern Border, is a very entertaining podcast. He's Latvian. He lives in Latvia.
Well, if you really want to know what it's like living there.
Yeah.
And the history of Russia and the Baltic states there, that's the one to go to.
Yeah, it's a great show, and he heard what we were doing on the Mothman, and he looked into the Chernobyl thing for us, and he also dug up another story that we would have frankly never known about relating to Mothman, which I thought this goes in the global sightings category again, and it was centered around a TV series made in 2013.
Manimal?
No. And this series was a paranormal show, kind of like, the ones that there's 5 billion of in North America right now.
Right.
And I guess the producers of the show had received reports that in the far eastern Russian district of Primorsky, which means next to the sea, near the town of Danienogorsk.
That sounded good.
Christoph is cursing me as he's listening.
Danienogorsk?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he says,
it means far mountains, right?
Yes, it means far mountains. People are apparently in this small town being traumatized by a Mothman. He describes it as a very, very, very remote place, and there's not any other cities around for many, many kilometers. And there are tigers there, known as Amur tigers.
And they're huge, right?
In North America, we call them Siberian tigers.
You're right.
These are gigantic creatures, hundreds of pounds. And the people are used to living with them. And one of the things to be pointed out about these tigers is that they stay away from people. They don't want to be around people. They don't come out of the woods. They don't come after people.
Even in India, when you hear stories, it's like they're usually driven by a real lack of food or water to come venturing in.
And so apparently what's happening is in this little town, 8 people have gone missing, and a lot of animals too, with torn remains of the missing people and animals being found in the trees.
Dragging them up there.
Which sounds like a tiger. That's something a tiger might do. Locals also report that everyone has seen this creature and tried to shoot it, but unsuccessfully. So there's this whole 40-minute video, which we have a link to. We'll put it in the show notes, but it is in Russian, and we ourselves could not watch it. If we have any of our listeners that are bilingual and want to watch it, please enjoy it.
Danienogorsk.
Oh, thank you. You're pronouncing it.
Well, now I just saw your phonetic spelling here. I'm sorry, I missed that in the notes.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay. But Christoph took it upon himself to translate some of the more interesting details from the video. So the areas where this Mothman is appearing and where the tigers live is gigantic, and it's filled with all sorts of animals. As we said a second ago, the Siberian tigers have no reason to walk into town. Local man in the video states, quote, "These tigers don't see humans as their competition, but they don't like them much either, so they actively avoid them. Not only them, but also anything made by humans, roads, cars, etc. So when we see them, we know that something has startled them." The video then states that the tiger is the apex predator in the taiga, the forest or the region, Taiga. These tigers are able to fight bears, and there's literally no other natural enemies that they have. At the same time, there have been only 6 unprovoked attacks on humans by these tigers throughout the entire 20th century in Russia. So that's interesting. So according to the info on the show, this mysterious creature that people have been seeing lives on the large hill of Provodnitsky, which the locals call rocks sprinkled there by God. That's the translation into English. In the beginning, they talked with the local forest keeper, kind of like a park ranger, whose forest he's responsible for, which includes the mountain where they are saying this creature lives. But it turns out neither the forest keeper nor the locals go there. The mountains have always been sacred grounds to the local tribes. Here we go again.
According to local legends, they have ancient burial grounds that have been guarded by the, quote, merciless guardians of the mountain, end quote, that without mercy kill all those who trespass on their land. And not only that, whenever tourists or scientists do go into the area, they often report nausea, headaches, strange sounds, and a loss of sense of time. Many of them come back early from their trips, abandoning them and never wanting to return. Wow. However, during the last few years, 8 people, local hunters who've been hunting nearby the forest, have gone missing and haven't been found. This is reported both by the forest keeper and by another local hunter. The local hunter actually refuses to talk anymore about it. He's afraid what might happen, and he says the TV crew wouldn't believe him anyways. The forest keeper, whose name is Vladimir Yelichuk, then agrees that the people are missing and says that lately the animals too have been leaving this area, especially the local Beres population. This is what they call snow leopards. The creature is similar to a mix between a bat and a huge flying man, tall with large posture. The wingspan is reported to be 2.3 to 3 meters wide. Christophs writes, that's approximately 8.2 to 9.8 feet for those who are stuck using primitive measurements. He's got to get that. He said it has sharp, large claws on its legs and wings, also on the creature's legs. One of the claws is on the opposite side. Importantly, suddenly attacks people. You might spot it in the distance, staring, and then it would simply fly towards you and try to attack you. Also, the locals note that it screams like a man. It yells. He's been seen flying by everyone in these parts, and also by many tourists. Now, the Japanese during the war had done some pretty atrocious experiments.
Unit 731.
Yes.
We talked about that.
We have talked about it. It's so horrific that I don't even want to do a show on it. I think Christophs asked me about doing a show on it once.
Oh.
It's not something I don't think I could talk about, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's too much for your stomach. But what we talked about it was in connection to MK Ultra.
Yeah.
That you might think, well, that's crazy the government would do that on people. Well, during wartime, the Japanese did it.
They did horrible experiments that
it's the most unimaginable and the most horrific things you could possibly ever not want to imagine.
Yes, including genetic ones, and not too different from some of the rumors that they'll say Mesa, actually.
But that was, Area 51 is the top secret dark place for machines. And Dulce Base is the same thing for the biological.
Yeah.
Well, or it's like, as we say, it's Ryan Stiles' job at the Drew Carey show where there was strange goat men walking around and just all kinds of strange, they would always make a joke about that.
Yeah.
Down in the tunnels, they're doing strange hybrid experiments on people. But that's one of the old legends there about Dulce Base, that something alien-human hybrid technology is going to go on. But those who studied it said, well, really, it's just another secret base.
Yeah. Here's what they are apparently speculating in this video, this Russian show, which Christophs conveyed to us, was that the base 31 was not too far away, and that maybe this creature is some kind of experiments, or its offspring, or something like that, these genetic experiments.
Generally, I would say, boy, now you're getting into other territory here, because we had a listener who's starting his, I'll give a shout out here, ANCIBS. You can check out his website, ANCIBS.com. It's pretty good. And it's a mixture of stories about ancient civilizations and legends, but mixed with humor and a lot of good cheer. But he's just starting out, so go check him out. Anyway, he contacted me through Twitter and asked, just generally, did I think the Minotaur was real? Could that have been possible? Just kind of, in a good nature, be kind of funny there. Because he did a funny article called The Minotaur Plugged a Toilet in Atlantis. So, anyway, basically, he's asking about that. So I turned him on to a book that I did tweet about, and it's Edgar Casey's Story of Atlantis, which is basically a collection of readings throughout the time that he was giving readings to different people. He would just explain how he did it. It wasn't an entire narrative that he just spilled out while he was kind of in a trance. As he was giving a life reading to somebody, saying like, well, you have the respiratory problems because of this, try this. There are a lot of home remedy kind of things. He said, oh, by the way, you were an ancient scribe in Atlantis, and you were also doing this and that.
Right. the fascinating part is that, yes, over thousands and thousands of readings he gave to people, they would take out, his followers would take out bits and pieces of different topics he would talk about, and then he strung them together, and that's what formed the narrative. So if he was faking it, it's a pretty good accomplishment. Yeah, because it does form a narrative on the history of Atlantis, again, by a guy called America's Sleeping Prophet, where he was kind of in a somnambulistic trance and talking about this. So in answer to Ansib's, I said, well, if you read the book, it's pretty wild, because Casey's description of Atlantis was that they had advanced technology, not like what you see now with iPhones and iWatches and everything, I and E and all that. There was basically two factions, one a good group of people and a bad group of people. And the bad group were using their technology that they had at the time to create genetic hybrids. Animal human hybrids. Wild. As a slave. Because Casey's description of Atlantis was that they had advanced technology, right? Not like have a young, beautiful woman that had feathers all over her, or somebody that had snake scales. That they were doing gene splicing with animals and humans, which we don't even want to think about that nowadays, even though, Dolly the sheep was a big deal. According to Casey, that kind of did lead to their downfall. There was infighting, it was good, bad, whatever, and the Almighty put a stop to that. Destroyed the island, but before that, the good folks were able to take their knowledge and deposit them in various locations around the earth. Near the Sphinx, probably in the Himalayas. Yeah, in the chamber that they won't open at the Sphinx's feet, right? Yeah, I think it was under the left paw. But they have found that there is a space down there through penetrating radar. Anyway, long story short, not the first time people have heard about this. So the answer to his question, is the Minotaur real? Well, going way back, there's always been stories of animal-human hybrids. And if you look at anything that we're talking about now, it's like, that's not a new idea or something fantastical or 50s science fiction. It goes way back to the beginning of humans. All right. In getting around to this Mothman and these incidents in Russia, for example, that Christophs was talking about, he also, by the way, mentioned that they've organized hunting parties to go after this thing. And this is really interesting. This is consistent with some of what we found in Keel's book and what you were talking about, the feeling that people were having. They said that they did find it. They came face to face with it, but they couldn't shoot it because the face was human-like and somewhat sad. Yeah. Wow. So they got a real vibe of emotion with this thing. Yeah. Again, same with some of the descriptions of Mothman. It was very sad and seemed to communicate something that it was very torn up about, and it couldn't, or it didn't have the tools to do that. But that's the impression that people got. That's interesting, though. It's able to communicate emotionally. Yeah. I mean, this thing, of course, frightens people when it comes swooping down. And again, that's the joke. Like, wait, I'm here to tell you something. Don't run away from me. And, it's trying to kill us. That's the reaction of people. It's just, I'm sorry, I don't care how good the message is or how helpful it could be. It's a red reflector-eyed, leathery winged creature with big, hairy, muscular legs. So, yeah, you're not going to want to stick around to see what it's got to say. You don't want to get out of there. But that's interesting, though, that's how it defended itself. It just appealed to the pity of the hunting party. Well, and there was another group of kids from a local high school in the area that I guess went up in the mountains, and this woman reports also in the video that they went in there looking for it, and that they came running out scared to death. One of them was scratched up and said it had been attacked, and she said she tended to that kid's wounds herself. Yeah. And she said that they heard someone scream in the forest. Tourists. Damn tourists. Now he's translating, by the way. I want to remind you from the Yalov Pass, a tourist can be a hiker, somebody that goes. Just an outdoors person. Yeah, an outdoors person. But this creature apparently screamed at him, and they came out of there. So anyway, these are all global sightings, and I think since we've already touched on it a little bit, we should maybe talk about it. Just the idea of this thing maybe being nothing more than a cryptid. Now, when I say nothing more, cryptids are still fantastic things because they're creatures not known to science, and a lot of people think that the study of cryptozoology is a pseudoscience, and maybe it is, but it's still, I think it's entirely plausible that there are creatures that haven't been discovered. They're turning up every day. New species are being found even in the Amazon and in the ocean on a daily basis. This was just in the news. Yeah, someone discovered a species of snake that it's not the thread snake. The new one may have been even smaller than the thread snake, but I think the biologist that discovered it named it after his wife, which you can do if you're the one who discovers the new species. And so the joke there from the broadcaster was that, you know, you think
On a daily basis. This was just in the news. Yeah, someone discovered a species of snake that it's not the thread snake. The new one may have been even smaller than the thread snake, but I think the biologist that discovered it named it after his wife, which you can do if you're the one who discovered the
right now, she's checking
so
the joke to make sure a spider has a
there from privacy.
spider out here.
This was just in the news. Yeah, discovered a species of snake that it's not the thread snake.
Found all the time. We were talking about the ivory-billed woodpecker that they think went extinct, but they think has maybe reemerged. So maybe there's only 4 or 5 of them in the wild. Strange beasts used to exist, massive ones. Now, of course, our environment now doesn't really support that, but who knows what's left over?
Yeah, but the larger it is, the less likely it seems.
Exactly. So
That's one thing.
So it's not very likely, but at one point, millions of years ago or more, these strange things did roam the earth, and they went away. So that is possible. Now, if you're going way out there, and it's like, this is not just a giant bird, but it's a bird man with a human face, leathery wings with strange abilities. Now that's where you get into the crypt part of the cryptid. It's a mystery. I know you're a real ancestry buff. Aren't you always claiming to be related to King Canute the Great?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I was able to trace my family back to Fort Jodica, Vinland in the year 160, but it gets a little murky before that.
Wow. Well, maybe there is something to all of your outrageous boasts, because you're on the right track. The Danish king, Canute the Great, who came along about 830 years later, or Canute the Old, was king of England, king of Norway for a little while, and had a hegemony over Sweden.
Hegemony. You know, my whole life I've been saying, no, it's okay. My whole life I've been saying hegemony. I've clearly been wrong. I've never had to say it out loud until this commercial. Either you're just saying the word hegemony, or you've been watching more lectures on the Vikings over at the Great Courses Plus.
Well, both, actually. So I guess you could be descended from royalty, but I'm not calling you Scott the Great.
Speaking of names, though, I learned that Canute's grandfather was King Harold Bluetooth, which is where we get the name for the wireless technology you're all probably using right this second.
See, history really does have a direct connection to the present. And what better way to get to know history's relevance to your own life than by watching the Great Courses Plus? But it's not just about history over there. You'll get access to courses on everything ranging from music and literature to cooking and self-improvement.
With over 500 courses and 6,000 lectures and new ones being added all the time, I can virtually guarantee that there's a lot of topics over at the Great Courses Plus that you'll want to learn about. And why not learn from the top experts and professors in that field?
And you can watch them on any device you own, like a laptop, tablet, or phone, or you can stream them on your TV at home. If you start a lecture on one device, you can pick it up right where you left off on another. There's really no excuse not to make yourself smarter and more productive in your spare time with the Great Courses Plus. Now you can see for yourself by taking advantage of a special offer for our listeners. Get 1 whole month of free, unlimited access to any of their courses.
That's right. Start your month-long, unlimited, free trial membership now by signing up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. Again, that's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
I've been getting a lot of compliments on my movement watch ever since I made it my daily driver. You know, that's an automobile enthusiast term, meaning the car you drive every day.
Yeah, I know that. But you're right. I've been getting a lot of notice from mine, too. I think because it doesn't look like any other watch out there, and people want to know what it is. Then they ask how much it is, and I tell them, and then they really take notice.
Yeah, that's because it's hard to believe you can get such a classy-looking watch starting at just $95.
The 2 college guys who started the company wanted just that, a quality watch with cutting-edge style for an affordable price. They knew what to look for in a high-end watch, but they couldn't afford what was available in stores, so they started their own company, cut out the middleman so they could sell direct to you, and created a movement.
And now, just a few years later, they've sold over 500,000 watches in 160 countries. They have a wide selection for men and women, interchangeable straps to change up your look, and a line of really cool sunglasses.
Movement Watches features classic designs combined with modern minimalism. And with free shipping and free returns, it couldn't be easier to step up your watch game. Get 15% off today by going to movementwatches.com/legends.
That's MVMTwatches.com/legends. Join the movement.
Hello Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
What would this thing be? You know, it's never been described as dinosaur, right? In its nature, like looking like a dinosaur, I should say. It's always been described more as humanoid looking. I guess if it was an animal, an unknown species that screeched and had no neck, and was seen at night. Of course, this one was seen in the daytime too. It does seem most like an owl of some kind. Yeah, a screeching owl. But there are no owls that are 7 feet tall. Now, let's say people are making a mistake. Right. But there's not even any owls that are 4 feet tall. There's not even owls, or even the biggest owl is 1.5 feet, right?
Exactly. Well, no,
So,
I read another article related to, this was either referring to the giant Alaskan bird, or it could have been Canada, but it was up north. So the biologists were thinking that it's a species of eagle. So it's kind of like an osprey, kind of a fish eagle, or, you know, the guy says, well, they get pretty big. Now, the wingspans get to be about 6 to 8 feet. Okay, there's a big difference when you double that.
Yeah.
No, you saw this species of animal, and yes, it gets to about 8 feet, and you described something that was 10 feet, but something that's 20, 25 foot in wingspan, that's a big difference, and I think people, especially pilots, they have to gauge and judge distance visually.
Yes.
They get pretty good at it, and I don't think a plane load of people would just freak out at, yeah, you might say, look, there's a big bird, but something that size is going to make an impression.
Well, there is one of the sightings, and it's interesting. If you look in Gray Barker's book, in the back of his book, he reproduced a list of sightings that he borrowed from John Keel. There's an appendix of sightings. In one of those sightings, the witnesses cited seeing 4 of them at once.
Wow. Yeah. A
family.
A flock.
So then you get to the idea that it is a cryptid and that there are more than one creature, and maybe that's why there were so many sightings, is that the people were seeing lots of different ones. There was a flock.
Yeah.
Mothman.
Well, they're all over the place. That's the other strange thing, is that there's different species. Like regular birds, you find them in certain areas of the country or the world, and not others, because they don't all adapt to their environments the same way, and so they tend to collect. Now, I punched in a large bird. I was actually looking for something else, and I came across a listener email just by accident. Now, we do read all these things, I assure you, but this is way back from February 20th, and I don't think either of us had responded. Some of them we have if they're real simple, but I wanted to relay this because it really does fit what we're talking about here. So he has not given us permission, so I'm just going to call him Rob. But he wrote into us, and he says, hey guys, love the show. I want to add that to you because it's nice. Just discovered you, and I've told all my friends. Also very nice. Here's the good part of the story here. I grew up in Texas during the 70s. I remember news stories about a giant bird that was sighted in South Texas. They said it had red eyes and a gorilla face, over 6 feet tall. As a kid, I remember hearing about this creature. Some thought it was a dinosaur, others a demon. My father, grandfather, and great-grandfather were born on the King Ranch, a massive piece of land.
A famous King Ranch.
Very famous,
Yeah.
yes. There's a version of the Ford...
the big fancy version. They like the $50,000 version.
Yeah, I've ridden in one.
The King Ranch Ford.
Oh, it's got really nice catcher's mitt leather in there. Yeah, very swanky. It's a very famous ranch, so a massive piece of land. Many tales of ghosts and even werewolves I heard from my grandpa. Skywalker.
Yeah.
They were told to him by his father. So when this giant bird came along, none of my family was surprised. I always wondered what that bird was. I know you have so many stories, but I'd love to hear you bring it to life again. Thanks.
Hey, we did. First of all, we're answering your email 10 months later.
Months and months later. But no, seriously, again, folks, we do read all the emails, but we're just so overwhelmed that they go into a information collected here, so we can search on different terms. And
we keep them all.
Yeah, if we come across a story, though, that's related like this, and again, this goes to show me, and hopefully all of you, that these stories take place all over the country, different countries all over the world. Strange beasts.
We should start asking our people that write us emails to put keywords in. They're coming into our Google account, which is astonishinglegends@gmail.com. Then we can search things if we're looking for specific stories that relate to something. So
yeah, be descriptive. Put some searchable keyword terms in there. And no, we do collect them all. But like I said, and when we do actually respond, we put the responses and the letters into a database. Scott gave up on it because he was doing so many of the letters, answering them. But I still try and do it. It allows us to filter different things. So,
yes.
In any case, that's a great story. Thanks, Rob. And the part that's interesting, red eyes, gorilla face.
Yeah, it is interesting. And imagine this is nothing more than a family of cryptids, some unknown creature that has been misidentified, and it happened at a sort of a strange time. Maybe there was coincidences going on with the Men in Black. Maybe Woody Derenberger was hallucinating or didn't really see anything.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff to be casted away.
Yeah.
But imagine that this creature and its family have a nest in an abandoned building, which is where birds live.
Yeah.
And
Well,
maybe
owls do, yeah.
when people are coming around, they're getting too close to the babies.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the mother's got to go out in the daytime and look for food, or go dogs, or whatever else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sure, the animal was staring at these people, like the elderly man in Chad's illustration for this week's show, which actually that story was from the last part, but still.
Yes.
If you come face to face with a wild animal, it's not unusual to have a staring contest with it. That's a simple matter of dominance.
Right. And I wouldn't recommend it.
I would not recommend. I'm just saying you might find yourself in that situation where you're looking at each other while both of you try to figure out what's going to happen next.
You don't want to turn and run, because that's, for most wild animals, especially predators, that is a signal to come chase you, look at you. So
Yeah.
there's something about the pervasiveness, to me, of the red eyes that's significant, because it's not only just in cryptids and weird stuff like that, it's shadow people.
Yeah.
Have often been described with red or fiery orange glowing eyes. What is it about wherever these things are coming from that everybody needs red glowing eyes that beams gamma rays at you or causes conjunctivitis?
Klieg's conjunctivitis.
Yeah, it's an interesting aspect of it. Maybe I'm getting out of order here, but I was going to say, if they are from somewhere that's not so terrestrial, say, they're bringing with them some of their conditions. And what is it like on the other side of where they're from? Is the air the same? It's like Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. Like when Alice says, maybe mirror milk isn't good to drink, kitty. Some things are not, they seem the same but don't line up. So the same thing in Stranger Things. Remember when they go through, they have to wear suits because the scientist there, maybe it's Matthew Modine, says it's not completely the same. It's kind of toxic.
Right.
You don't know what kind of phenomenon or aspects or side effects that whatever it is are bringing, but the conjunctivitis, that was really, that welders get, and staring into a Klieg like any kind of a carbon arc light, something very bright will cause.
All right. Well, moving on from cryptids, we're doing pretty good here.
Okay.
I want to talk a little bit about something that came up in some of the earlier parts, and I want to get back to it because we're talking about theories now. And this is part of the idea of the Mothman as a symptom of something else, and not necessarily a cause.
You mean a curse?
I do mean a curse, and I want to talk about the cornstalk curse for one thing. That's the first thing I want to mention here in this particular area, because that on its surface doesn't sound all that threatening, cornstalk curse, but I'd like to remind everybody that Chief Cornstalk was the man, the great warrior, who was gunned down
in the holding cell.
Yeah, already in captivity, unarmed. After some soldiers from the fort he was being held at, which was at the crossroads and just outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, where Indrid Cold also appeared to Woody Derenberger. That's right. Cornstalk cursed the land, cursed the area, cursed everything around it, and a lot of people think that that has led to a great series of disasters in the region, which might go so far as to have contributed to the collapse of the bridge.
Right.
There's a website that has a list of a lot of the tragedies that were attributed to the cornstalk curse. It is called prairieghosts.com, and if you go there and look up cornstalk, you'll find it. The site belongs to Troy Taylor, and it's really fascinating, the page that he has on the cornstalk curse under Haunted West Virginia. And he mentions 8 specific incidents that some people have attributed to the cornstalk curse. 1907, the worst coal mine disaster in American history. Monongah, West Virginia, December 6, 310 miners killed. 1944, 150 people killed by tornadoes in the area. The bridge, 1967, we've already told you about. 1968, an airplane crashed near the Kanawha Airport, killing 35 people. 1970, November 14th, DC-10 crashed in the mountains near Huntington, 75 people killed. 1976, a man came to the Mason County Jail in Point Pleasant, where his wife, Harriet Sisk, had been arrested for the murder of their child and blew himself up, blowing up the jail with bombs. Well, 1978, freight train derails, dumping thousands of gallons of toxic chemicals. The chemicals contaminated the town's water supply. The wells were abandoned. 78 again, 51 men working on the Willow Island power plant were killed when their scaffolding collapsed. Town of St. Mary's, just north of Point Pleasant. So there's been a lot of tragedies there. Now, of course, you can single out a lot of areas, and especially industrial type areas along rivers.
Absolutely.
There might be a common thread.
Right.
These sound particularly bad to me. There's high death tolls in a lot of them.
Yeah.
And it is something to think about when you think about the possibility of a curse, if you believe any of this at all.
In curses?
Yeah, you believe in curses specifically. I sure know they do in Louisiana. And
well, there's a difference there that on an individual level, human to human, if you have somebody who believes in witch doctory and they place a curse on you, I'm willing to believe that the person themselves, it's kind of what in psychology, the self-fulfilling prophecy, where if you believe that you're going to get sick and sicker and sicker and sicker, you can make yourself physically sick.
Yes.
The mind is a very powerful agent, especially with your own body. So if you believe that, I believe you can waste away with an illness that is started off in your head because you believed it. Now, can someone or some entity or person put a curse on a whole region? Who knows? It might be a statistical thing too, and I think the skeptic or the scientist would look at, well, take any other regions of the country where this hasn't happened, where the likelihood of disasters and what's the history of how many things happen. So it's hard to say. I don't know, but it's kind of like when we start talking about the Beast of Bray Road and Linda Godfrey's book. If you take the sightings and you overlay that with the Native American burial mounds, it kind of lines up.
Yeah.
Then to me, that starts to, okay, I can see more of a correlation here.
If this is a curse, then so the Mothman is just a manifestation of the curse, and how is it even all related?
Well, again, that's hard to say because what are the connections, that we can understand? And one thing I will say is that I think, when we're talking about ghosts and different apparitions, or it kind of goes into the stone tape theory of that, human energy and emotional energy gets trapped into solid physical objects and can be released for whatever reason at different times.
We talked about the stone tape theory in the Queen Mary episode. I can't believe I remember that because that's like our
Very good.
third episode.
Yeah.
But I loved that theory.
20 years ago, we started this podcast. Yeah. It's something strange that people seem to know that happens in theaters, hospitals, churches, places where there's a high amount of human emotion and energy over time. It doesn't have to all be negative. People die in hospitals, but babies are born there. Funerals are held in churches, but people get married there as well. But there is a lot of high collective human emotion and energy there. And so the question is, if you kind of work backwards from there, at the spot of a tragedy, when there's a ton of screaming people swimming for their lives, and they're not all going to make it, and they've just all experienced something horribly tragic and shocking and unexpected, when you back that up, and again, we've talked about time shifts in this story here, things happening out of time or at the wrong time or not lining up perfectly. So then are the sightings of Mothman kind of a pre-response, a pinnacle of real human emotion and a high point of human energy being expended? So what I'm saying is that, is this thing showing up because it can sense it, or is it at the wrong time, or is it there to observe? Who knows? So it may not be like a premonition, you know what I'm saying? It might be just a mistimed reaction or causal effect.
What about this idea of UFOs and nuclear power? Because that's something that interests me too. And it's funny because it was Michael Hyman from the ARC, who lives in Point Pleasant now and is a lifelong resident. And he had mentioned that he had a friend that had this theory that it had something to do with the Defense Logistics Agency and them maybe possibly...
it's a good theory. I mean, it's a good line of thinking. Because it's solid. You're starting off with a good ground there.
Yeah, I'm putting words in the guy's mouth because we never spoke to whoever this person is. This is hearsay to us. We just got a broad overview, but this is what I'm taking that overview and we're extrapolating on it.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying that I think the guy probably thought was that the Defense Logistics Agency, which is responsible for moving materials around related to war weapons and things that you would need in the time of war, has a location there.
Right.
And it's entirely plausible that at this point in the late 60s, there might have been top secret or classified movement of enriched uranium or highly enriched uranium through the area.
Right.
We have since been in contact with a listener who I've had extensive discussions with, who works at a nuclear power plant and is in charge of fuel handling. And he has explained to me the protocols you have to go through. And it includes like walking the train tracks and making sure like 6 miles of track.
Yeah.
And no photographs and all of this. It's a serious operation because you don't want that stuff falling into the wrong hands.
No, and you don't want an accident. You want this, a bunch of stuff spilling over because, again, there was a rock on the track that was large enough to cause a derailment.
Yeah.
And now you get a spill.
Yeah. So there's a lot that goes into that. And you can imagine during the late 60s when there were more concerns about war, that they might have been moving things through there, and it would have behooved them to generate as many distractions from what they were doing as possible for the sake of national defense.
It's just the fact that they're so wacky.
I still don't know how you make a Mothman to do that. You're not going to be able to dress a guy up and have him defy physics and give people conjunctivitis.
That's what I'm saying.
You know,
it's a little theatrical, sure, I'll give you that, but it's a weird way to go to create a diversion.
And here's the other thing. Beyond the diversion theory, there is a history of nuclear weapons and nuclear power plants having involvement with UFOs.
Oh, well, yeah. Since their existence.
Yeah, so a lot of that is documented. Some of it is not public knowledge, but we actually have a book called Faded Giant, which you can get. We'll put a link to it in the show notes. It's by Robert Salisbury and James Klotz, KOTC.
And if you're talking about that having Air Force Base, that's one of the big ones.
Oh, yeah.
Well, very briefly,
so
the missile site had reported seeing a UFO, and right after that, or concurrent with that, the missiles go offline. Right, these are independently controlled missile silos because they have safeguards in place to make sure that kind of thing doesn't happen. You can't just flick a switch or hack into it and then shuts down the whole chain. In case of an attack or counterattack, these things need to be controlled independently. So whatever it was that shut all these down.
These are isolated systems. These systems do not connect to the outside world beyond lines of communications from humans to humans. There are at this time.
Right, there are redundancies. And this is not the only case, but it's a big one. It's one of the big stories. This certainly happens. I believe the data is that a flap or a incident has happened at every nuclear power plant location
in North America.
Yeah.
Every single nuclear power plant in North America has had a sighting or something unusual happen relating to UFOs.
Right. And the connection between a nuclear power plant and a missile site, a nuclear missile site, two different things going on there. One theory is that somehow with the nuclear power plant, there is a draw of energy from these things, these craft, these orbs.
They're recharging.
Possibly so.
Like your ultrasonic toothbrush. They hover over it.
Because Scott was asking, it's like, what do they just hook up? They pull out the cord.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. How do you just recharge in the air? That's what I was asking.
They get there like, oh man, the socket doesn't fit.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to Los Angeles and plug back in.
What up, baby?
Now, your cell phone, I think Samsungs do that. It's contact charge, or your Sonic Care toothbrush. There's nothing to plug in. Just by being close, it picks up the electricity there and charges itself. Now, in the case of the missile bases being shut down, the big theory there is that it's a show, that you people don't know what you're playing with. This is very dangerous stuff, and we can take your toys away from you at any time we wish. That's the message there. It's like, yeah, you think you're smart playing this brinksmanship game, but you guys got to take care of this planet. You guys got to watch out for each other, and there are bigger forces at work here than you are willing to acknowledge.
Right. And that brings me to, I mean, this is all speculation.
But there's no thread here.
No, there's no thread. Yeah. But it brings me to the idea that maybe there was enriched uranium in the area of Point Pleasant at the DLA, and that was drawing in the UFOs and the Men in Black, and maybe even the Mothman, who apparently, possibly emitted radiation himself.
What I was thinking is that somehow, and it's the eyes, whatever, it's silly, it's Superman, he's got the X-ray vision, he can fry stuff up. But what is there about that gaze from the giant red reflector eyes that is radioactive, or at least is going to give you pink eye or conjunctivitis? So
Here's the question, though. Once this had all concluded and the bridge had collapsed and people are now dealing with that, I believe I heard a report that people saw orbs and craft leaving the area either right after or the next day or something that like, okay, show's over here.
I haven't read that.
I had heard that report. I don't know if that was from the documentary I watched, but that is one account that I had heard that, well, we do know that activity died down.
Yes, that
Most of it. That after this incident had happened, most of the activity.
People have talked about encounters, but they're not. You can't attribute them to the level of things that were happening in those 13 months.
This show is ending in a weird place, isn't it? You can wait till November 30th for our next show, or watch out for the commercial-free bonus episode we're releasing in a few days to enjoy with your turkey and stuffing.
We'd like to thank Harrys.com, Squarespace, The Great Courses Plus, and MovementWatches.com for sponsoring us. Please remember that supporting our sponsors helps support the show.
Hi, my name is Emily Goring, and I give permission to Astonishing Legends podcast for the show to use however they see fit.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees, and the theme is by Judson Crane.
Sound design is by Ryan McCullough.
Special thanks to the ARC and its lead researcher, Tess Feifel.
But most importantly, we want to thank our listeners. You can find us online at astonishinglegends.com, as well as Facebook, Patreon, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, and Instagram.
Copyright Scott Philbrook
and Forrest Burgess. Good night.
For Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda, you never have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting.
Go to your happy place for a happy price. Go to your happy price, Priceline.
This episode is brought to you by Paramount Plus. Get in, loser! Mean Girls is now streaming on Paramount Plus. Join Katie Heron as she meets the plastics in Tina Fey's new twist on the modern classic. Get ready for more of the rumors, backstabbing, and jokes you love in the original movie with some fetch surprises. Rated PG-13. Wear pink and head to ParamountPlus.com to try it free.
What up, old man with coin? How you doing?
Help the next generation. You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is
What up, old man with coin? How are you?
Professionals in your local school districts.
I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. I'm not just kicking ass, dog. I'm taking names as well. Okay, both of them. But so. Do you know what Senko is? Old man with coin. Do you know what Senko is? Okay, so this is the streaming platform that we watched the fight on like 2-3 weeks ago, Friday. Or no, we watched. No, we did not. We watched Heath Denver there. Okay, so I am now streaming on Senko. And Yo-Yo got me connected with the person there, and it's pretty amazing. I can show you. Just one moment. Let me see if I can do this. So stay here because I'm going to pull you up That could be. Just one moment. Just stay right there. You're going to see. This is incredible. Lord. Oh, my word. She just jumped out. No big deal. Happens to the best of us. Alright, so I'm logging into Telegram Web. Just one moment. I don't know what it is. That device keeps logging, like, keeps delaying. Okay, I have to log in with QR code. Just a moment. Just one moment, old man with coin. I'm old man with phone. Log in to Telegram. Open Telegram on your phone. Settings, devices, link. Yes, settings, devices, link desktop device. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Login successful. Log in. Open Telegram. Point your. Okay, I did it. Now what? Evan, how are you, dog? Evan, we've been waiting all day for you. How are you? Welcome. We're happy you're here. All right, it says login successful. There you go. Okay. I don't know why I didn't do it the first time. Okay. Telegram. Yo, dog. Okay, let's see how we do this. Video chat. All right, this is going to be baller, I think. It's either going to be baller or it's going to blow in the face. Like most things, it's going to be baller. Okay, upcoming spaces this week. Wait, allow. This is going to be sick. Or it's going to be lame. Video chat. All right, that one went down, but don't worry, this one. That one went down, but don't worry, this one should be pulling up in a second. And you're going to see this computer is running like overload. Let's see if it works. Oh, you saw it. That's tight as hell. You're the man. Dude, old man with coin, you're the man. Absolutely. Well, I have news for you. Every single time I've been on there, I've been trending. And the reason why is there are only like 12 people on the whole website. There aren't that many. But that's good because there are people who are involved in crypto. And the fact that they're involved in crypto means that they're perhaps people of influence. Just one moment. It's really delayed. And I think it's because I'm just overwhelming this computer. But
Yeah, but that's great. Like,
okay, now you can hear yourself. You're really loud. And that's cool. I'll just turn it on.
Probably
Here we go.
want the upload or download or something.
Okay.
What usually just gets capped for me is like upload. If I start uploading and
Okay. Here we go. Entire screen. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Telegram is sharing your screen. Good. I want to see it. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
It's funky. Like your computer can't even send up requests to get downloads. So if you max out your upload, your download will suffer as well.
You're right. Oh, dude. Okay, so old man with coin, I just heard what you said, and like it really hits me in the heart. I don't know if you can hear this or if it'll be delayed, but you're right. If your upload, it's better to have available upload speed than download speed. People are like, well, I want to download all the stuff that I want. Okay, that's cool, but you can't send the request without a little bit of upload data. And you're one of the few people who I know who understands that. You understand it well. All right, let's see here. I got so much stuff going on this computer that I need to start freeing up some memory. Just one moment. Adele, how are you? Adele, we're happy you're here. Adele, we're so happy you're here. Thank you for coming. Well, I'm here, baby. Adele, what's new with you? Just one moment. I'm trying to share my screen. We're taking this stream into overdrive, into absolute overdrive. But for some reason, I'm like rugged on one of my devices. We'll get it though. I'm not too worried. We're getting it. I'm going to free up some memory. Once we free up this memory, we're going to be riding high. I have so much going. I should have really thought this beforehand. When you're like, what do you have going? I have TikTok Live Studio. I had about 1,000. Just one moment, Adele. I can't hear what you're saying. I will be able to in a second. I have to free up some memory on this device. And it's just really laggy until I do. But we'll get it. And you'll see. I'm trending on my first website. I'm trending. Now there are only like 7 other people on the website, but I'm trending, which is good. It's like the whole website. It's Senko. Go to Senko TV. Okay. Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 email. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second. We're going to bounce out of that one and come back. See if we can improve. All right, here's round 2. Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 email. Look out. Look out. Here I come. Okay. This one seems to be doing better thus far. I can hear myself. But really what I want is to see my sexy body. Okay, here we go. Use your camera. Yeah, but what camera is it going to use? I want it to use a specific camera. Oh, no, don't use my camera. Screen share. Oh, dude. I'm so sick. All right, audio. Also share your audio? No. Because then you'll hear everything twice. All right, share screen, share. Oh, here we go. Are we sharing now? Just one moment. I see I'm sharing. I'm sharing on 1. Okay, there you go. Excellent.
Now it's sharing.
Okay. Now. I'm gonna get. Oh, shoot. I messed up big time. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. That's the exciting part of this. Okay, so we've got that going. I need to go back on Senko. I want you guys to see what I'm doing. Senko. Okay, so if you're like, what is this? Senko TV. I am going to be their spokesperson at this point.
But how many Twitter accounts have you got?
I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts, but most of them have been banned. Which I think has got to be probably the most in the world. I'm sure there's somebody out there who has more than 2,100, but these were all email verified. So that made them very difficult. Okay. Log in. We're logging into our Twitter. Now, if you're like, why did you register under your Twitter account? I just did this stupid thing where I was like, oh, I'll just register under a Twitter account as my account, not realizing that if this account gets banned, I'm pretty effed. So, come on, let's log in, dog. Or maybe we're already, sometimes I'm already logged in. Yeah, I was already logged in. So this website is still pretty, I don't want to say it's new, because it's not. It's, oh, what? Now it's logging me into Twitter? WTF, dog? Dude, we're already logged in. Yeah, authorized. Yes.
Rabbi. So you're pretty good with coding?
You would think so. Absolutely not. You're right. I am muted. You would think so. Absolutely not. I'm going to tell you what. ChatGPT is a better coder than I am.
I don't hear anything.
You would think so. Absolutely not. I'm going to tell you what.
Didn't you make a bot?
Oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah, but I use other people's software to be able to make it, but I programmed it. Yeah. But I use other people's software to be able to.
Have you ever coded like Solidity?
No. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up. Oh, I want you to see this. So if you want to know what this is going to look like, it's going to look like this. I think you should be able to see it in a second.
Have you,
like a bunch of
used
screens.
like an art generator engine?
Yes, I'm using one right now as we speak.
Old mail coin. Do you have experience?
Yes.
And coding with AI?
Depends on what you mean.
Okay, so, I mean, I have this idea in my head. You know, like, so you generate the layers, and then you collect the metadata, and that gives you, say, attributes or NFT. Sure. Layers. Shit. Right? Now, what if you could take that image that's generated and keep the metadata and then run the image through an AI generator to just change the image while also keeping metadata?
What do you?
But so like in NFTs, the collections that have rarities, the rarities is down from the metadata. That's good.
What traits they have and how that so like a hoodie trait would have maybe less supply than others, so it would be more rare.
What if you could
they collect that from
the metadata information from the image generation, but just feed that image to AI, so you'll never have the same image, but your AI image now has rare ranking. So like Sprotos, how do I say it? So like it would keep track of all the Sprotos that had a blue background or purple background or red background, whatever. Right? Is that so? Are you able to write in the code to keep the metadata and just outsource that image?
So I'm just trying to understand what you want to build here and what you have in your head. But you want to use AI to generate, let's say, what the image has in its hand, and regenerate that using an AI.
Yes, and still keep that metadata info.
So in this instance, we would have to we will get a word or whatever it is that we feed to the AI generator, and like the AI image generator makes something out of that word or words that we give it, and then we take that word and put it as the trait name, as it were. Oh, yes.
Well, word can stand for multiple things, right? Like I can. It just give me an iteration of an image and present a final draft with that generated in with that iteration and the metadata still.
I'm not sure I understand.
So the first thing you do is you make the layers, all your different attributes for each layer. Okay, that's step one. Step two is to use an art generator to run all your say 1,000 images with ranking, right? You have different rankings.
Yeah, different.
Okay, now you have 1,000 images that you collect metadata on, and then you make the NFT. That's how it normally is. That's the procedure for NFTs, correct?
So normally you would have humans create all the layers.
Yes.
Yeah. Then you have just a script that puts them all together.
Yes.
The layers in a randomized fashion.
Yeah.
So you want to put like the AI in the creation of the layers.
Yes. So
and that could totally be done in a workflow that looks like you could name whatever you want and name that layer like connected to a bunch of keywords that gets fed to the AI to generate it to get it specific to where you want, because you need to, as they say, engineer the prompts for the AI to be able to generate something specifically, and the more specific you are, the better it becomes. So you have to do something like that, like name the layer or whatever it is you want, something simple in the script, in the programmatic part of things. In the generation, you would attach that in the code to whatever it is you want to feed to the AI generator. Yeah. And then that comes back, and you can do that whatever amount of time it is you want. I want 100 knives. Give me 100 knives. The AI will send back, yeah, here's 100 knives. And
so instead of making vectors and creating my new focus would be to create ad libs. So I'm thinking instead of making images, now I'm making sentences with certain words that only appear so many times. So I can't just use and get iterations of the final of the randomization. That's what you're saying? It can't get iterates of a final randomization?
But what I think the Sprotos did and all these other AI projects, they don't have layers in that same way.
One by
They're just,
and that they went through.
And you want to find a way where you can retain that and actually get an AI generated picture and have metadata that is associated with it. So you can get a rarity structure.
Get a rarity structure on an AI.
Yeah, that's totally.
And I have like so many projects. Maybe I'll use one and see if I can figure this out. Maybe we could work together.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have living art ground time. I have 3 different projects right now that I just made all the layers and put it on the back burner. So I have it ready. We just need to write the script.
Yeah.
And then there's new code at the bottom, new line of code. So, right? You know how to write the code?
Yeah, for sure. It would have to be separated in processes, so there would be a separate script that randomizes stuff through stable diffusion, and you sense it through whatever workflow gets set up.
What do you mean randomize through stable diffusion? Are we going to randomize images or word prompt?
Oh, so yeah, we set whatever it is we want and set that through. Do that through an AI too and get the items randomized, but I mean, don't want to involve too much AI because it fucking sucks.
AI, like I see it, the only part AI has is making one iteration of a final image. So you could kind of see traits that it says it has. I'm like say for example, board 8. What if after they generated the layers for board 8, what if after that they fed those 10,000 images to like Midjourney?
I'm not familiar with Midjourney, but if they have an API that can serve that, sure. But it would be more efficient and more controllable.
Yeah, sorry, man. You're right. That's yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You can use pre-existing type of workflow in Stable Diffusion, or you have an input image, and it works only through that input image. I think that was what the Sproto ladies did. They just had a basic bitch, and ran that through, and it just painted.
But none of them have rare traits, right?
No.
We could be the first to do that.
Hey, can I interrupt?
Okay, something okay.
Go like my tweet quote.
Everybody like
This one is
Bitcoin
important.
Martin Luther King Jr.'s tweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This is we have the balls.
Everybody like
Right now, pronto.
Yeah.
I'm going to show it to you. Everybody better do it. Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr. has asked the. Okay, so what's your at Bitcoin? Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr. asked the. Okay, so what's your at Bitcoin?
It's Bitcoin.
You're shadow banned. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're shadow banned. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so which one are we doing? The dog? Are we liking or uploading the dog?
No, it's a reply to somebody called Strawberry
Tabby 68. You want us to choose that?
Yeah, you don't have to reply. You can just like and retweet.
Dog. I complain whenever I have to do anything. What?
I better order the shirts, have I? Better order the shirts off of the website. So I have like a costume. And I am gonna get a green cloth so I could set up a background. That should be there. Already have a plan. So easy.
Bing, bang, boom. Can you guys see that I'm sharing my screen live on Senko, and it's like in a bunch of different angles? Senko, and it's like in a bunch of different angles. Excellent.
Yeah. See your screen?
Old man of coin, can you see it? Old man of coin, can you see it?
Yep, I can see it.
Excellent. So this is what I was saying. Like, we are streaming like a crazy man. Excellent. So this is what I was saying. Like, we are streaming like. On top of that, I've got this one going here, which is crazy, meaning I got another camera here and you can see my screen. On top of that, I've got this one going here, which is crazy, meaning I got another camera here and you can see my screen. Okay, so here's a quick breakdown on what I'm live. Just one moment. Here we go. You are live on 5 Rumbles, 5 YouTubes, 5 Twitches, 5 Caffeines, 5 No Lives, 5 SC2s, 5 Nemos, 5 Trovos, 5 YouNows, 5 Arena.tvs, 5 DLives, 5 Instagrams, 5 Africa.tvs, 5 Kicks, 5 Vaughn.lives, 5 Breakers.tv, 5 Conduits, 5 Lozenger Lounge, 1 ePlay, I think 4 Loco TVs, 1 Joystick TV, and 3 Vault Commanders. We're also live in a Twitter space, and you're live on 2 additional Instagrams. We're also in a Twitter space, and you're live on 2 additional Instagrams.
It's a good. I like the strat of covering the smaller bases too.
I appreciate that. You never know what's going to be the thing to work.
Competition. Like you said, there's very few. It's good stuff.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up killing my ISP though. Pretty sure I'm going to end up killing my ISP though. I mean, the data is just a lot.
Yeah.
You got that right, Tom.
Yeah, your FBI agent is having a rough time. Way too much there.
It's like
Yeah, that's right.
there's so much time in our lives, crap. That's
Yeah, make it these. I'm gonna kick gum and chew ass. I'm all out of ass.
chew some ass. We could be the first ones, old man.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of different ways to get it done.
Look, I drew these images called cocktails. I have all layers. They're done, bro. I have 69 different layers for 6 different attributes. Or wait, that's backwards. 69 attributes for 6. So you could just like you could make 69 damage. Right. And then take those final images and feed it to.
Do you have 69 images per layer?
Yeah. All the.
So that, I mean, to get 10,000 fully unique, you would only need about 15 to
It's
20.
6,900. So, and I already have the rarity, like I already figured out the map for the rares and the common ones.
Mhm.
So, like all these different Godzillas, they're all gonna, not very many are gonna look alike at all in the first place.
Yeah. The script I'm working with only needs like about 15 to 20 of each layer, and it'll be able to produce fully unique images over 10,000.
But will it retain like meta for all the images? Or will it just give you
Yes, as long, if we're just talking about normal, if you got a PSD file with layers, like you can just send them over and I can break it down, put it into the machine and generate an algorithm.
I can put them in a zip file and send it to like an email if you want.
Yeah.
Just DM me what email you want me to use.
You can drop it here, unless it's super large.
It's kind of large. They're 3K by 3K pixel images.
Mm. Oh yeah. That's
They're so they're high resolution. I did multiple drafts on them. They look pretty sick as they are, to be honest. I did too much for some fucking. It was, pretty close to 200 hours. Well, like it was like every day I'd get home from work and the weekends. And that was for almost 2 years. And I just paused it. I just said, no, I'm not doing it. Bro, I went out. I was on Twitter, man. I was in different communities and talking to some of the influencers. Nobody wanted to get my it. They couldn't see it last month. And to be fair, they were right because none of the others were successful. But I was involved in, I'm not involved, but like I supported, bought, or got from pretty much all penis NFTs that were made on eBay. And you know what they all did? They all, they gave it away. And they did not try to get it. It was just one person. Like, they were an artist. They just wanted their spotlight for a moment. But I wanted to make something that was like tier side spread. I wanted to make something that people respected. And I was going to turn them into lottery tickets and like basically win the money. But that's when I gave it up. I was like, damn, I'm doing all this just to get with it.
Yeah. But it gets iffy when adding utility, especially that kind of utility. Like Gary Gensler doesn't like that. He gets litigious when he hears stuff like that.
Cool, right? Then you know I had that conversation with myself, and that's why I gave it up.
But I think you should, like, if you have it already done, that you should just, there it is.
And let's do it as a way of doing something first. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Because, I mean, I'll generate the random images and you can fine tune or whatever. And then you can just take those images and go to scatter.art. You know about scatter, right? Or Protus and Remedios.
Yeah, the DF that they use to make their shit.
Yeah. So you could just take those files and go through the scatter.art, like create a collection tutorial thing.
Hey, dude.
They got a very good documentation, and they have tools for you to upload the image and the metadata. So it like gets, you get correct. Yeah, so there's not like technical knowledge needed for that aspect of it.
Okay.
So, I think you should. Yeah. Like if you just have a product like that complete and lying around, then let's fucking get it out to the world. Man. I'll gladly help out. I'm working right now on a project.
Whatever that is. Motherfucking.
Finished it.
I feel like Christmas. That's how I would fucking make an image for him. Cool.
Let's respect. Respect that. I love myself.
It's not just a good project, it's a great man.
Yeah, the community has the correct type of vibes that I'm looking for personally.
You got almost every Telegram I'm in. Just have to culture it in.
Oh yeah.
But then again, they're all shit fucking scam. And I couldn't help but tell them what I saw.
Oh, that I'm like that too. Let it out, kind of guy. Keep it in.
Bitcoin, you got another tweet for us?
Calls him like a season. That's good.
Who's the
Slept on this shit.
Yeah, chat to get one. If I was Deb, I could fucking shield your tweet. Yeah, they would give me out. Nice. Scared.
Yeah, projects are pretty stingy about permissions and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, they'll
Give me the fucking. Okay, let's do this. And you know what, bro? Like, if you are good at, I'm pretty good at learning. Maybe, I could do it on my own. Apprentice it.
Yeah.
I did try to. What's it fucking called? The not Midjourney, but the one that used to be used.
Stable Diffusion.
Yes. Stable.
Yeah, what I know very little. I just wanted to fuck around with it, so I set it up. Yeah.
One of the files just wasn't downloading properly. When I went to run the command to generate, it just said it didn't. I didn't know.
It's I would recommend you a graphical user interface or
graphical user interface.
So yeah, so you don't have to do command line stuff.
student, okay. Graphical user interface.
I can't remember exactly the name of it right now. On my Windows computer, so I have a laptop that I got all that crap on. What was it called? I think it's Comfy UI. So just COMFY, Comfy, UI. Comfy. That's a very good.
I'm gonna try to follow you. I just shoot back. You can do it while trying to guide me. We'll be at 2 person goals. You can just do it on your end while also I equal. Now, hopefully, after we finish mine too. I'm going to ask this. I mean, you don't have to do this like right now, right? If you just send you the files right now, and you can do this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just send over the files and
if you feel like when you are doing it, you could teach it.
Yeah, for taking the files and putting it into my random generator, that would be no problem. But hooking it up and making the AI stuff, that would be a different story. We need to build something for that.
So you have to write that in the script. The first thing that the script does is run the images.
Yeah, so the script that I have will only take pre-existing stuff, so the pre-existing layers. We'll take those and random generate an image from those layers, put it together, and here's the PNG for you. So, and it'll do that however many times you want, and make sure that they're all unique in the batch. And it'll also, of course, assemble the metadata to go with every. So it'll name the pictures 1.png, 2.png, up to whatever, and do the same with the metadata, so that they're all connected. So the metadata will have 1.json, 2.json. JSON is the file format for it. The AI part to be, a different workflow.
Well, I trust you. Just be able to figure this out.
Yeah. We can begin with just generating, taking the existing layers you have and making, X amount of copies.
I mean, on my end, I already know how to play with hashlet design. I can run the images through the generator. I can produce 10,000 images from what I have.
Yeah.
But I want to, and then I'll have a metadata that I can find through the web, through the URLs.
Yeah.
Next, I just write a script to make a bot, take that metadata, sign on to the fucking not return.
Yeah. Feed those words into Stable Diffusion. Yeah, and get an entirely new.
And then to get an iteration.
Yeah. For sure.
Then take that final image and attach it to the metadata.
Yep.
Or produce a new URL for the NFT.
Yeah. Yeah. So you want the original image, or do you want to have two images as well?
Could you just have the new image showing with the metadata, or does that have to be additional content?
No, we can do that. Sure.
Because that's what will make us the first. Have an AI generated of.
Hey, what's up, Kyle Chandler? Isn't that like a guy from the TV show Friends?
He was also a football player. Well, there were two famous Kyle Chandlers, and then there's also me.
But it's lightweight annoying to be in this video chat with Rabbi. It's like everything echoes.
Just because he's got multiple screens broadcasting the output.
I think I have him muted twice too.
Yeah, I just mute him out when he's not active talking.
But I actually wanted to bring up this tweet and like if you guys are gonna be able to like go to the stream when she puts it on and like clip it or like screen record it to help spam like multiple people, and then maybe send like super chats so she reads Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 email from the chat on the live stream.
No, have you heard my stream idea? Is it okay?
What's your idea?
So I was gonna dress up like Scroto Ross, except have a Sonic face on. And for the hair, for Bob Ross's hair, I'm gonna have like Scroto primary color. And I was gonna do art like Bitcoin art.
Yeah, the thing is, this is like a streamer that already has like daily viewers, you know.
Do you think I would get
think
viewers
this person already has viewers, and we can just use your idea, like where it's the same idea.
You want me to do their idea? Or you want me to just see it?
My fault, I'm a little impatient.
Yeah, I don't understand where you went with that. Do you want me to just go say hi to him?
It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it.
I retweeted the tweet.
Thank you. Thank you.
You didn't tell me what you thought about my idea.
It's cool. I just like they don't have it. It's like the same thing I said for Bitcoin Obama. We can get Bitcoin Obama in a Harry Potter outfit because we've gotten him in a Sonic outfit, but that doesn't change the fact that Bitcoin Obama is in a Twitch. He's not like a professional Twitch person. You know, he's not a sponsor.
It's hard to have a dialogue. Right? But Obama,
This is somebody that has a lot of followers on Instagram, a lot of followers on Twitter, and a lot of followers on the sites she streams from. And she's gonna put on a Harry Potter outfit and the Sonic outfit. So what I'm asking is, if when she's streaming, you can enter this and type in the live chat, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 news, so we flood the chat, so we spam the chat, so they can't ignore it. And for you to screen record for when she does say it. What happened, Kyle?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, Rabbi, you heard.
I heard you, yeah.
I can hear you.
So you with like your 300 accounts, you can help me out, bro.
Yeah, I'm thinking. So can you hear me?
That is pretty good idea. Let's see.
So all you needed to do is spam into someone's account?
Rabbi's bot farm would be great.
Yeah, all you needed to do is spam into someone's account? Can you hear me?
No, I'm not saying spam their account. It's not something I have tons of experience with, but from what I understand, the term is called stream sniping. It's like when she's currently live on stream. But yeah, spamming the live chat, I guess.
Oh yeah, I've done that a ton. So here's how they defend against it. First, they can just remove you from the room. So you're done.
First, they can just remove you from the room. So you're done.
Is it Twitch?
Okay, first they can just remove you from the room, so you're done.
That's true.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
That's right.
What's next?
Additionally, they can make it so that you can only comment once per minute.
Make it so that you can only comment once per minute.
Additionally, they can make it so you only comment once per minute.
Correct. So basically, it's really easy for them to defend against this.
Correct. So basically, it's really easy for them to defend against this.
Yeah, and last time it kind of worked. We didn't even have that many people. But last time it kind of worked. Trying to get a partial repeat. A little more organized this time. More people, maybe some super chats where you pay to have the message read.
I mean, I don't know how much money you have, but there's a site called Upwork. You can hire somebody for like $5, and they'll say whatever topic you want, just like thousands. Just grab a 1,000 accounts.
Yeah, let's do that.
$5.
I'll send you the $5 and you do it.
You do it. You go to Upwork.
I have a suggestion. If you're gonna do it, why don't you do it on Cameo with like a celebrity?
Why don't you do it on Cameo with like a celebrity?
Yeah, I have said that. I've looked at all the Harry Potter related celebrities. I've looked at all
Okay.
the Sonic related celebrities, and I've asked people to pay for it. I don't have unlimited money yet.
That's respectable.
I think that's a great idea. Same way there's the guy that sucked a bomb. Did get all the like previous voice actors from Sonic stuff and get all of the washed out actors from the Harry Potter movies. And you're good to go. Do a little interview on Twitter between two photos.
Yeah. Are there cameos expensive?
I mean, bro, if the, like, I don't know how much, like, I don't know, it's expensive, it's like, you can look it up, it's, just go look it up.
I got some money to give away for fucking Mandela and Sonic AD. I haven't seen them around in a minute. I'm gonna start blocking people. Shit is so there are new points every day. It's endless. I think I'm gonna put myself in a box. What the fuck? Staple diffusion. Oh man, are you here? Oh man, are you here?
Yeah.
So, like I said, I tried to use stable diffusion when they told me that's how they made the photos. But one of the activations, they said that it couldn't run properly. I installed it and reinstalled it so many times. Okay, so if you're just do it.
Yeah. Let's get together someday soon here, and I'm gonna get on my laptop, which has it. Show you.
So, you just, yeah, I don't understand why I have problems. You have it on a laptop. Yeah, I have all this memory and shit.
Are you on Windows?
Yes.
Well, I can't blame you because I mean it has a lot of moving parts. This stuff.
It does.
And it took me a while, and I can tell pretty tech savvy. It took me a while to wrap my head around all these things. I got real mad because it feels to me like there's a lot of idiots that are gatekeeping this shit. It's supposed to be accessible, but people are gatekeeping it.
That's why
I got pretty annoyed with it myself.
He made all his shit open source. And he taught you.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to even do what I can.
Yeah. Good as an artist, just be able to use those tools. So that's really good. Good shit, man.
Okay, well, this was a good conversation. You know, which gets me up. No, our art is done. It's all done. I haven't even looked at them in years, but when I always look at them, I'm sure that I generated the link. Several different times.
Yeah. I'm excited to see it.
It's going to be fucking hilarious. People are going to want to buy it because it's first. Like I said, what people are trying to like. There's two types of NFTs: the AI generated ones, and then there's the rarity generated. With human touch.
But yeah, basically, I think that's the way to do it. It's like you said earlier, you mad libs something in Stable Diffusion and feed that command. Like, come with the trait metadata and put that into the madlib prompt that you give the AI, and then it spits back. And you just repeat that for every. Here's the new set of there, this set of there. Probably going to be a lot of fine tuning because to be artificial intelligence, it's not very intelligent.
Well, do you understand the code that was written to?
Yes.
This program? Like this program just went to a file URL, right? And that file URL was from them using Stable Diffusion and handpicking out the ones they want. And it assigned those URLs to 9,000 different spots.
Well, I'm not sure of their exact workflow, but yeah, I'm sure. I mean, they probably just fed it up to prompts. Probably used some sort of base image and then fed a bunch of prompts and had high variance in it. Because there's a bunch of settings that you have in this image generation process where you can set it to how much it's going to hard interpret what you give it, like how much freedom does the program have in generating what it needs. Like, how to understand what I'm trying to say, like, because it's a very blunt tool when we're just sending a black hole and hope that it interprets it in the way that we want. So you can set it to interpret it super harshly or like go more free. There's a lot of weirdness in it too. It works. But I'm sure it's an iterative process, I would say. Like you just try and then, this didn't really this didn't tickle my balls the way I wanted to, and let's move on to the next. You know, it's keep doing it. Are you on?
I have been checking in with Bitcoin every day.
Yeah, that's nice.
Every day.
Yeah,
Except
I'm
now I'm banned. I was banned for like a week. And I took a bet with my wife, and I was out for 2 days. But other than that, I've been here every day.
nice. Nice. Yeah, you're a presidential candidate.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, but
I just wanted to say thank you for letting me interrupt. I recognize. You guys were actually having a conversation and doing something. Yeah. Take value away from what you guys were discussing.
Don't you like to get off and take care of some data stuff?
Yeah, especially you, old man. Like, through me over, and I was like, you're a big soldier. You're always putting out the videos, the edits, putting out the sweat, blood, and tears. Yeah, I thought specifically with potential promotional content, like you could remix the video. There's a few videos that got remixed, but we really didn't do a good job this time around, screen recording or clipping it. Like we had to get it retroactively.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
To go back and find the videos we have to start.
Yeah. We can go ahead and I can help out with recording it and happens.
Yeah, I just want more than 2 or 3 people this time, you know?
Yeah. It was on Instagram, right?
It was on
Twitch. Twitch, yeah.
But if she posts on her Instagram, a photo, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Because then you can get that photo. It will probably be last time she didn't post it on her Instagram, she just posted it on her Twitter. The one with the little Sonic hat.
So she is streaming on Twitch. That could be gotten retroactively as well, I think. If it's saved and removed stream.
Yeah, she doesn't save hers. She chooses not to.
Alright. But yeah, I got a reporter, so I'm good to go.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't really expect people to send super chats. Last time some people did. So basically, yeah, I'm just trying to get more people. But I think it was more special because it was the first time. So it was what to expect. And she kind of underdeveloped, I was told last night or whatever. People have high expectations. This boy, more life is you gotta do a backflip. Yeah, it's a very big one.
Oh, make it easily so she can just, make a request that she can slip on just like a glove. So she can just make that happen. That's what we want. We want her to.
This time I said, this is from Harry Potter. I put it as a caption or something, or can you say thank you, to the people who gave it to you. Some sort of a shout out.
Yeah.
But there was like a 140 character limit or something, so I couldn't write something too long. But I put it in there.
And people want to vote for the same candidates who promise more. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on GFI and on the
What up, what up? How are you? I'm well. Do you know what Senko TV? You know what Senko TV is because you were the one who sent me that guy's Wikipedia. You know what I'm talking about? Excellent. So I'm streaming live on Senko TV. That guy's been really nice to me, and I'm at the top. Yeah, I do. So it's yeah, you go to senko.tv, and I'm on their like trending artist page. So that's cool.
Okay.
Do you know what Senko TV? Do you know what Senko TV is? Because you were the one who sent me that guy's
Yeah.
Wikipedia. Well,
Hi. Yeah, sure.
excellent. So I'm streaming.
Okay. Cool.
What up? How are you? I'm well. Do you know what Senko TV? You know what Senko TV is because you were the one who sent me that guy's. Okay.
too.
Yeah.
It's a indica.
I have actually at the moment some exciting week.
Cali.
Yes, both this time.
Get that Cali weed on this Tuesday.
Yay! Of course.
I'll be right back.
Zoom.
Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Excellence in staffing. Excellence in staffing.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Excellence in staffing.
Oh, should we start this show?
Yeah, I'm down. Just buying a car in Carvana.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, it's super convenient. I already got pre-qualified in 2 minutes. All I had to do was answer a few questions.
Ooh, that's helpful.
And now just customizing my down and monthly payments.
Oh, that's a very fair deal.
Yep. Ooh, just bought a car. And you get to take me to the Carvana vending machine in a couple days to pick it up.
Ooh.
So like
Visit
this.
Carvana.com.
So like this, you little slut. How are you, baby?
So good to see you, Rabbi. You make
So-
my day better.
Absolutely. Speaking to you makes my day better. Can you see that I'm streaming in the Telegram?
Yeah, I see 2 pictures of you, and then I see your PC stream.
That's what I want you to see, baby. All day, every day. What's new with you, baby?
Just got off of work raging. Just sitting in bed thinking of my future, my investment plans, stuff like that.
I gotcha. Well, you can start planning it because you're well invested in Bitcoin. You're going to be a billionaire someday, baby.
That is true. I do hold the people's Bitcoin. I like the tokens.